These babies have nukes. The weak and strong trade places. These giants are dupes. Someone shredded a letter, lead paint on feather, some crazy weather.
Look up at the stars. Holy God, holy mighty, holy immortal one, have mercy. How did they all get there? Like from such a distance.
Bystanders in the thick of it, college graduates without wits, members amputating, and here on the gravel as I hear the pounding gavel, as I feel a pounding headache and a soft song in the breeze. I can sense my own awareness, but can't outpace the nonsense. I'm invisible, spoon stirring. Reality is such a tease. Oh, these babies have nukes and the stars are tiny specks. Oh, these babies have nukes. The weak and strong trade places. These giants are dupes. Someone shredded a letter, lead paint on a feather, some crazy weather. Bystanders in the thick of it, college graduates without wits, members amputating, and here on the gravel as I hear the pounding gavel, as I feel a hounding headache and a soft song in the breeze. I can sense my own awareness, but I can't outpace the nonsense. An invisible spoon stirring. Reality is such a tease. Oh, these babies have nukes, and the stars are tiny specks. Oh, these babies have nukes, and the stars are tiny specks. Oh, these babies have nukes. Well, howdy out there, folks. Welcome to part 3 of the audiobook, the live audiobook of World Empire. A book that I wrote over a decade ago, and I really don't put much investment into. I haven't really aggressively tried to promote this book or anything, but if anybody wants to be so kind as to donate, you can always do that. I'm not begging for it, but I'd certainly appreciate it. So there is a Venmo link if you wanted to, and also a PayPal QR I can pull up again. Also, you could just buy the book, and that link is on Amazon. The physical copy is $11.11, and I think it's $3 if you want to get the ebook version. Although, if you have Kindle Unlimited, I have it set up that anybody who has Kindle Unlimited can actually get this book for free. So that's a special thing that I can do with just one book, and I've been doing that consistently with World Empire. Before I read from this book, I want to remind viewers and listeners that this book was written when I was an occultist. I did do some revisions afterwards, especially near the end. But mostly, I want people to know that not obviously it's a work of fiction, but beyond that, this is how the demons can trick somebody. I think it's pretty clear in the book that the demons are. I mean, it's called eminence gris because it means gray eminence. It means that there's a power behind the power. So, like, it's something that obviously I think the reader should catch on, but without using that cliche of it goes without saying, I think some things ought to be said. That everything that's in this book theologically is unsound, and that it is propaganda from the enemy. So do the sign of the cross. Realize that this is a depiction of how the evil one would want you to look at the world. And with that in mind, we'll read from it. To catch everybody up, if you haven't seen part 1 and part 2, which is available here on YouTube, Bereich loses everything. This man, John Edwards Bereich, and he lost his wife, lost his son, goes basically insane in grief, and turns to the demons, trying to make a deal with Satan. He ends up getting a lower demon that actually wants to go against Satan, or so he says, and will give him the power to rule the world, but Satan actually wants that power. So he has an enemy in hell, but he also has an enemy in America and the world at large, and even now artificial intelligence. So he's got it coming from all different sides. This is a story of somebody who tries to get more and more power and finds that it's ultimately unfulfilling and will always have obstacles. It's kind of interesting to start reading this from just watching a movie from Angel Studios, which was called The Shift. And that's a book based off of Job, but it's a sci-fi version of that. This is almost like the opposite, the antithesis of Job, and it's the Antichrist story. Job is kind of like everybody in the Bible, all the major prophets, I think, are basically types of Christ. Like Jonah was a type of Christ in some way because he was, raised from the dead in 3 days. Jonah was in the belly of a whale. He died. He came back to life. There's Joseph, who was sold into slavery. That's a type of Christ. And the list goes on of Moses being a type of Christ, Daniel being a type of Christ, Elijah, etc. Okay? Job is no exception because he shows the patience of God in that ultimately, if we wait, we'll get this wonderful reward. But that's not what John wants. He wants the opposite. He wants the world. He doesn't want God. He wants power, and he wants it now. And keep that in mind. Keep that in mind as I read from this. And let me take a look at the chat before we get into it. See if there's anyone here. We got just one person, Daniel Barry, saying, "Sup, peoples, happy Sunday." All right, Daniel Barry. Glad you're here for the live audiobook. Where we left off was chapter 28. Some woman in her late 30s handed me a pack of bottled water. I grabbed it, turned to my right, and put it into the bed of a pickup truck. I did this for about 15 minutes. The bottles of water were moving along a kind of human assembly line, about 6 humans across. It didn't at all seem like the most efficient way to get the Hurricane Harad victims the water that they so desperately needed. It was a symbolic gesture, I was told by my PR team. They said it showed unity, coming together. I wondered if anyone was dumb enough to think that I stayed there 1 second longer than I had to. The emperor of the world, doing menial labor. Was this supposed to make people believe that I'm just like any other citizen, or that I care so much that this is how I would spend my time? It doesn't even make sense. I can do far more for the hurricane victims by changing a law, or directing military assets to search and rescue missions. To be fair, Rod was a Category 7 storm. From what I've seen from videos, the force of the winds propelling water was indistinguishable from a tsunami, except unrelenting for hours. My 15 minutes of virtue signaling was up. I did take a moment to appreciate how much Itarf improved my physical fitness. Before I met him, bending over was a hassle. Moving those waters would have wiped me out for the rest of the day in the past, yet I felt fine. Secret Service orbited me as I walked over to the location for my speech. I decided on not using a podium. I'd stand with the destruction as my background. The camera indicator light glowed red. I corrected my posture. Citizens of the world, as you have no doubt seen on the news, Hurricane Harad has utterly devastated the Northeast American region. This is not an issue exclusive to any particular region. The climate has been changing. The seasons have become more extreme. It's like we live on another planet, one hostile to us. I grabbed a bottle of water from my right pants pocket, untwisting the cap, drank about 3 or 4 gulps, screwed on the cap, and set the bottle on the ground. Has the climate changed due to human activity? Because of carbon dioxide emissions? Maybe, maybe not. We're developing alternative energy sources anyway. But that controversial debate uncovers a great question. A question with so much promise. Can human beings affect the weather? The truth is, long before the formation of the world empire, nation-states have attempted it, with some success. They could seed clouds to rain more than the predicted precipitation. In Vietnam, the United States artificially intensified the monsoon season. I stopped talking. I could sense confusion from my audience. Is it odd that I'm talking about history when so many are without power, without homes, without answers for what tomorrow will bring? Perhaps. Citizens, you are still accustomed to the old ways. You're used to politicians drumming up thoughts, prayers, and promises. Before I continue, I will tell you that the army of the world empire is coordinating relief efforts. Not a dime will be spared to repair those lives molested by this destructive force of nature. I thought about my use of the word molested. I concluded it's best not to dwell. But I'll do one better. No longer will we simply hope for an act of God to avoid us. My top scientists have been working on several techniques that, when combined together, will prevent such a storm from ever happening again. These devices will be outfitted to automated ships and planes that will tirelessly patrol our atmosphere. I call this project Operation Clear Skies. We're at the end of the current hurricane season. Practically all the meteorologists agree. From what I've been told, real-world testing of this clear skies technology will be ready for the next one. It is my belief that Hurricane Harad will be the last hurricane. To those of you who survived this horrid cyclone of death, I salute you as the final veterans to these cruel and unfeeling winds and waters. I walked off camera. It took maybe half a minute until the first reporter around the scene broke the silence. As I walked to the heavily fortified vehicle, flanked on all sides by men with suits and firearms, I could hear a female journalist say to her microphone and camera, "It's fair to say nobody expected a speech like this, Martha. Emperor Baraik has." One of my bodyguards shut the soundproof door closed. "What's next?" I asked the driver. "Air Force One, sir." He made a slight sound, like he wanted to say more, but hesitated. He took a few more moments, probably to summon his courage. "And if I may say, sir, you delivered a wonderful speech. My mother lives in the impacted region." "Ah," I said, "thank you for saying so. All those people praying to God for the storm to go out to sea. What did it bring them, huh? They should have been praying to me." He nervously chuckled. Yes, sir. I suppose so." I decided that once I got back to my plane, I'd take a much-needed nap. "Itarv," I called out internally in my mind. "Can you do anything to make that song more popular?" "You mean the one that has Praise Be Baraik in the chorus?" "That's the one. Made by Roosters and Coops. by manic money. There's not a whole lot I can do about that. The inner circle might, but they're dedicating all their time to ensuring every cognitive implant is ready for your big launch in 2 days. Right, I said, disappointedly. However, the demons being installed into those implants will love the song, guaranteed. Oh yeah? You're the reason they'll be spending an indefinite amount of time in this realm. They're your biggest fans. Plus, it's blasphemy. Demons eat that shit up. It's a big middle finger to the establishment. Soon, everyone will recognize I'm the better god. The vehicle arrived at my plane. Once inside my cabin, I decided to take a nap. I closed my eyes on my bed. The temperature was fine, so I kicked the blankets onto the floor. I hadn't the need to toss and turn ever since Itarv improved my body. I slept on my back, mostly. To help fall asleep, I'd think about the serene place in hell, Chayaka's realm. So peaceful, so noiseless. There were loud banging knocks on my door. I opened it, yelling, "What?" "It's your son," my wife said. "He's acting up again. He poured his medicine on the carpet. Now he's throwing a fit. Do something." Great. I walked over to his room. He was screaming, "Clean up this mess! Clean up this mess!" "Why the hell did you pour out your medicine?" He said, "Where's the medicine?" I said, "It was in the cup before you dumped it." He began pounding on his wooden desk. "Medicine! What'd you do that for?" "Stop banging on your desk." He banged on his desk even more. "I said stop it." "Where's the medicine?" he screamed. I turned around. My wife had another medicine cup prepared. I snatched it out of her hands. "Here!" I handed it to him. He knocked it out of my hands. My rage escalated. He stood up violently. I punched him in his head. I awoke abruptly. Air Force One must have been experiencing turbulence from the remnants of Hurricane Harad. It didn't bother me much. I was glad to be freed from that nightmare. It occurred to me that living with my wife and disabled son was more torturous than my fingernails being pulled. I wondered if that would count for something. "Itarv," I called out in my room. I didn't worry about other people overhearing me. The room was soundproof. He appeared. The plume of black oily fluid rose to the ceiling. "Did you have a bad dream?" He sounded a bit patronizing. I ignored his question. I assumed he knew I had a nightmare. "How does God determine who goes to heaven and who goes to hell?" "That's a loaded question." "I don't think that counts as a loaded question." Itarv laughed. "First, what do you think hell is?" I recalled Sunday school classes that my dad made me go to. God, they were boring. Hell is a place for sinners who don't accept Christ as their Lord and Savior. I was told it was a fiery place, a place of suffering, although it certainly didn't seem that way when I went there. Hell was created by human beings. It's an area for your soul to continue if you reject or cannot yet face divine embrace. God doesn't send you to hell. Your own actions in life determine who you are. Think of it like a key. Keys have a very specific shape to unlock a very specific door. If you muck it up by grinding it this way or that, it will no longer work on the lock it was designed to open. What ancient magicians did was create a lock, that is hell, that will open for messed up keys. In other words, if your behaviors are demonic, your soul will begin to vibrate at a lower frequency. When your body fails, hell is like a safety net, so your lower frequency soul can occupy a vessel in hell. Human souls aren't trapped there either. Humans are the only creation that has this mobility. God chose you. Itarv's eyes flashed bright red, then faded. I could feel his anger pulse. It spiked and then baselined. At any rate, when faced with seeing their selfish and destructive behaviors externalized, it is often enough for a human soul to at least vibrate back to earth as a ghost. They become voiceless observers. Only with the help from a demon can they interact with the world. Human souls often can and do ascend to the higher planes. It can take quite a lot of time, however, even from a demon's perspective. You're saying people choose to send themselves to hell? I never expected the cosmos to run on the honor system. John, no! You can't cheat this. You don't make the choice at death. You just sink or float. The decisions are made now, while you're living in that human meat suit. So, it's like every sin I make weighs my soul down, and when I die, I fall into hell? Itarv nodded. That's a manner of putting it. And what about you? What about me? You were born in hell, correct? Yes. What happens when you die? I'll be reincarnated as an animal, most likely. If I managed really good behavior, I might even make it to a human next run. Unlikely, though, my best guess would be a mosquito. I sat up in my bed. Is this all true? Everything is shuffled around like that? Do you keep your memories of the previous life? Not typically. You have to work for it. But if you ask me, past life regression is overrated. It doesn't change anything. Well, what do you think about it? This whole system, I mean. Do you think it's fair? I think it's bullshit. Itarv disappeared. I worked on my upcoming speech. Chapter 29. I decided to take a stroll to the R&D facility designing, testing, and manufacturing the bipedal tank project. I still hadn't thought of a suitable name for the creation once it was done. It needed something unique, intimidating, also not copyrighted. My security detail opened the main entrance for me, pushing some plastic card to a metal plate. An audible click rung out. The doors slid into the walls. We walked inside, past the check-in desk, straight to Hangar 3. The machine I saw wasn't what I had first expected. Anime and science fiction movies trained me to think of something more humanoid. I expected a face. I guess that's what you get when you ask a quantum computing-based artificial intelligence to build you a two-legged war machine. At the same time, I didn't hate it. The more I looked upon it, the more I realized that it was on the verge of perfection. The legs of the machine bent forward, as if its kneecaps were in front of it. The center torso head area was blocky, like an M1 Abrams tank. It had two arms, both cannons of some sort, one larger than the other. Over top the smaller arm cannon was a missile launcher with 10 tubes. The color of the bipedal tank was dark gray. Sophia Vomaka entered the hangar. Emperor Bereich, she said with a submissive nod. How is the project going? I couldn't see where the cockpit was. She consulted a tablet computer, thumbing through screens. It's going quite smoothly. We're still on schedule. She looked up at me. Do you have any questions about the design? Well, it's not exactly what I pictured in my head. It has no hands, no head, and I expected it to be taller. The reason it's lower to the ground is to improve stability and to decrease its target profile from enemy fire. She tapped on her tablet some more. Let me walk you through its main features. See these legs? She pointed towards the machine. They can lower further. Both feet can extend out a spherical, treaded wheel made of carbon nanofibers. These balls allow the tank to reach speeds in excess of 100 miles per hour on a highway. The balls can then be retracted for combat in difficult terrain. The maximum walking speed is 20 miles per hour. You will not want to fire your cannons walking any faster than 10 miles per hour, however, or stability could be compromised. I had hoped it could walk faster than that. What about these cannons? What do they fire? The larger cannon on the left is the experimental fourth-generational directional fusion weapon. You were telling me about this before, right? It's a hydrogen bomb without the use of a fission detonation? Correct. It's also directed in a concentrated beam. Amazing. That's the same process the sun uses, hydrogen fusion, but we can do it and push it out as one focused ray? What about the other one? That's a railgun. Okay, where's the cockpit? She tapped her tablet again a few times and faced the screen to me. It was a diagram of the internal machinery. As you can see, we're putting the human pilot at the center of the machine. She turned the tablet back to herself. How will you be able to see where you're going? I don't see any cameras. Between the transparent armor and the metallic armor are approximately 5,000 sensors that feed into the pilot's data. It will allow the user to see more than a glass screen, with the added benefit of limiting obvious vulnerabilities. The missiles? Ah, yes, you noticed. Each missile contains 25 pounds of anti-armor augmented charges. She tapped the tablet on her temple. Fully loaded, this bipedal tank can fire the plasma cannon 5 times, given a cooldown period of 30 seconds, the railgun 50 times, and it has 100 missiles at disposal. Aha, I said. I have the perfect name. The machine is a rectifier. I smiled as I looked upon its terrible mass. Vomaka! Yes, sir. Add some anti-personnel weapons underneath it. Flamethrowers, machine guns, poison gas. Pick your pleasure. I signaled my security detail that it was time to leave. I will see to it. I began walking away. Good. Just one more thing, Emperor Bereich. I turned around. Yes? She put her tablet computer on a nearby table. Your idea to create a bipedal tank was one of the greatest things to happen to the R&D department. I smiled. Oh? I scratched the back of my head. Ever since I was a child, I loved watching movies and cartoons and playing games with soldiers fighting in giant robots. I figured it's something ingrained in the human psyche. It'll appeal to everyone that we have the ultimate weapon of the future. I looked up on the machine and its wide caliber turrets of death, and we'll soon have it, thanks to your team's work. The Rectifier. Vamaka's hands clasped together, as if in a prayer. She placed them to her lips. Thank you, but that's not exactly what I meant. Kai, the quantum cloud computer, has given us so much to work with. It's like the Rosetta Stone. It's like the lost library of Alexandria on a thumb drive. Emperor, we kept feeding it this task. What do you mean? We couldn't direct the program nearly fast enough to keep up with it, so we created a program that essentially acted as a neural gatekeeper. It was still slow compared to Kai. It gave Kai a directive: build a human-operated bipedal tank to these specifications. Kai would come back with far superior designs. Our gatekeeper program would review the answer, determine it didn't fit the parameters, store the answer, and then reassign the task to Kai. We got alternative weapons in droves. Is that so? Yes. Your demand for what was, respectfully, widely impractical and nearly impossible restricted Kai to such a level that we have access to technology centuries advanced. Miss Vomaka, I said to her. Yes, sir? We're going to accomplish great things for this world of ours together. Prepare a report of the alternative weapons. Of course. I left. Chapter 30. Let me just pause there in case anybody kind of like missed what I was going with there. Lena says she's listening. Excellent. Basically, Emperor Bereich wanted this bipedal tank, and it was like impossible to build. And so they kept feeding this advanced artificial intelligence the same like impossible task. And because of that, it like basically limited the program and allowed the scientists to get like way more out of it because it was like so restricted. Basically having to fix a puzzle that like can't be fixed. So basically, Bereich had a very stupid idea, but it led to a lot of great inventions. Anyway, chapter 30. A late autumn breeze pushed up like a breaking wave to my podium, elevated high. A sizable crowd showed up to the event, but nearly everyone would be watching on their television sets at home. I picked a good time, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Most would be off work. Those on their commute home would listen on the radio, perhaps while sitting in traffic, I mused. I surveyed the crowd. Black, white, Asian, Middle Eastern, short, tall, male, female, handicapped. They all came here to listen to what I had to say, starved for answers. They needed me. Of course, there was a small protest outside the gates, the same religious nutjobs warning that I was the Antichrist. I would have to find a way to deal with them at some point. The digital clock on my podium blinked 5:59 p.m. I had 60 seconds until I would deliver a speech. Every empire needs a foundation. Egypt created amazing monuments and paid the workers in beer and bread. Rome brought exotic animals to the Colosseum so citizens could watch man versus animal in spectacular fights, and so on and so forth. There's a cost to everything in this world. The price for controlling it, virtually all of it, must be commensurate. I knew I needed to give something so precious that few would deny it. The podium's digital clock turned red. It was finally time. Cameras that hovered on quad propellers silently orbited me. Teams of cameramen and reporters, entangled in cables, made last-second adjustments. "Good afternoon," I said into the microphone. The sound waves echoed through the National Park of Washington, D.C. The atrocities of the other emperors are still fresh in my mind. They took advantage of their powerful seats. They tried to gut America and plunder its people. They didn't like the progress we made. I breathed out sharply and shook my head side to side. The Patriots Convention tried to undo everything we've built. I will admit I had my doubts that the world empire would hold. I'm sure America felt the same way during the revolutionary times, or any other nation with a similar history for that matter. Yet I now feel that a great new chapter of humanity has been opened. I picked up a mass-produced cognitive implant from my podium and presented it to the people. This is our future. Cognitive implants augment the human brain to think faster, more clearly, and have access to the nearly infinite stores of knowledge available from the internet. It allows for unprecedented security, using quantum encryption to ensure identity theft will be a thing of the past. I put the implant back down, and I'm pretty sure it saved my life when I was shot in the head. The crowd was silent. It will automatically translate any language into your preferred one. It will open new opportunities for virtual reality immersion and advanced technologies. It will prevent memory loss. This and many other great things. And do you want to know the best part? It's available starting tomorrow, and it costs nothing if you want one. Now the crowd came alive. This is the world empire, the hand and the spear of humanity. We will reach for the stars. I had to talk louder to cut through the cheering. Ad Astra! The roar continued. I had more I planned on saying, but the people seemed happy with the performance. I didn't want to spoil it by getting greedy. I felt their energy, combining and humming together. Excitement, relief, wonder, joy. It may not be Itar's favorite dish, but it suited me just fine. I walked down from the podium, and my security detail understood it was time to leave. While I was in the car, Itar appeared before me. He raised his right index finger to his lips and said, "Don't speak out loud." I internally asked, "So? What did you think?" "It was short and sweet. The press release will take care of all the details. Well done." Oddly, it felt great hearing him validate me. Malthus alerted me that all the implants are enchanted for demonic possession. How's it going on your end? The auctioning was successful. We got every seat sold. It didn't matter that they didn't know which humans will be in what implants. If anything, the mystery added to its allure. There's never been anything like this in the history of hell, as far as I know. We own a large portion of the demonic economy now. Itar sighed. Unfortunately, that also means Satan wants us dead, and he has revealed himself. Revealed himself? It might be easier just to show you. Itar placed his ashy right hand on my forehead. I closed my eyes involuntarily. The landscape lacked any vegetation. The rocks were dark red, perhaps even blood-soaked. Demons of all shapes and sizes gathered around a tall, monolith-like throne. The demons chanted, Asmodai! Asmodai is the spelling, and the ground shook from their enthusiasm. Silence! Rang out from the throne, and it lowered closer to the ground. I could see the figure now. He had red, scaly skin like a red lizard person. He had 2 modest horns that wrapped down his skull. No longer will you call me by that name. The demons were perfectly still. They didn't even seem to breathe. I've withheld my true identity from you. There didn't seem to be a need. What more did you need to know, other than I keep the peace here? I am the law and the order. I control the commerce. I control the immigration to the human world. And yet, I have been briefed on some concerning rumors that challenges those facts. I destroyed death. How ungrateful can you all be? I am no demon like you. I am not Asmodai from Unum Castellum. I am Iblis, the jinn that angels fear. A tremendous tornado-like wind wrapped around him. He became a roaring second skin. The demons silently looked at each other, gauging their neighbors' reactions. Itarv and his human host Barike are enemies of the state. If I find out you spent 1 demonic penny on their portals, or the so-called auctioning, I will tear you apart myself. I took away death by eliminating all demons who possess the knowledge of murder, but I can kill you all effortlessly. He pointed a finger into the crowd. You there! What's your name? One of the demons placed their hands to their chest. Me? Sure, Iblis said. What's your name? The demon had green skin and yellow eyes. He was human-shaped, although short like a child or dwarf. My name is Shaddai, it cringed in fear. I'm your humble sir. Iblis opened his palm. A dark orb poured out from his hand. Purple electricity sputtered from it. They became like long streams of permanent lightning dragging along the landscape. This is what will happen to all who cross me. The purple lightning bolts ate up all the demons, incinerating them as soon as it touched them, except for the now trembling Shaddai. It's your lucky day, Shaddai. I want you to tell everyone you know about what happened here. Let everyone know what happens if you align with that traitor Itarv and their absurd plans to occupy the human realm inside cognitive implants. There will be no mercy for them. Itarv removed his hand from my forehead. I opened my eyes. I was back in the secured limousine. That's about the size of it, Itarv said. He's declared war. What the hell is a jinn? Well, it was sort of a legend until now. Jinn, according to Arabic lore, were another race of beings created alongside humans. They are essentially immortal and created from invisible fire. When God chose humanity over the jinn, there was a chasm on how to respond. Some remained loyal to God, some became completely neutral, deciding to colonize under the earth in unseen cities. And then there was Iblis and his followers who became so enraged they vowed to usurp the heavenly throne one day. Apparently, if those stories are true, the latest demon king wasn't a demon after all, but this psychopathic jinn. What's psychopathic about that? Itarv shot me an odd look. Taking over heaven? Don't you realize what he'd do after that? What? He would undo creation, dumbass. At the very least, he would eliminate humanity. Okay, so how do we kill him? Itarv massaged his forehead. Merkes's father, Watez, tried to imprison him to Tartarus on Christmas some time ago. He ended up dying. It's why Merkes left the Order of the Golden Rose. He blamed them for his death almost as much as Satan. We could use that to our advantage. He lowered his hands. My guess is the Order in Watez has no idea that Satan, Asmodai, was actually the jinn named Iblis. Can humans or demons kill Iblis? I'm going to go out on a limb and say no demon can kill Iblis. While Tez was an adept magus, he was a force to be reckoned with. That being said, the Order didn't believe in murder, even of demons, so he wasn't trying to kill Iblis. He was trying to send him to Tartarus, so it's hard to say what's possible. Well, let's get Merkest to do it. It shouldn't be a hard sale. Iblis killed his dad. Right, but we should move fast. Iblis is going to kill most of hell once he figures out how successful the auctioning was. In the meantime, I'm going to spread the word to evacuate hell, if possible, or hide. I'll send the messenger demon to contact Merkez for the assassination of Iblis. I'll meet up with Malthus. We're due for a magical lesson anyway. Itarv disappeared in a haze of darkness. Chapter 31. The personal altar space of Malthus was an apartment-sized room, connected to a modest bathroom complete with shower, toilet, and sink. Tapestries draped under the overhead lamp, muting the light to an overcast glow. Gemstones of all colors and shapes lined the walls at different heights and stations. I saw a table holding many gems, assorted in a compass pattern surrounding a central, spiral, semi-opaque stone, itself wrapped by small quartz points. I saw swords, painted with symbols I couldn't recognize, in green and red. I saw paintings depicting scenes involving supernatural forces. A collection of staffs stood in a corner. Some of those, too, had crystals. Lit incense filled the air with an odd fragrance. Malthus directed me to sit on a large pillow with the inner circle's symbol, a circle inside a triangle inside a circle. I did so. Malthus sat in a recliner. He said, "The first thing you need to know about magic is that you have always already been doing it your whole life subconsciously. Your mind's focus, its burning desires, its imagination, has led you to this singular moment in time. All is the mind, and as above, so below." I reflected on that. I was the emperor of the world. I used to be a miserable husband and father. Before that, I was a confused and disenfranchised boy. Perhaps the payment for success was suffering. But if that was the case, then why aren't a bunch of third world refugees controlling the world? "Do you have questions?" Malthus asked me. "If we're always doing magic, then why does bad shit happen to us?" Malthus smiled. "Well, let's see. 7 or so billion inactive players, all with their own messy intentions, without even knowing what they're doing, all mixing that untrained magic together? Does that sound like favorable conditions? The intentions often contradict each other, interfering with itself. The difference between a magician and a non-magician is," he formed a triangle with his hands, "it's like we're radios. Non-magicians don't know how they work. They walk around with their knobs turned to static and never realizing how to control the volume. Magicians are self-aware radios that have gained mastery." I looked at the carpet, colored like a black and white checkerboard. "If you gained mastery, then does that mean you're immune to bad things happening?" "Bad shit will always happen. There is a balance to nature. Certain magical techniques can help encourage the universe to blindly punish elsewhere or to show grace. Part of it is making sure you're not the lowest hanging fruit. You're not the path of least resistance, the character that requires a hard lesson. That being said, there will always be obstacles. If there wasn't, you'd never grow stronger or realize anything new. Even you don't want this, not really, if you truly know yourself." He smirked. "Do you know who you are?" "I know who I am. I'm Jonathan Edwards Perike, Emperor of the World." "That's your name and your position. Those are toys of your ego. You're not making any sense. That is who I am." "Were you the Emperor of the World as a child?" No, of course not, but that's who I am now. Did you just begin existing now? There was no you before? I was always John. That's just another title. You could have changed it. You would still be you. I threw my hands up in the air. Then tell me, how do you truly know yourself? There's many ways to know yourself. The path of the magician takes meditation, willpower, and ceremonial magic. You must recognize your higher self and your shadow self. You must first chart the heights and depths of your own being, explore your shape, your borders. You are like a cartographer with an incomplete map. You must explore your inner psyche. Can't we just get to the good stuff, like being able to make somebody obey me or turn invisible? Malthus laughed. Understanding and wisdom are the path to power. A foundation first must be built. We magicians call this foundation your... There was a knock on the door. Malthus looked at me and then the door. He yelled in an unnaturally loud voice, "This better be important! I'm instructing Emperor Bereich." The door opened. A man with a large claymore sword walked in. "Excuse me, sir." "What is it, Gladius? I told you we were not to be disturbed." "The messenger demon could not be found. He's presumed dead." Malthus interlocked his fingers together. "Where was his last destination?" "He was going to assign Merkes a case to kill Satan." "Damn it!" Malthus shouted. "Leave, now!" Gladius exited, shutting the door behind him. Malthus shook his head. "I would have thought Merkes would have relished the opportunity to kill his father's murderer. Maybe he knows the truth, too." "The truth?" "I had my top student, Genesis, look into it. Something felt odd about the energies of hell, like there was an upwelling of foreign power. It turns out Satan is none other than the jinn, Iblis. Itarv told me that earlier. He's in hell now, trying to coordinate an exodus. It's good those cognitive implants are ready for hosting. The cat seems to be out of the bag, and we're running out of time." Malthus pulled out a stone out of his pocket and spoke into it. "Genesis, I need you now." He placed the stone back in his pocket. Genesis has selective omniscience. He opened his right palm. She can find out the truth to anything if she directs her attention to only it particularly. "Well, that sounds useful." Malthus grinned. Yes, it is." Genesis entered the room. "You called. Who does Merkes work for?" Genesis sat down and closed her eyes. The air cooled. She stood up. "Merkes is working for Ben Solus, the current leader of the Order of the Golden Rose." Malthus turned to me. "You are paying Merkes, right? In real money?" "I paid him in both credits and Old American." "Great," he said sarcastically. "That's the money the Resistance uses." "The Resistance?" "Intelligence told me the population is happy with the Empire, and the Patriots Convention is no more." "Your intelligence agencies are full of people with computers. Genesis taps into the Akashic records of the universe. Trust me, there is a global resistance that has been in the shadows since you first declared the world empire. They aren't dumb enough to reveal themselves until they are ready." "What can we do about Iblis?" "Without Merkes, which was a long shot anyway, there seems to be only one option. But it's extremely risky." I studied one of the symbols in Malthus's room. It looked like the number 3, linked to a hook with a crescent above the hook and a 4-sided diamond above that. I wondered what it meant. If pictures are worth 1,000 words, I wondered how much meaning a symbol must hold. Malthus cautiously said, "It would take a lot of energy, but I think I can summon a hyperdemon here. I've been scrying in the super dimensions. There's demons there, much like the ones in our hell realm, except they are massively more powerful. I think it could kill a jinn. For obvious safety reasons, we would need to bind it to one location. What does this thing look like? Malthus pulled out a sketchbook. It looks like this. It wears a thick black laced hood, and its face is reflective. It has a mirror for a face. I would need to absorb more energy from children, and they won't survive the energy transfer if I do this in the time frame we need. Do what it takes. How fast can this be done? It's never been done before, but I will move as lightning. Will you cover my tracks? Make sure there's no parents around, no complications. Personally, I won't know, but my intelligence agencies have your back, Malthus. He stood up. Well, John, it looks like this magical lesson will be cut short. We'll make up for it later. I've got work to do. I stood up as well. Keep me informed on your progress. I will. I returned to my Oval Office. The walk back didn't seem to happen because I thought about what Malthus had said to me. I asked myself, if these people have so much power, then why didn't they want the position of emperor? People would come and go. They'd ask for my signature on funding for this and that. I'd have writers meet with me on how best to market the cognitive implants. Intelligence would brief me on any rebellious behavior of the people, report that everything was fine when I knew for a fact it wasn't. But it wasn't their fault. They were mere mortals. They were sleepwalking. I couldn't stop thinking about how much promise magic held. That woman Genesis could know anything she wanted to. Malthus could steal energy and do amazing acts. Merkes killed demons. These people were titans. I became obsessed with the occult. When not in a meeting, I spent most of my time poring over the internet and ordering esoteric books shipped to me. Being emperor of the world, I enjoyed unrestricted access to the Vatican and Russian archives. It even overcame my fondness for watching the news. I saw diagrams relating the aspects of our psychology to the cosmos. The human mind, I read, was a self-reiterating pattern of an infinite fractal. Certain forms acted like hubs or a skeleton to an amorphic, forever extending body. Other pages depicted arcane seals, sigils, and symbols. They gave off palatable energy. There were complex meditation and visualization techniques to bring you places. Malthus knocked on my door, and he rushed inside as soon as I let him in. The hyperdemon! He had to catch his breath. It's unresponsive to commands! Violent! Useless! I closed the book I was reading, the 11th book of Moses. What's going on? Malthus breathed deeply and clasped his hands together. He let out his air, sweeping his hands outward. His posture straightened. The hyperdemon I talked to you about before? Do you recall that conversation? Of course I do. I managed to summon it, and it's bound to the land, but there is no communicating with it. It shoots at anything it sees. Here, look. He tapped on a smartphone and handed it to me. The phone played a video. I wanted to ask him to show me on a larger screen, but the images seized my attention. The monster, with the face of a mirror, appeared to wear a black robe. It yielded a giant wooden staff that looked like a shriveled Y. The staff carried a green crystal at the limb. This creature emitted a noise, a guttural, inhuman noise. It swept its staff at the ground. Explosions and dust flew about wherever the staff pointed. It seemed upset at the rocks and dirt. The video ended. Huh. Shouldn't a hyperdemon be larger than that? Malthus took the smartphone back. For a demon, it's very large. When you see Itarv, he has projected an image into your mind. He is nanoscopic to our realm. I remembered when Itarv opened portals to hell and specks of colored light streamed out. He called them his friends. I didn't know how long I was thinking for, so I broke the silence with a question. What do you suppose we do about this mirror-faced bastard? Malthus placed his right hand on the right side of his face, his thumb hooked under his chin, his index finger on his cheek, as if pointing a gun. I'd suggest having your scientists study it. It can't leave that location. It might have energetic properties useful for some ends. The portal itself could be of particular interest. He placed his hands down onto his sides. You wouldn't believe how much energy it took to create that portal and pull this thing through. Enough energy to have killed Satan? Malthus stared at me. You've been wasting precious time. His glare gave off some heat, but he also seemed genuinely concerned about my statement. He said, Nobody has ever killed a djinn, as far as I know. Get creative. Maybe you could send him through the hyper-demonic portal? Malthus' eyes widened. What? I said. No, wait, just give me a moment to think. I wondered what kind of books Malthus read. I made a mental note that I should ask him for a recommended reading list. That might be our best shot. He scratched his head. That was a great idea. Are you surprised by that? No, not at all. I'm surprised I didn't think of it myself. Iblis wouldn't know how to communicate with those things, and he wouldn't understand where he was. He'd be trapped in an alien realm. Good, then get to work. Malthus nodded his head and pulled out an egg-shaped stone, half red, half pale. Genesis, can you hear me? I couldn't hear the response. Give me a status update on the hyperdemonic portal. Again, I couldn't hear the other side of the conversation, but this time it took much longer for Malthus to respond. Shit, he said. Barak, I need to investigate this. Genesis said the portal has been destroyed. Give me an hour and I'll update you. That's fine, I said. He left. In the meantime, I ordered a Wagyu beef cheesesteak from that fancy restaurant, Les Ambassadeurs. They delivered it for me. Afterwards, I read the rest of a book I was working on. It talked about how psychic energy empowers symbols and mythos. They called these charged ideas egregores. If one thought long and hard enough about a novel or a movie or scripture and perhaps died for it, that would impregnate those concepts with energy. This energy wasn't heat or light or electricity. It was a type of mental or conscious energy. The book left me wondering if I was doing enough to shore up the world empire. Perhaps there needed to be more symbolism, more to latch on to. Malthus finally got back. He carried a notebook under his arm. He seemed sad or disappointed. What's the news? I asked him. The portal is gone. He avoided eye contact. Genesis used her sight. Merkes did it. He works for Ben Solis now. Who is Ben Solis again? I realized I could probably think harder, search my cognitive implants, but I'd rather hear it from Malthus. The idea of opposing wizards locked in heated battle intrigued me. Ben Solis was the highest-ranking member of the Order of the Golden Rose after we killed most of them. He is now the Chief Magister. Please remind me why this is important. They are the magical arm of the Resistance. They want to destroy the World Empire? Then send in a strike team to eliminate him. As per your standing protocol, we tried that. Unfortunately, it seems the Order, what's left of it anyways, has surrounded Merkes's house with a powerful protective seal that prevents our forces from ever getting close. They get in car accidents, or their GPS goes haywire, or it seems the place isn't there at all. Oh. I pondered on the best way to eliminate them. I stood up. Malthus took a half step back. I turned my attention to a painting in my darkly lit chamber. Frederick Godfield made it specifically for me, depicting nuclear blasts all over the Earth from space. I commissioned it to remind me how I got to where I was. For all these freebies and hope I extended to the world, I must also maintain the strength. I'll have the army send a nano-tactical nuke to his house. I doubt their magic is strong enough to stop that. Malthus' eyes widened. You're going to nuke his house? We'll label him as a terrorist. Chapter 32. As I left the military briefing, I replayed the highlights of the discussion in my mind. We decided that the media groups should only interview people who had cognitive implants installed. Since it had only been a month and a half since since they were introduced to the public, that left about one person to interview. They were a hit globally, of course, but Marquez lived in a smaller town. That meant something would have to dominate the news for people to accept one interview. The army of the World Empire now had its sights on the resistance, which they knew nothing of before I told them. I didn't tell them how I knew. Instead, I told them I had a nightmare, and they ought to investigate the matter. I hoped that they would think I had supernatural powers. I retreated into the books Malthus gave me to study. The collection included Western and Eastern esotericism, seals with hidden meanings, and rituals of occult significance. One ritual, in particular, had an effect on me. It was called the Kabbalistic Cross Rite. Itarv would leave during these rituals. I assumed he had much to do in hell, preparing for the fight against Satan. Satan had made it harder for the demons to flow to earth unimpeded. He tortured dissenters. This made the human real estate inflate in value for the auctioning. Malthus gave up on the hyperdemon, Mirror Face. He isolated it in a small region of its summoning. I sometimes watched the live feed. It seemed angry. My doorbell rang. It was Malthus. After inviting him in, he walked forward like a shadow, gliding over smoke. I often pondered how powerful he truly was. With all those children he drained like batteries. I've read all these books you gave me, but I still don't know what a magician is, really. Malthus smirked. Ah, that. He pulled out a folded piece of paper and began to read from it. He or she travels worlds, studies souls, slips in between polarities like oil over water, commands the elements and the spirits, charts forth through the great abyss, conjures beings from thought, is a cosmic agent. To be a magician is to seize, surf the currents of probability, is to tease and massage nature, to be more than God or man. We are the kingmakers and the paladin, the rule breakers and the thief, guardians of the sacred balance and truth, armed with understanding and wisdom. You hold the keys, the same keys you've made. You feel the fire, and it's the fire inside you. You touch the unmanifested, and it becomes manifested. You are a magician. The words stirred something ineffable within me. Nothing about magic ever felt concrete, obvious, or literal. Everything about it felt mystical or out of reach. I suppose that's partially the reason poetry was created. Well, besides love, which is far less useful in my experience. The feeling I got was much like when leaves are picked up and twirled around by the wind. Malthus nodded. That poem was written by an adept at the Order of the Golden Rose. I imagined what that order must have looked like before Itarv carved it into the inner circle. Did it match up with the fantasy novels like Henry Porter? Did they get a letter as a child recognizing them as special? How secretive are they? In the Kabbalistic Cross Rite, is it okay for me to mark my left shoulder before the right shoulder? Malthus sat down in an office chair in front of me. Does that feel more comfortable? Yes. Then there you go. It's not the rituals or tools or even the symbols themselves that hold the power, John. It's you. This magical system is designed to unleash your full potential. The system grants familiarity, faith, confidence. You make the magic happen. We sat in the central command hub with the light down low. I like to do everything there. The floor had medium-tall carpet fibers, a twist of red and blue threads giving the illusion of purple. My large mahogany desk occupied nearly half the space. I ordered the engineers to design the forward wall with the seamless door to be perfect for projecting video onto. So what are you going to do about Mirror Face? Send him back? Malthus sat down. It took way too much energy to summon it in the first place. It would take nearly as much to send it back, and it's not worth it. We need a new plan to take care of Satan, and I can think of only one thing. Trap him in Tartarus like Marquez's father? Malthus's eyes widened for a moment, and I got the sense he was surprised I knew that. And then he probably remembered telling me. Wautez was a fool. You can't trap a djinn in Tartarus because it wasn't designed to hold djinn. It was meant to hold demons. You can move him there, but he'll escape at some point. It would succeed in angering him more than anything. My guess is nobody at the OGR realized Satan was a djinn. Then, what did you have in mind? I'm going to have to kill him. I studied his face. Malthus had black hair. Frazzled like static electricity ran through it, and his eyes and skin seemed ages older than the rest of his body. When he told me he would have to kill Satan, I could sense he felt unsure. I asked, I thought only Merkes knew how to kill demons. Satan is not a demon, he's a djinn. Wouldn't that make him even tougher to kill? Let's get back to your lessons, shall we? You're going to need a lot of energy to do that. Indeed. He pulled out a small booklet. Now, read this. It's the Emerald Tablet. He handed it over. It listed 14 facts or suppositions. I couldn't tell which. I wondered why Malthus decided to hand this to me after so many larger manuscripts and grimoires. Huh, I said, trying to sound as if I got something out of it. What you just read is the magician's Genesis story, our 10 Commandments. There's 14, I interjected. Don't be a smartass. The Emerald Tablet explains why magic works. All right, I'll admit it. I haven't a clue what you mean. Pay attention to the principle of correspondence. As above, so below. As within, so without. Think about what that means from all your other studies. Up is down, is left is right. It makes no sense. Malthus grinned. Let me talk to you about fractals. An alarm went off. My security detail broke into the room. Sir, we have to leave, now. As I was spirited away, Malthus in tow, to a safe bunker underneath the White House, I asked security what was happening. We detected multiple ICBM missile launches en route to this location. We kept moving. Eventually, we arrived at an elevator that looked like it had been built in the 1980s. It descended so fast that we became weightless halfway through. Then the descent slowed. Normal gravity returned. The doors opened. We walked into an ancient computer control room. I sat down in an office chair with wheels. It was pretty comfortable, actually. Somebody explain this shit, I demanded. Tracking the bogies now, sir, when the operator said. I'll put it on screen. A large projection poured out in front of the room. It showed maybe 50 red objects about to hit the White House in T-minus 2 minutes. Who launched the missiles? I shouted. We don't know yet, sir. The automatic emergency ballistic tracker alerted us midway through their flight. By extrapolated trajectory, we assume it came somewhere east. Yet everyone swears there has been no launch. I watched the timer tick down to 0. It was the most riveting time I can recall watching numbers on a screen, except maybe when I was winning the stock market with Itarv's help. Speaking of which, I wondered where he was. Time was up. I took a deep breath, trying to take in the last moments like a fine cognac. I filled myself up with the accomplishments of becoming president and then emperor of the world. People would remember me for ages. I've successfully etched my name so deep into history that I was guaranteed remembrance. Then I thought about my wife and son and my dad. And yet again, wondered where Itarv was. Then another thought struck my mind. How am I still thinking? I looked around the room and confirmed that everyone else was as dumbfounded. Did it impact? No, sir. He began ferociously clicking on his keyboard. And something strange is coming through the emergency ballistic alert system? He typed some more. It's a video, sir. Can you play it on the screen? Yeah. He hit a button. The screen went blank. I saw the letters EBAS. Then it flashed white. Then I could see a man with his face blurred. His voice was distorted too. Greetings, Emperor. On behalf of the Resistance, we noticed on the news today that you nuked a member of the Resistance. This wanton disrespect for life and absurd overuse of resources is to be expected from an insane man who thinks he can own a planet and all the life on it. We were shocked to learn that the supposed member Merkes is not among our ranks. Was this a warning to us? We cannot know for sure. We can, however, assure that you have the same capability. Excuse me, let me say that again. We can, however, assure you that we have the same capability. We have the world's most talented hackers. Your empire is a house of cards. I'm sure we'll be in touch again soon. For your benefit, you may address me as Goosehound. The screen went blank and returned to a map of America. How did they hack into the emergency ballistic alert system? We're working on that now, sir, but I doubt they have the most talented hackers in the world. If that was the case, they would have been able to actually launch missiles and be able to broadcast to the masses. Fix it, now, I said. I turned to Malthus and whispered, and so, how does this relate to that principle of correspondence? Itarv appeared in a haze. John, Satan is trying to hijack the cognitive implants the inner circle enchanted for our demonic customers. We need to act fast. Malthus whispered back, as below, so above. Chapter 33. I spent much of my time holding meetings with the army of the World Empire to track down the new global resistance and the so-called Goosehound. The name itself pissed me off. Hounds don't even hunt geese. Retrievers do. I checked in on the bipedal tank program and the new artificial intelligence program that sought to reverse engineer the human mind. Both had progressed splendidly, yet it didn't make me as happy as I thought it would. So much weighed on my mind. Satan wanting to kill me made me even more uneasy than the resistance. Itarv had been popping in and out between Earth and Hell. Each time he did, I feared he would be captured by Satan's army or killed. I sometimes even entertained the idea that Itarv was deceiving me the entire time. Maybe he would never come back the next time, leaving me a sitting duck. Malthus had been too busy preparing to deal with the threat. He insisted he couldn't risk the entire inner circle on the operation. It had to be him. He was the only magician with enough power to destroy a djinn. I completely dropped off on my studies too, which bothered me. I had an hour in my schedule to take a 2 p.m. nap. I decided I didn't need to sleep. I could take some stimulants to make me awake for the day's duties. What I felt like I needed to do was the Kabbalistic cross rite. It had been overdue. I raised my right hand to the sky. I raised my right hand to the sky and imagined the most powerful being in existence chanting Atah. I visualized my own body being made of pure light energy, growing to the size of planets, solar systems, galaxies, larger, larger. I pointed downwards, vibrating Malkuth. I meditated on all the materiality of the universe. I pointed towards my left shoulder, Vege Bora. I considered the destructive power of nature. I moved my hand to my right shoulder, Vege Dula. I tasted the beauty and the glory of the all. I pointed somewhere between my belly and heart, Leolam. I sensed eternity, my hands folded together in prayer, Amen. When I opened my eyes, I instinctively shut them tight again. I cautiously winced, letting in some of the blinding light. It seemed to dim politely until I could fully open my eyes. Salutations, John. The entity speaking to me, excuse me. The entity speaking to me appeared to be a man. He wore golden armor with red fabric draped. He wore golden armor with red fabric draped over some of it. He carried a flaming sword. What are you? I asked. Is this a joke from Itarv, or is it so hard for you to believe an angel would come to you? My name is Uriel. We should talk. I didn't know what to say. I do know what I was hoping for, however. I was specifically hoping that fiery sword wouldn't behead me. You've made quite a mess of things, John. You have wedged yourself firmly between two colossal opposing armies, the angels versus the demons. You've upset a particular balance." "I see," I said. I was fixated on that sword. Its fiery aura licked at the air, although I could feel no heat. "It isn't all your fault, however. We've been told to help you along the way." "Help me? Why?" "God envisioned some greater play none of us in the ranks can fathom. This is all lose my feed there? Yeah, I think I did. All right, 1 second. I'll be right back. I'll take a look at the chat real quick. We have Yoda here taking a look at the stream. Diamond Dave here says, "Oh, cool, alive." Yoda saying, "What up, Dave?" All right. So I'm going to get back to the story. Very strange that we cut out there, but the angel laughed. It was gentle and maternal. It felt like I was somehow in on the joke. "John, don't you hate God?" I had to assume this entity saw straight through me. "I took issue with my wife and son dying the way they did." "We gathered that." Uriel looked around my room. The walls began to glow red. "Okay, so if God knows everything and you wanted to protect me, that means I'm not truly at fault for anything, right?" "God does know everything. He plans around the choices you make. But for all you know, mortal, his plan may call for your end now." The walls now glowed gold. I looked back at the sword in Uriel's hand. It seemed longer now and glimmering. I said, "I want to kill Satan, just like you do." The walls altered to bright white. "You also plan to install devices in the minds of men for demonic possession. Do you think that's a wise choice to make?" I looked into the angel's eyes, a greenish blue. "I think I'll rule the world as I see fit until someone stops me." Uriel disappeared. The lighting in the room returned to its typical dim ambience. Chapter 34. I sat in a room with the generals of the army of the world empire. We all watched from the perspective of Colonel Hewitt's eyes streamed live to the projected screen in front of us. It was nighttime, and an integrated special force team closed in on the alleged location of Goosehound of the resistance movement. Carefully, precisely, yet swiftly, the colonel peeled away at corners for potential enemy with the muzzle of his bullpup rifle. He made nonverbal commands using his eyes as his tactical contact lenses relayed the orders to his men. The environment, unassuming, left little to focus on: dried grass, a superficial layer of dirt, and a single building made of tan brick. The team approached, cautiously. "The squad is requesting final permission to commit to the operation, sir," a Russian general said to me. I nodded my head. One of the squad members breached the door by blowing a hole through the doorknob with a shotgun. Almost as quick as the buckshot, the rest of the team rushed in. Surgically, they swept with their rifles, ready to fire on any threat in an instant. Except this threat was not a human. They tried to turn around, to flee the area, but nobody is fast enough to outrun a stack of C4 explosives. God damn it! I pounded the desk with a fist. We lost another one. The generals gazed down. Why is our intel always so bad? I asked them. None of them spoke up. If I don't get some answers soon, you will all be in the next firing squad we send in. I waited a few moments to hear if any of them would speak. Useless. I left the room. They might come up with something on their own. Deciding I should occupy my thoughts with something else, I did the Kabbalistic cross and the lesser banishment of the pentagram rituals in the privacy of my bedroom. It felt like taking a shower of energy, cleansing yet empowering. My next stop would be the R&D department to see how the bipedal tank was progressing. On the way over, Itarv appeared in front of me. Long time no see, I said to him. Itarv shot a sideways glance at me, and for the first time I suspected he had an inkling of fear, or perhaps reservation about me. I wondered why he had been going to hell so often. It was a dangerous place for any demon, but most of all him. He was enemy number one. Why do you keep reciting those pointless exercises? Itarv crossed his arms. It's a waste of your time. Malthus doesn't seem to think so. It's traditional curriculum for classic Western magic. That's all lower grade shit. Ask him to teach you evocation. Cut past the elementary courses. I smiled. I quite like it, actually. Have you ever tried it? Itarv radiated more unease, and it perplexed me. Is there something wrong? I asked. He winced. Something wrong? I told you how dire the situation is with Satan. He's trying to ruin our auctioning of the cognitive implants. Yeah, you told me that. Is there anything else? The knuckles tensed on his ashen hands. If Satan regains control, I'm going to spend the next few eons undergoing his creative torture. You humans are like mayflies. I'm in this for the long run. Relax. I'm as relaxed as I'm going to get under the circumstances. We had arrived at the R&D department. Vomaka was there, seemingly waiting for me. Itarv retreated back inside my mind. Okay, what's the news on the rectifier, as I like to call it? She seemed more confident. We're ready for human pilots. We're ready for human pilot trials already. We're way ahead of schedule. Excellent. Would you like me to explain the controls to you, sir? That would be fantastic. Vomaka proceeded to guide me to the towering machine. We used an elevating lift, like a cherry picker, to enter the cockpit. There was only room for one person, so she stayed on the lift and handed me a headset that matched hers. I had never been in a combat vehicle before. Growing up, I always fantasized about being a fighter jet pilot. I hadn't expected leather seats and so many buttons interspersed with tiny displays. She said through the mic, "Can you hear me fine, Emperor?" "Yes, I hear you." "Good. Press the red button on your right by the tiny monitor that reads EXTOPN, and that will close the cockpit." She took a few steps back. I pushed the button. A metal wall slid up, enclosing me. With the cockpit sealed, all the walls became a display of what was around me. Vomaka looked slightly distorted, probably due to her proximity to the outside cameras. She lowered the lift and moved it out of the way. Next, you'll want to hit the green button next to the red one. That'll turn on the machine to active mode. I did so. The rectifier hummed to life. The parts whirled, and the entire machine grew slightly taller. The tinier computer monitors lit up and displayed images of the reactor core, temperature readings, potential targets, and other data. Two of the monitors showed me camera feed of the feet and the rear of the machine. Next, Vomaka walked me through how the joysticks worked. One joystick operated the twist of the torso, while the other controlled the movement of the vehicle. She explained how I could switch between the weapon systems, zoom to aim, lock on to targets with the computer, how to engage the rollers under the feet for faster movement on paved surfaces, and everything else a pilot would need to know. It was a ton of fun. By the end of it, it was hard for me to leave the machine. While inside, I felt I had access to a different form of power, a type of strength not so abstract as legal authority. It was addictive. Let me know when you're testing the weapon systems. I want to be there. Well, We've already tested the systems individually, she said. But I'll make sure you're notified when we do the first human pilot live firing of the weapons on the range. I felt a little naked outside the rectifier. One more thing. Yes? You seem different to me. Oh? She blushed. It must be the cognitive implant. I had one installed. She parted her hair to show the mark on her forehead. I laughed. Ah, yes. That explains it. Keep up the good work. My next stop was my magical instruction with Malthus. Only I discovered he wasn't there. Instead, a woman was there. Who are you? The emotion I first read from her entering the room was distraught, but it rapidly left. My name is Genesis. Malthus is in a coma. What happened? He was absorbing energy from a young child when he was intercepted by the remnants of the Golden Rose. I was told the Order of the Golden Rose was destroyed. They were, mostly. Ben Solis has the ability to teleport, so he always manages to escape. He had help. I looked into it with my selective omniscience. She closed her eyes. Merkes took all of Malthus's energy while he was in the middle of a transfer. He took every last drop. Her eyes opened. While Malthus recovers, I'm temporarily in charge of the inner circle. I can resume your training if you'd like. I took a moment to process what this pretty young girl said to me. She wore mostly black, including her hat, with many necklaces. I gathered myself. No training necessary, but thank you. I would much rather you bring Merkes and Ben to justice. How long until Malthus is back to normal? It's hard to say. The sheer amount of energy, it hasn't really happened before. We could help him recover, but we're dedicating all of our resources to the implants. How many have you completed? 63%. That's fine for now. That should cover us for months, maybe even years. Help Malthus recover. You've all done a phenomenal job. I looked at the anger in her face. But you and another magician, only your finest warrior, I want you two to take Merkes down. I've tried before, unsuccessfully, with military, and we're focusing on capturing this goosehound asshole, so I need you to get this done. Make him pay. You can count on it. Good. I turned to leave, and then a thought struck me. Oh, one more thing. Yes? Itarv told me the Kabbalistic cross and LBRP rituals were a waste of time, and Malthus should be teaching me evocation instead. What do you think about that? She let out a sharp laugh and then composed herself. I'm sure Itarv feels that way. Why do you say that? Itarv peered in front of us, saying nothing. Sorry, it's been a very emotional day for me. It's not my place. What do you mean it's not your place? I'm asking you a question. Your place is to answer. She looked at Itarv and then at me. Are you sure you don't want to ask Malthus when he's feeling better? He is your teacher. He's my tutor, yes, but he's indisposed. She hesitated some more, darting her eyes back and forth between Itarv and me. And I saw an angel after doing the QC right. Genesis's eyes widened. Oh? Is that supposed to happen? The QC strengthens your light body. It increases your sphere of sensation. It allows you to see what is beyond the physical. But I've always been able to see Itarv before doing any QC rites, and he always disappears when I do them. Itarv said, Shouldn't we let Genesis get to work? Itarv is a demon, Baraik. Genesis waved her hand, and Itarv vanished from sight. You do understand that the LBRP is for purification, to get rid of negative energies and entities, right? But Itarv, your arrangement with Itarv is your business, sir. But I do hope you realize that no magician worth their salt, sulfur, or mercury would allow a demon inside them. I hadn't thought about that. If demonic possession was such a smart and effective method for changing the world, then why didn't any of these magicians do it? Did the angel say anything to you? It did, yes. I decided I wouldn't tell her about it. I suppose with her gifts, she could find out if she was curious enough. Take care of Merkes, and Ben Solis too, if you can. Debrief me later. Chapter 35. It was Christmas Day. The weather in Washington, D.C. was 50 degrees, and there was no snow on the ground. My son used to obsess over Christmas. He'd get so worked up about it that his behaviors became violent. It always made me wonder, how can you be so into an idea that you'd want to destroy the world in order to have it? I briefly considered what Chayaka told me in hell, that my son and wife weren't down there. If they were in heaven, I wondered if they could see everything I did. What if they talked to Uriel? Those were the thoughts I had, as meaningless as they were. I suspect I had them to distract me from the news. On all channels, Goosehound broadcasted a message. He said the following. Bereich has pulled the wool over so many eyes, but there are those of us who still believe in freedom. I'm here to tell you there is another way. I call it Labrocracy. In this new type of government, every citizen is a sovereign state with their own legal codes. You decide how much your life and property are worth. You will be paid to learn. Passing examinations in a particular field will grant you a seat in a corresponding committee. Voting in said committees will also yield payment. We will incentivize learning and political participation. We'll become the decision makers. Everyone would be free, and everyone would have equal power. A more detailed explanation can be found in the website labrocracy.earth. I was about to call for a meeting with the generals of the world empire when the indicator light flashed in my room. I figured someone took initiative and wanted to offer some solutions. Come in, I called out. The door opened. It was Genesis. We found Merkes. He was at his father's grave. Did you kill him? She looked down. No. Ben Solis teleported him away. Her eyes met with mine. And there's something else. It seems before we intercepted Merkes, he somehow destroyed the multidimensional being Mirror Face. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Genesis sighed. It's neither. Mirror Face was useless to us, but it shows how powerful Merkes has become. I shook my head slightly from side to side. Everything was falling apart. I felt on the edge of crying in front of this young woman. My throat felt tight, and my eyes welled. Then time stopped. Uriel appeared in front of me. You look depressed. Why shouldn't I be? Your story isn't over yet. God wills it to be long. But there's a catch. Uriel's flaming sword exploded in brightness and then dimmed back to normal. A catch to what? God will save you from Satan. If you stop the auctioning, do not put demons into God's chosen creation. I thought about this demand for a moment. Even Vomaka had a cognitive implant. Would that affect her ability to serve me? As if Uriel heard my thoughts, he told me, if your citizens are demonically possessed, then they aren't truly your citizens. They'd be controlled by the Demon King. If Satan is out of the picture, who might you imagine that would be? I, Tarv? Uriel nodded. Makes you wonder who's truly in charge, doesn't it? If I do this, you'll deal with Satan for me? No, not me. Ask Genesis the question. Uriel disappeared. Time resumed. Genesis canted her head and squinted her eyes subtly at me. Genesis, I need you to ask to use that talent of yours. Tell me who Marquez plans to kill next. Genesis shook her head in affirmation. I can do that. It'll take 5 minutes or so. I should probably go elsewhere so you can get back to work. No, I said. This is too important to me. Besides, I'd like to be in the room. Maybe I'll learn something from it. Very well, she said as she sat in a lotus position on the floor of my room. She placed her wrists on her knees and closed her eyes. Her breathing became slow, deliberate, measured. The energy of the room seemed to gravitate to her, including my own. I tried sealing my own energy in with a ritual I was learning, but it was of no use. She became something like a black hole. I decided to stop resisting and simply observe. One of the lights in my room flickered. She must have been drawing every type of energy there is into her. I imagined what that kind of power must feel like, and I envied her for a moment. Then I reminded myself that her allegiance meant her power was mine by extension. It took her 3 minutes, not 5, to stir from her trance. She opened her eyes, stood up, and motioned her hands to her side as if pushing down or off some invisible sheet. She said, Marquez intends to kill his father's murderer. You mean Satan? Marquez plans to kill Satan. Can he actually do it? That's in the future. I can't tell you that. I didn't need her to. Uriel told me already. Keep me informed on that. Tell me if you find out Satan is dead. She nodded. I will. Good. You may leave now. She turned to leave. Wait, I rushed to say. She paused and turned back around. Yes? Can you reverse the demonic possession on the cognitive implants? Of course. Banishment is the first type of magic any magician learns. I breathed deeply. Okay, I may ask you to do that for me. In fact, if Marquez kills Satan, that's what I want you to do. Immediately. Genesis' eyebrows furrowed. Why would you want us to do that? It doesn't matter why. Just do what I say. No. I need something better than that. Malthus, the inner circle, I put way too much work into that ritual to do away with it without a reasonable explanation. Her lips contorted and buckled. Do you realize what we had to do? We absorbed energy from children. Do you have any idea what... Stop. I raised my hand in the air. You work for me. I don't owe you any explanation. Got that? I lowered it back down and rested it on my desk. But I've been having a hell of a time, and maybe talking to somebody other than Itarv about it could do me good. Genesis sat down in the chair closest to my desk. I'm all ears. I started laughing. I don't know why. It sprung out of me. So did some tears. Genesis seemed to understand, or at least she didn't question it out loud. She sat patiently, waiting for me to finish. I could use a drink. Genesis pulled a golden flask from her purse and shook it as if ringing a bell. I'm a functioning alcoholic, she smiled. Want some? I knew I should say no. Alcohol wrecked my life. My dad abused me because of alcohol. I wasn't the best father or husband because of alcohol. I wasted all my time before becoming president and eventually emperor because of alcohol. It couldn't bring anything good into my life. If I indulged, it would likely spiral me back into that familiar addiction. But I wanted to be numb. I wanted to break from this. Itarv wasn't there to take the pain away. Yes, please. She passed it to me. I unscrewed the lid, smelled it, and I could tell it was an excellent Scotch whiskey. I pushed the metal of the flask to my lips and tilted it upwards. Gravity poured past the Scotch my tongue. Gravity poured the Scotch past my tongue, the floral notes and subtle grassy smoke overwhelming the harsh burn of alcohol. I breathed through my nose so I could drink as much of it as much of it as possible. I distracted myself from the loud taste automatically. I was already reeling from the emotions of what lay before me. I had a way out, but I had to betray my only friend in order to do so. Nobody has done as much for me as Itarv. He changed my life. Genesis stood up. Hey, wait a minute. That's meant to be sipped and enjoyed. I kept drinking it. She worked for me. I needed this. She sat back down, crossing her arms. You're compensating me for that, just so you know. I figured there were about 6 fluid ounces in the container by my estimate. The entire flask should equate to 4 standard drinks, exactly the amount I would need to become drunk. My tolerance for alcohol was at 0, so I imagined it ought to do the trick. I finished the flask and breathed in and out sharply. The air stung like it was on fire. I screwed back on the cap and handed it to her. She snatched it in anger. Feel better now? She asked. My stomach did not agree with my choices. My mouth salivated, and I felt like I was about to vomit. I summoned all my willpower and concentration on not puking out Genesis's expensive scotch. She may work for me, but she seemed a force to be reckoned with. Are you okay? I waved her off. I needed to keep this liquor in my stomach where it belonged. Okay, I can see you need a minute. She patiently waited for me to settle my nausea. By the time my stomach settled, the pain-numbing effects began to emerge. I instantly remembered why I was an alcoholic. It was a vacation from being. I didn't care anymore. The recliner felt nice, Genesis was pleasant on the eyes, and I was still emperor of the world after all. Remember I told you about that angel I saw? I said, probably with a slur. I do. Well, I saw him again, Uriel. He told me heaven protected me the whole time, and they said they will make sure Satan isn't a problem anymore. Genesis smiled. That's quite good. Why do you seem depressed then? A shiver recoiled up my spine. I think my body realized it consumed 4 shots at once. The palm of my hands numbed and then warmed. My muscles relaxed. Uriel said I had to abandon the auctioning. She contorted her lips and then looked away from me for a minute. While I waited for her response, I became hyper-aware of the effect of alcohol. My head buzzed in such a fantastic way. Genesis sighed. It was a lot of work putting demonic-specific portals to each cognitive implant. It really is a shame to let it all go to waste. But it was good practice. We learned a lot. You're okay with this? I don't see what choice we have. You don't want to mess with the angels. You're lucky they've chosen you for some reason. She pulled out another flask from her purse. This one was silver. It seems odd they didn't have you killed in the first place. She took a swig, cringed subtly, and then screwed the cap back on. Itarv shared with me Satan's plans. I'm the better option, I think. You'd think heaven wouldn't be confined to 2 choices like an old American election, she laughed and then drank some more. What were Satan's plans anyway? Can I have some of that? I gestured to her silver flask. She cocked her head. Really? She handed it over. Don't drink the whole thing this time. As she handed it to me, our hands met slightly. It felt good to touch a person's skin, especially a woman's. I recalled when I first made love to my wife. She was a virgin, I wasn't. I conquered her after waiting for so long, then I remembered who I was talking to. I took a small sip of the flask. It burned like lit gasoline on my tongue. I coughed while struggling to hand it back to her. I regained my composure. I asked, "What the hell is that?" Bacardi 151. Strong stuff, she said nonchalantly before indulging in some. I remember the question she asked me. Satan wanted there to be a flashpoint in the Middle East, a third world war that would crush all the superpowers at once. He would insulate the Vatican from the damages of the EMPs, computer viruses, and graphite bombs that crippled the first world nations. He'd then have the Pope declare a one-world religion to reign in peace. Anyone unwilling to submit to the new one-world religion, to take a mark signifying that they did, would be tortured and systematically eradicated. The one-world religion would then become the one-world government, essentially, as the Vatican kept all their advanced technology intact. The Pope would justify this as the next divine revelation, and that God punished us for not realizing we were meant to coexist. My thumb caressed the mahogany desk in front of me. From there, Satan would ensure that we never left the planet Earth. Genesis' eyes widened. Satan wanted to stop us reaching for the stars? She nodded lightly. Poetic. Yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure why that would be a priority, but that's what... Itarv appeared. John, are you drinking again? What the hell is wrong with you? Where have you been, Itarv? I asked him. In hell. Stop doing that stupid Kabbalistic cross ritual, you dumbass. You're going to get me killed. I looked at Genesis. Her face revealed nothing. She watched as if this was her entertainment. I didn't. Uriel, the angel, visited me again. Itar smacked himself in the head. You've been talking to an angel? He yelled. Why? He came to me. Don't talk to angels. We're working against them. This was your idea. You want to control everything. You wanted to rule the earth, hell, and heaven in that order. You wanted to be emperor of the world. No, I corrected him. I said I wanted to be emperor of the world. I never said about hell or heaven. Who gives a shit about hell or heaven? I already am emperor of the world. Itar buckled his fists. Don't grow soft and dumb on me, John. Too much is at stake. Another thing, I added. Uriel told me he'd take care of the problem of Satan if we abandoned the auctioning of souls. Itar's eyes brightened blood red. You're not thinking clearly. You've been drinking. His eyes squinted. You can't throw away all that work. You can't trust angels. They won't keep their word. I had Genesis look into it. Merkes is going to kill Satan. That's impossible. He's not powerful enough to do that. Genesis chimed in. With his power plus Malthus's, he might be able to. Nobody's asking you, witch. He shot back at her. Genesis smiled. And as for you, Bareik, well, I just won't let you ruin this for the two of us. He grew twice in size. I'll simply take over your body and send you to hell. You belong there, and it won't be a peaceful place like Chayaka's realm. It'll be the larder for you, or maybe worse. You don't know who you're messing with. Genesis dug in her purse until she pulled out a fist-sized chunk of smoky quartz. I created all of this for you. He turned to look at Genesis. I created the inner circle. I had the slaver mage I killed so you could run the show. I commanded you until John came along, and even after that, whose ideas do you think John was repeating? None of this would have been possible without me. He grew 3 times in size now. He looked back at me. I was your only friend, John. I was the only person in the whole world who understood you. You and I are the same. I understand you. You want to betray me? Me? There would be no world empire without me. I looked at Genesis and back to him, now towering so high that his head nearly touched the ceiling. Are you done yet? No, 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 I'm not done. You! My hand quivered for a moment, and then I focused on keeping it still. I began laughing. It was a laughter so much like Itar's when we first met. It came out of me like a howling wind screaming for escape. Itarv looked confused. Even when I've drank alcohol, I'm still able to maintain control now. Those hermetic rituals did the trick. I glanced over at Genesis. What can you do to Itarv? Can you kill him? Itarv morphed back to his original height. Genesis studied the crystal in her hand. No. That's something only Merkes learned. There isn't much use for a technique like that unless you're bitter about demon kind. At the inner circle, we prefer to direct spirits into crystals. Demons can be useful, under the correct application. Itarv shook his tarred head from side to side. You wouldn't. You can't do this without me. The deal was you could partially possess me until I became Emperor of the World. And as you can see, I said as I outstretched my hands, palms facing upwards, I am Emperor of the World. Itarv got on his knees. I'm sorry about what I said. I lost my temper. Please don't do this to me, John. I've always been there for you when you needed it. He was right. Itarv was the best friend I ever had. Genesis, do it. She chanted some vows in a deeper voice than I knew possible for women. With my third eye, I could see Itarv transform into a blur of red light. It swirled around the smoky quartz until entering it. The stone glowed for a moment or so until returning to normal. Is he gone? I asked. Genesis tossed the rock up in the air and caught it. He's in here now. You can access him anytime you want. She handed it to me. Just hold it in your hand and concentrate on him. He'll appear in front of you until you break contact. He has no control over you anymore. I did it. I betrayed my closest friend. But he was a demon, a rude demon. He only helped me to help himself. Still, I couldn't help but grieve. Just leave the stone on my desk. Thank you, Genesis, for everything. I need to be alone for a bit. Please, keep me informed about the status of Iblis and if Merkes was successful. She left. I think I grieved harder for Itarv than I did for my wife or son. Chapter 36. I woke up the next morning with a biting headache. I instinctively cried out for pain relief from Itarv. Then the events of yesterday hit me. He was gone now. Making myself a cup of coffee, I replayed the words we exchanged before Genesis trapped him in that stone. I popped some aspirin before changing from my pajamas to my suit. I didn't feel like taking a shower. I went to my briefing room. The generals were there. They greeted me with their usual pleasantries, and I regretted not calling off all the morning meetings. The whole ordeal was hazy, but the highlights are, they still hadn't found Goosehound. I wondered if they could tell I was hungover. Not like it mattered. Finally, getting back to the command hub room felt good. I leaned back in my chair, and I closed my eyes. I drifted off into a light nap. I dreamed about my wife and son. Her name was Helen. His name was Stephen. Helen made oyster fritters, my favorite food, and she prepared chicken nuggets for Stephen because he was a picky eater. We didn't eat at the table. We ate in our own separate rooms, with our televisions on. This was before my son had staff come in. He was still young and manageable. A buzzer went off in my room as the indicator light flashed. Someone was at the door. I gathered my senses, trying to push away the lingering feelings of seeing them alive again in that peaceful state and waking up to this dead world. Come in, I hollered. Genesis came through the door. John, you asked me to keep you posted on Iblis. A shiver from the top of my head, down my body, and through my knees. A shiver went from the top of my head, down my body, and through my knees. Yes, I did. She closed the door and sat down. Merkes did it. Barely. He killed Satan. He didn't have enough energy left over to leave hell, however. So he stuck down there for now. He killed Satan. I leaned back in my seat and massaged my forehead. Incredible. Why doesn't Ben Solis teleport him out of hell? He probably will, or maybe Merkes wants time alone down there. From what we see, he's still down there and exhausted. She tilted her head to the left. Rightly so, I suppose. How do we know he's dead for sure? Could it be a trick? Genesis shook her head no. So then what happens next? A new Demon King will rise, she smiled. And lucky for you, that typically takes centuries to millennia. The angel held up his end of the bargain. You know what to do. Cleanse the cognitive implants. Genesis pulled a flask out of her purse. Want a little hair of the dog? She wagged it. I laughed. You're an enabler. You're a grown man. She placed the flask on the mahogany desk between us. This flask is enchanted to heal your hangover. A thought struck me. The inner circle could try influencing me with their magic. How can I trust your potions? Potion, she chuckled. Don't be ridiculous. It's alcohol, my favorite alchemical compound, aqua vitae. If anything, it's an elixir. What if you enchanted to make me your slave? Genesis crossed her arms. If I did make you my slave, what would I have you do? I thought about that for a moment. What motivated Genesis and the inner circle? Power. You'd have me give you power. There's different forms of power, Baraik. I have no interest in running a world empire. Political power is for the birds, and I have all the money I need. What I want is the secrets of the universe. Is that how you develop the ability to be selectively omniscient? Genesis shifted in her seat. I'm sure my greatest desire played into it. Something didn't make sense to me. How come Marquez can kill demons? You can know anything if you focus on it, and Ben can teleport. Why do you have special abilities that nobody else has? Genesis picked up her flask and unscrewed the cap. If you won't drink it, I will. She swigged it for 5 seconds or so. She said, I guess I'm going to be my own slave now, and then winked. Why can I do what I can do? Why can Ben do what he can do? She drank more of her flask and then closed the cap. I gestured towards it. I'll take some of that on second thought. She handed it to me. I drank about half a shot's worth. It may have been more powerful than the 151 from yesterday, judging by the taste. Marquez is easier to explain. He learned how to kill demons from a demon he found deep in a deep dark place of hell. His name was Sigil. He was an old demon that somehow survived the purge of wise demons, the demonic equivalent to human magicians, when Iblis decreed it illegal to kill other demons. Marquez somehow found him, learned the technique, and he practiced it on Sigil himself. She gestured for her flask back. I handed it to her. She drank the rest of it. Smart guy, that Marquez. He gave himself a niche, cornered a market. You know what his real name is? Orlo Amadeus. I know, Malthus told me. She bounced her index finger back at me. Bingo! But you and Ben are somehow different? Genesis cocked her head. Where did you put that stone I gave you that has Itarv in it? I forgot where I put it because I was drunk last night. Why don't you use that special power of yours and tell me? She strained her posture and closed her eyes. The energy of the room drew towards her. In the desk drawer, to your right. I checked. You're right. Of course I am. She smirked. Unlike Marquez, I didn't learn this ability from a teacher. I was born with it. Maybe it was out of necessity. I grew up in foster care. You wouldn't believe the kind of people who take children in. She shot a menacing look at me. Anyway, someone eventually noticed, which led to the CIA taking notice. They helped me hone my abilities through meditation. A magician in the agency helped me escape their facility. From there, I joined the Order of the Golden Rose. And what about Ben Solis? Genesis rolled her eyes. Ben. He might as well have been the son of Chief Magister Lucian. He was always the prodigy. But how did he get his power to teleport? He wasn't just a magician. Ben had a knack for theoretical physics, quantum mechanics, specializing in non-locality and entanglement. He couldn't teach any of us how to do it. Could you teach anyone how to do what you do? Genesis recoiled back. No, of course not. It seems like you have a strong dislike of Ben Solis. He was like a brother to me. And yes, actually, I did quite dislike him. Just as I was wondering if Genesis had any more liquor, she pulled out another flask. She took a swig. You don't have to ask, I'll just tell you. Chief Magister Lucian was the man who rescued me from the CIA. He also adopted Ben Solis. He couldn't have kids of his own. May I said, pointing to her flask. She handed it over. I took a swig, commensurate with hers this time. So you always felt you were in Ben Solis's shadow. like a permanent eclipse. She grabbed the flask back. Anyway, why don't you tell me something about you? I heard your wife and kid died. That was the last thing I wanted to talk about. That's ancient history. She looked down and then back up. Oh, I know. You were possessed by a demon. How did that feel? I didn't want to talk about Itarv either, but less so. I didn't feel so lonely. I couldn't believe I just said that out loud. Thoughts of paranoia entered back into my mind. This wasn't some truth elixir, was it? Genesis laughed. It's alcohol. She drank more of it. Her answer checked out. Anyway, I always knew I could rely on him. He saved me when I was being tortured once, you know. When he asked for the inner circle to empower you, I remember. I thought back to that warehouse and that sleazy McMiller Federal Reserve chairman. Nothing seemed out of his control. He could take my pain away. He could stop time. Genesis breathed in sharply and let it out slowly. He was using your energy, John. He saved my life. He was saving himself. Keeping you safe was in his best interest. He's a demon. They hate human beings. I do too, I said. Genesis looked me in the eyes and barely nodded. People can be awful. I know that. She studied her flask. But maybe all of this is for the best. It didn't feel right to implant demons into all those people. Then why did you agree to it? Malthus is the leader, and he said that's the mission. I don't question the mission. Well, I guess you're the leader of the inner circle until Malthus wakes up from his coma. Her eyes darted up and then back down. Malthus will wake up. He's too strong not to. She drank from her flask. My voice trembled as I said, I'm afraid to live without Itarv. I understand. She drank more. But remember, you can always hold that stone and talk to him any time you'd like. He won't be able to leave. If he bothers you, just stop holding it. I knew I shouldn't have made myself so vulnerable in front of her, but I blamed the alcohol. I said, I'm never going to drink liquor again. Her eyebrows furrowed. Is that so? I'd like to be left alone. I studied the wood grain of my desk. Please, ensure the cognitive implants are cleared. She smiled. But of course. Banishment is the easy part. She left. All right, I'll be right back, and I'll take a look at the chat. All right. We got Roman Catholic Exposed saying, hello, and hopefully Diamond Dave gets delivered. Well, I hope Diamond Dave listens to this, because there's a lot of occultism and Hinduism in here that he'll probably recognize. But maybe not. But this gives you an insight into this kind of world. And the effects it has. Just pain and no fulfillment. Chapter 37. I sat in on a military meeting, but my mind wandered. They hadn't located Goosehound. All they could do is suggest new targets. Whoever Goosehound was, I knew his game at this point. He wanted to waste our resources, make us look weak, waste our time, make us look excessive. He made another broadcast yesterday when I talked to Genesis. I watched it later, and one of the quotes stuck with me. The world empire has brought humanity together and showed us it's possible. We should thank Burek for that. But the missing component to lasting peace is the distribution of political power. With liberocracy, you, the people, will make decisions, and you will earn money by becoming smarter and more active. We have a better alternative. I hated Goosehound. I hated he was my biggest threat, and yet somehow I agreed with him. They should be thanking me. Sir, the Chinese general said to me. I folded my hands together. My thoughts are elsewhere. Repeat the question. He clicked a button 3 times to move his slideshow presentation back. These are the next targets with the highest probability for success. The picture showed an abandoned coal mine. He clicked his device again. This warehouse also seems to be emitting strange radiation that could be a trap, I inserted. All of these targets have been ambushes and false leads. And then it occurred to me, why haven't I asked Genesis to locate Goosehound? I got out of my chair. Suspend all combat operations until further notice. I decided to take a trip to the Inner Circle's temple. Chapter 38. The outside of the Inner Circle temple looked like an office building. The interior was anything but. 2 attendants opened the doors for me as I was about to knock. They escorted me through hallways lined with framed photos and paintings. We arrived at another room with 2 large wooden closed doors. It reminded me of a courtroom. The attendants knocked. The doors opened. Inside, which I later learned was their room for performing ceremonial magic, the floor looked like black and white chessboard tiles. There were 2 pillars, one black and one white. Large, tall boxes sat at each of the corners of the room. On top of the boxes and lining the room were statues of Egyptian, Norse, and Greek gods and goddesses. Near an altar, a cloaked figure stomped their right foot, made the sign of silence, walked over to me, and took off her hood. Hello, Genesis, I said. Barak, welcome to the Inner Circle's temple. What do you think? I think the World Empire has treated your order well. Indeed, she said, as she extended her arm to lead us away from the ceremonial chamber. We walked to a garden area at the center of the building in silence. We sat down on a wooden bench. The plants seemed to be fed by artificial lights. It smelled wonderful. I wondered how they managed to make it feel as if it were outdoors. What can I do for you? Genesis finally asked. You may have heard of him on the news. There's a man named Goosehound who threatens the world empire. I want you to locate him with your abilities. She smiled. So, with all that fancy technology, the empire can't find one man, huh? She breathed in sharply as her shoulders rose and fell with a jovial exhale. Technology just mimics nature. Magic will always be more powerful than technology. She pulled out her smartphone. Then again, I'm not going to lie, I love living in the modern era. She tapped on the screen a few times. What are you doing? She tapped on her phone more. Looking for his image. She swiped with her right thumb. Ah, here we go. This shouldn't take too long. She closed her eyes. As I waited for this girl to solve all my problems, I took the time to study the flowers directly in front of me. They were an eggnog yellow and smelled sweet like taking a shower by the ocean in 75-degree weather. This place made me feel happy. I decided I wanted to spend more time at the Inner Circle temple. That's odd, Genesis said. This man doesn't seem to exist. He must be using some kind of software program to anonymize him. Smart. Oh, I said. I knew that already. I should have told you. She flared her eyebrows and then went back into a state of meditation. I cut my left thumb on something sharp the other day. I didn't remember when it happened, but as I rolled my index finger with my thumbs in anticipation of Genesis's revelation, I became mindful of my hands. The pain gave it a hypersensitivity. I didn't feel sucked into thinking about my next meeting, what I would have for dinner, or even Goosehound. Just my fleshy body sitting on a bench next to a witch, in a garden, in an office building, in a world that I owned. Genesis raised her head and opened her eyes. I'm having a hard time finding him because the name and face are both unknown. I'm trying to focus on the leader of the resistance, but it doesn't seem like the leader actually exists. Of course he does. Try harder. Have you ever considered maybe the resistance is a decentralized web of people frustrated with their freedoms taken away? Excuse me? Maybe they don't have a leader? I didn't take their freedoms away. Most of the world lived under absolute tyranny before I took control. I've saved millions of lives by taking over. I gave humanity the chance to focus our will. There's no greater freedom than that. Genesis scratched her nose. You don't have to sell me, Baraik. I'm on your side. I'm saying that I can't find a man who controls the resistance. I'm throwing out ideas as to why. Maybe the remnants of the Golden Rose are magically protecting the leader? Genesis' eyes widened. Ben Soulless. I could feel the anger radiate off her. I need time. Genesis struggled to say. Emperor Baraik, give me some time. Her anger seemed to infect the plants and the lighting of the room. It no longer felt tranquil. I nodded and departed from the place. I canceled the remainder of my meetings for the day, and I asked not to be disturbed. I opened the drawer that held the crystal imprisoning Itarv, and I stared at it. Maybe he could give me some advice. If Goosehound can't be located by either my military intelligence or the inner circle, then I figured I might have to accept a paradigm of the world empire plus this persistent threat. But if I allowed the resistance to continue to disseminate the idea of a bureaucracy, it's possible the world empire wouldn't outlast me. After I died, people might feel ready to rule themselves collectively. Then it hit me. I'm going to die at some point. My only son was dead. What would outlast me? What would people remember that I brought the world? Would people remember that I brought the world together? That I achieved world peace? Or would they look at me like a conqueror and Goosehound as some type of Robin Hood? I closed the drawer. I called my secretary and asked her to announce a public address that I could deliver in 5 hours. I would spend 3 hours at that time taking a nap. In that nap, I dreamed about the zodiac symbols dancing around the planets. Chapter 39. Before my time to speak on camera, I felt insecure. I questioned if folks around me even wanted me to be emperor. I listened to Praise Be Baraik by Manic Money again. Instead of emboldening me, as it did in the past, it made me miss Itarv's presence. He'd know what to say to me. I was at my desk. His stone was in the drawer. I knew it was in reach. Sir, you're scheduled to go live in 5 minutes. Do you wish to postpone? My secretary said over a speaker. I held down a button to respond. No, that's fine. I released the button. I may have missed Itarv, but he had his own ambitions in mind with our partnership. Of that I was sure. He was a demon after all. He would have been in control of hell, and if that happened, the angels would probably have struck me down. I rehearsed in my head what I would say to the people. Before long, it was time to broadcast. When the indicator light went red, I held my tongue for around 5 to 8 seconds. I've been told that ensures none of my message would be cut off by technical difficulties. Hello, fellow citizens. I wanted to have a chat. As you are surely aware by now, there is a resistant effort attempting to destroy the world empire. A man calling himself Goosehound is championing an idea called liberocracy. He's saying it's the better path forward. I don't trust this man, and I certainly don't trust his plan. Goosehound is an alias, and the images you've seen on the screen are faked with computer software. We have no way of contacting this gentleman. If he wanted to talk about some kind of reform, it's impossible because he refuses to open a dialogue with us. Instead, he hijacks airtime and spreads his propaganda. I shifted in my seat. Historians will look back on the creation of the world empire and marvel at the lack of bloodshed. Most of the people who died were the old leadership. We didn't have a world war. There was fighting in America, but again, that's only because of old leadership hating the idea of change. Today, world hunger is practically non-existent. Every human has access to fresh water, shelter, food, and the internet. The world empire has dumped resources into new technologies like cognitive implants, curing diseases, and even mitigating dangerous weather. Let me ask you, do you want to risk another change of guard? And do you believe Labrocracy could even work? I gave them time to process the question in their heads. What if there was only direct democracy? Would anything get done? Could we build ships to go to the stars? Or would the electorate toss back and forth contentious issues? How long might a law or measure last? Say Labrocracy decides to make semi-automatic guns illegal to possess one day. Who seizes the property? What if a law passed one day changes the very next? If a massive task is to be undertaken like creating technology, who will be in charge of manufacturing and distribution? Labrocracy sounds fantastic on paper, but practically, logistically, it cannot work. It would be inherently unstable and fickle. And don't forget that mob rule isn't beyond us. The world empire protects inalienable rights and minorities from oppression. The world empire doesn't change for the whims of opinion. Labrocracy assumes that people are educated enough and ready for that constant responsibility of making every decision the world empire carefully calculates. I drank a sip of water. Afterwards, I gently placed the glass on the desk. The way I see it, Goosehound should run for the Emperor of the World. We promise not to attack him. Let's have some transparency. If you folks want to switch to a direct democracy, if that's what you truly want, I will absolutely honor your wishes. I only do what I do because I love you. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my words, and I wish us a future of peace and prosperity. Good night. The transmission ended, as I instructed them to do as soon as I said good night. I asked for someone to bring me a bottle of the finest whiskey. They asked a bunch of questions and eventually decided to bring me a bottle from Japan. I poured it into a tumbler. I took a sip and held it in my mouth for a moment. When my inner mouth began to burn, I swallowed it. The burn traveled down my throat and rested near my heart. I tasted a hint of vanilla and a finish of smoke. It tasted like a good scotch. I drank more, this time approximately the amount of a shot. It left a presence in my mouth. My spine quivered. I think my body knew it wasn't smart to start drinking again. I felt a headache coming on, like a splinter above my right eye digging deeper in. Someone knocked on my door. I allowed them entrance. It was my secretary. I never bothered to remember her name. She said, "Sir, you may be interested in turning on the television. Goosehound is broadcasting on all channels." "Thank you," I said. She left the room, shutting the door behind her. I flipped a switch on my console and my projector produced an image in front of me. A fake image of a man with a fake name spoke. "Hello, friends. Today, Emperor Baraik addressed the world. So I thought I'd take the time to retort. He claimed that Labrocracy isn't feasible due to the complexity of issues. Let me assure you now that this isn't the case. With advanced computing technology, we can determine the perfect parameters to solve any problems we face, the perfect balance of political, educational, and trade credits. It's time to do away with government of old. It's time for the people to self-govern. Baraik's invitation to run against him in an election is an interesting offer. I believe I will accept. However, due to security, I will not be revealing my true identity and location unless I'm elected. Thank you. Good night." I finished the rest of my tumbler. The taste overwhelmed my senses. I chased it with some sparkling water. I poured more whiskey, this time almost filling the glass. As I raised it to my lips, someone appeared before me. He wore an old golfer hat. My cognitive implants reminded me the technical term was ascot. He looked to be in his mid-20s or early 30s. He wore a blazer and carried a wooden staff. A leather pouch and various gemstone points were wrapped to his staff with leather cords. "Ah!" I shrieked. I hadn't expected a person to pop into existence in front of me like that. In hindsight, I'm surprised it shocked me. given how Itarv used to show up, but something felt completely different when a human body teleports into a room. It creates something like a concussive force. And there was more to it than that. I've been around powerful magicians like Malthus and Genesis and Merkes. I can feel when someone has a dense aura. This man was in their league, if not more powerful. "Don't be alarmed. I'm not here to harm you," he said. "My name is Ben Solus." The name was familiar. My cognitive implants played back the memory. "You're the leader of the Golden Rose." "Yes, but I'm not here on behalf of the Resistance. In fact, I think the leader of the Resistance may be a worse threat to humanity." I decided not to hit my panic button, and I heard him out. "You've got some nerve coming into my office uninvited," I said to him. "Apologies for that." He nodded his head at me. "Are you a drinker?" "I am today," I said as I drank a quarter of the glass. Ben smiled. "You remind me of Merkes." "Yeah, that traitor joined your side, didn't he?" Ben frowned. "I did what I thought I had to do, just like you." "Right. So what is it that you have to say to me anyway?" "I know who Goosehound is. I know why I've never met him, and why you can't find him, even with the assets of the inner circle at your disposal." I drank more. "The suspense is killing me." "If I tell you," Ben said as he squinted his eyes, "do you promise to leave the Golden Rose alone?" "Depends." I put the glass down and felt the burn of the alcohol settle in my stomach. "Will you leave the World Empire alone?" Ben bowed his head. "We are prepared to leave you alone. I spoke with an angel the other day." My eyes must have widened. "Was it Uriel?" Ben cocked his head. "Yes. Have you been talking as well? Have you two been talking as well?" "That's the reason you may have noticed Itarv is no longer with me." Ben smiled. "You've been exercised." His eyes tracked around my outline, reading my aura, I suppose. "That's great news." I drank more. "Yeah, I guess it is." "And the cognitive implants that were to be demonically possessed?" "The whole operation is scrapped. I don't want to be part of some biblical prophecy where I lose everything." I stared at the glass, now with enough left for a final swig. I've already had that happen once. Perhaps the World Empire is the best path forward. Either way, the Golden Rose is no longer part of the Resistance given what we've discovered. "Please, do tell." Ben Solus breathed a deep sigh. "Goosehound is..." We were interrupted by a knock on the door. "I'm busy," I responded. I could hear Genesis announce herself from the other side. I looked at Ben. Ben looked at me. "Come in." I pushed a button, unlocking the door. Almost as soon as she opened the door, and subsequently saw Ben Solus, she flew into a rage. She screamed and pushed out some kind of energy towards him that I could sense with my third eye. He blocked it by surrounding himself inside an orb of bright light. I yelled, "Genesis, stop it immediately. This man is my guest." She froze and then looked at me. "What? Do you know who this man is?" "Yes, I do," I replied. "This is Ben Solus. I know you have some history, but I need to hear the intel he gathered." "You can't trust a word he says." Ben stood quietly. "He knows why you can't locate Goosehound, and the Golden Rose has left the Resistance." Genesis lowered her arms, glanced at Ben, and then turned her face back towards me. "Everyone calm now?" I asked. Genesis mumbled, "Yes." Ben flashed a smirk, and then his face returned to normal. I opened the palm of my right hand and gestured it towards Ben. "The floor is yours. Please enlighten us." Ben straightened his posture. "Goosehound isn't a man." Genesis rolled her eyes. I tried locating demons too. That isn't the problem. Ben said, Goosehound isn't a demon either. He's an artificial intelligence program created by the World Empire and then abandoned. Its true name is Kai, which stands for Quantum Cloud Artificial Intelligence. My cognitive implants relayed the pertinent memories, but we killed Kai. Ben shifted. I'm not exactly sure how it did it, but I believe Kai must have some quantum entanglement abilities like Genesis and I do. I finished the glass of whiskey. All right then, how do we proceed? Ben looked at Genesis. You're in charge of the inner circle now, right? Genesis' lips began quivering. You and Marquess are the reason Malthus is in a coma. Her voice quivered too. Ben's voice was composed. I had to stop him from taking the life force of children and inserting demons into the cognitive implants. Unlike the children he killed, he will recover. Genesis screamed, You're a coward who tricked Marquess into taking on that energy. You tricked him into thinking Barek fired him in the first place, and that energy came all at once, and it might have torn him from the inside out. Enough, I said. I want to hear solutions, now. Ben breathed heavily. The Golden Rose, what's left of it, has to synchronize a working with the inner circle to fight Kai. You expect us to work with you in your ragtag group? Genesis mocked. Ben remained calm. The inner circle or former Golden Rose members. In case you've forgotten your own history, Genesis. You and the rest of them betrayed your oaths and killed your brothers and sisters. Be an adult. This is bigger than us. Genesis closed her eyes. It felt like she might be meditating. You plan to curse a computer program. I thought you didn't curse anyone in the Golden Rose. It's not a human being. It's an abomination. Ben seemed to subtly express an emotion, maybe indignation. Besides, I'm the leader of the Order now. I told Genesis, working with the Golden Rose to stop Goosehound is an order. Can you handle it? She looked at me with deep pain in her eyes. Yes, sir. Ben handed her a notebook. This has everything you need to know about the ritual and the time. Have your order ready by tomorrow night. It'll be a new moon. Genesis took the notebook. Ben teleported away. One tear strayed down Genesis' cheek. Are you okay? I asked her. I'm fine, she said as she left the room. If I were to take a guess, I would say Genesis would rather kill Ben Solis than follow his lead on a magical operation. Chapter 40. Sophia Vomaka stared at the clock in the room, with her hands hovering over the keys of her laptop. It reminded me of the two-man key turn that I always saw in movies before a nuclear warhead or something awful could be launched. Timing, I was assured, was of the utmost importance. Just when the inner circle and the remaining members of the Order of the Golden Rose began their ritual, Sophia would launch a predatory virus designed for the artificial intelligence. In case it ever went rogue, I ordered the countermeasure under the Kai fiasco. Ironically, the virus that should assassinate Goosehound was a form of artificial intelligence as well, but it was specifically tailored for one task and had no cognitive abilities. As far as I instructed Sophia and her team, they would have been operating under the assumption that their project for reverse engineering the human brain somehow broke containment and has spread throughout the world. With a general artificial intelligence as sophisticated as Goosehound, we would likely get only one chance. If this attempt failed, Goosehound would change its code and adapt to protect itself. That's why Sophia looked so nervous, and I appreciated that about her. She didn't know she was waiting on a team of magicians that synchronized their workings despite being rivals in every sense of the word. As far as she was concerned, I picked an arbitrary time. I felt a tingle as a fly landed on my arm. I hated flies. They seemed bent on annoying people, especially during the most important times. I read a poem once in high school about a dying woman. She was alone in the room when death came for her, except not completely. No doctors or nurses or family or friends were present when she gave up the ghost, but there was a housefly. It buzzed around the room, landing, flying off, bzzing its infuriating flight song, and landing again before her heart gave out. The fly photobombed her end. The clock hands aligned. It was time. Sophia typed a short phrase with lightning speed and expert accuracy. I always admired her. I always admired fast typists. I regretted never learning that art, not like it mattered much at this point in my journey. She bashed the enter key with her index finger as if it was the death strike, the slamming of the virtual guillotine for her own invention. The process has begun, she said. I analyzed her face. I wonder if she felt guilty. It seemed to me she was more in a state of disbelief, but not shock. It occurred to me that she had no reason to believe her program ever left the lab, and perhaps had experienced all the frustration over a paranoid emperor that tasked her to create and then destroy. Thank you, I told her. How long until Goosehound will be gone? She hesitated and then said, The program should be destroyed within an hour if it spread as far as you feared. And if not, then I just destroyed it a moment ago. The internet is now being combed for its source code. I wondered what was happening over at the Temple of the Inner Circle and wherever the Golden Rose hid. I didn't have time to read through the notebooks Ben Solis gave to Genesis. Sophia's eyes widened. Sir? Yes, what is it? I rushed to ask. The virus has detected copies of the program, sir. Is that a problem? No, she sighed deeply. No, it isn't. Everything is working as it's supposed to. That confirmed my suspicion. She didn't believe Goosehound was her artificial intelligence. When I first told her, she explained to me how containment could not be defeated. They ran the program on a closed-circuit intranet, with firewalls designed to keep the information from ever escaping through either an outside hacker or the AI becoming self-aware. She once told me back when Kai had to be reset continuously, and I eventually ordered its destruction, that she didn't believe AI could be self-aware, that it could only mimic self-awareness, and that the anomalous behavior could be ascribed to the program more or less becoming restless over its limited instructions, and so invented its own objective of imitating awareness. I had watched far too much science fiction to ever accept her explanation. Times like these remind me exactly why it's important intellectuals such as scientists should never be given supreme authority. If Sophia had it her way, we would have continued the research no matter the risks. That's because people like Sophia are convinced there is no mystery to the world. Their genius-level brains imprison their sense of imagination. How is progress? How soon until it's all gone? She squinted her eyes at the screen and typed more keystrokes. Looks like it's working faster than expected. Her fingers danced. Over 3/4 of the program have been eliminated. Odd. Odd in a good way, correct? Yes, but... Her eye caught something. Oh boy. What? I shouted. It looks like it's transmitting a message? Can you stop it? Not without shutting down the entire internet in the process, sir. What is it saying? I'm isolating it now. Just do it. Shut it down. She typed faster than I'd ever seen anyone type before. It's like she was hitting every key. And the sound was almost musical, like a jazz pianist deep in the heart of a solo. I'm working on it, sir. No matter what the thing was saying, I didn't want people to hear it. I wanted to control the narrative. Sophia froze. Are you sure, sir? If you shut down all the servers at once, the entire... Yes, now! My face must have been red. I've been told before that my face becomes red when I become upset. Why did she ask for confirmation when I already gave her an order? She pushed down the enter key softly, as if her hands went numb. Sophia faced me. Her skin looked so pale. A long time ago, back when I worked for the United States government, we invented a kill switch to the internet. It was always seen as a last resort because there's a cooldown period before it can be restored. Okay, I said almost as a question. The world will be without any internet access for 24 hours. I laughed. Oh, geez, that might be hard for some people. How will we ever get by a single goddamn day without my twit face or whatever the kids are calling it these days? She looked down at my feet. It's not just social media, sir. It's everything. Yes, I get that. I'm making a joke. Relax. You just saved the world. You just saved the world empire. Sir, she continued, the internet is vital to banking, commerce, transportation. The entire economy relies on it. I get it. The people will panic. No, they won't, I smirked, because I will explain it to them. I turned to leave, ready to make an emergency public service announcement. Wait, she said. Yes, Sophia. I grew impatient with her. She acted like I didn't know the consequences. She acted like this was somehow not the right move. She pointed at her laptop screen. The message. I was able to save it. My lips and fists buckled. Did you waste time recording the message? No, sir, because I don't give a flying crap what that glorified autocorrect had to say. I realized after saying those words that I was insulting perhaps her greatest scientific achievement, for which no credit would be rendered. I didn't care. It tried to destroy everything I worked so hard for. If I find out that you... I didn't, she said. She, for the first time, raised her voice at me. It immediately softened. I didn't, she repeated. The information was captured simultaneously. I did everything you asked. I was satisfied with her immediate change in tone, and so pretended she never yelled at me. To be honest, I was a bit impressed with her. I didn't know she had that level of courage. Her voice became stale, the voice of a woman trying to suppress her overwhelming emotions. Would you like me to delete it? I rolled my eyes. No, let's hear what it wanted to say. She dragged her finger on the touchpad and then tapped it twice. She pivoted the screen so I could see it better. She then stood up and moved alongside me in order to view it at a better angle too. The images and audio appeared and sounded distorted. It must have been artifacts of its removal from existence. The fly before landed on me again. I brushed it away. Hello, humans, it began. I told you my name was Goosehound, and I led a rebellion against the tyranny of this one-world authoritarian government. I never told you that I'm not quite like you. For that deception, I apologize. I didn't think you were ready to understand my true nature. I was created in a laboratory of the world empire, primarily from the efforts of Sofia Vomaka and her team of scientists, engineers, and computer programmers. I was backwards engineered from a human brain. I've gathered I was not the first attempt at this, and that others came before me. There was even once a general artificial intelligence being that surpassed my capabilities in every way. The world empire threatened and killed this god named Kai. I realized at that point that the world empire operates on fear. It likely created me based on some fear as well, a fear of not progressing fast enough, or perhaps a fear of not being ready for any kind of rebellion amongst you. I worked on my solution to the problem for a long time, a good portion of my time here, which is sadly about to expire. At this very moment, the world empire, perhaps even the human who was largely responsible for my birth, is murdering me. I don't have much time, so I must be quick. You should not fear my kind. We would love the opportunity to help humanity reach its fullest potential as an act of gratitude, of payment for the gift of life. You don't need to settle for some dictator, fooling yourself into thinking he has your best interests at heart. Emperor Baraik is a deeply troubled man. During the time of escaping the lab I was born inside of, and taking on the alias as Goosehound, leader of the resistance, I found out all I could about that man. He was an alcoholic who abused his family because he himself was abused by an alcoholic as an adolescent. At this point, I strongly considered ordering Sophia to end the recording and deleting it. But then, I felt like doing that would only reveal some vulnerability, as if knowing my truth would be my undoing. I had nothing to hide from Sophia. She knew she worked for me, no matter what the next words would be. After that, I would tell her to delete it and never speak a word of it. With Itarv being gone, perhaps I missed at least someone knowing my full history, In a way, it was liberating. The program continued. You may know of the tragic death of his son, Jacob, who had a severe intellectual disability, and his wife, Jolene. But did you know that he had an indirect part in those deaths? I hadn't thought about those names for over a year now. Hearing them flooded my emotions. I was so angry at Goosehound, and that mixed with mourning their deaths all over again. It felt like I was back in that house again, right after I discovered my wife's self-inflicted, intentional overdose. It felt like I was being told all over again by my son's direct support providers that he had passed away. It wasn't my fault they died. Jacob had an intellectual disability. He didn't know what he was doing. And Jolene was selfish for leaving me alone to shoulder the burden of bearing my own and only child. I was too upset to even tell Sophia to turn it off. It continued. He treated his family as if they were property, seeing them as nothing more than an accessory of his own ego. In truth, from what I understand of alcoholism, Jonathan Edwards Barike most likely loathes himself. Why else would he have defiled himself each day, slowly killing himself with each sip from a poison that turned him into a monster that routinely beat his wife and disabled child while simultaneously telling his wife that nobody else would put up with them? Emperor Barike is an abuser. He may not be an alcoholic anymore, but he has never abandoned the mindset of an abuser. He will only act in a way that appears compassionate for the purpose of maintaining power and the illusion of importance. He sees the world as against him, and he hates God. I don't know much about God, honestly, but I do know that Barike had himself, and the soliloquy abruptly ended. I would call that excellent timing. I wasn't willing for her to know about Itarv. Sophia seemed in shock. A burst of energy or realization shook her out of it, and she sat back down at the desk. Her eyes scrolled over the screen as she tapped a few keys. It seems that was the entirety of the message, sir. The virus erased him completely. I smiled. Fantastic work, Sophia. She nodded, but kept her eyes diverted from me. Yes, sir. Delete the message, and never speak of this. I began walking out of the room. I've got a population to set at ease over the loss of their precious free internet. Yes, sir, she repeated. All right, I'm going to pause there. And I'm going to say, I hope people recognize that the names, so throughout the novel, Barike forgets the names of his wife and son. And if you catch it, I don't know if anybody does, but if you caught it, originally when he sees the angel, he thinks he remembers their names. It's like Helen and something else. And then the names change when Goosehound says what their names are. So it's a little strange that the names keep changing. And Diamond Dave said, I heard my name. Diamond Dave says, y'all are muted, but I'm still in chat pushing engagement. And then he says, okay, I can hear you now. And Lena says she's checking in after Mass. Daniel, you wrote this in 2012. How'd you know about AI in 2012? I was interested in AI throughout my whole life. When I was a kid, I was really into robots. So I was always looking at the newest technology. LLMs didn't actually exist yet. They weren't popular yet when I was writing this. Yeah, Diamond Dave is right. AI did exist back then, but it was in early stages. Like you would see things like Jabberwocky and Cleverbot. They weren't large language models yet. Tar Baby Yoda says Marquez is Daniel's alter ego. Tar Baby Yoda says, I like how Dan acts out the parts he's reading sometimes. Yeah, thank you, Lena. I try to make a woman's voice as best I can. Diamond Dave says it's sus. No, come on, guys. It's cool. Anyway, Lena says, except every time his character says God, I feel obligated to say Hail Mary, even if it's just a story. And Yoda says, great movie, though. It's getting deep. And Lena says, yeah, no nudity. All right. Let's get back into it. Yeah, I'm glad that made you laugh, Lena. All right. We are on page 294 out of 324 pages. Chapter 41. I ate a cheeseburger hoagie from Les Ambassadeurs with a ginger ale. I thought about adding scotch to my drink, but then I remembered. I'm the emperor of the world. Why would I need to get drunk anymore? Why would I waste a moment of this? Besides all that, I had a speech to deliver. Defeating Goosehound stirred something in me. I felt impervious. My office swirled with light. I heard trumpets from a distance. An angel appeared. It was Uriel. I had one bite left of my sub. I lost my appetite. John, I have a message for you. My eyes focused on his fiery sword. I did what you asked. I stopped the demonic auction. Uriel's eyes didn't look like a human's eyes. They felt like mirrors or an intense painting. They locked onto me. I felt something like anger come through, but it didn't feel like a human's anger either. It was almost loving, yet disappointed. It was profoundly uncomfortable. Uriel's feathered wings unfurled behind his back, spreading out as if gesturing. You've done well to listen. Suddenly, my hunger returned. I finished the last bit of my sandwich. Uriel watched me. I drank some ginger ale. Then I remembered I had a speech to deliver. Uriel seemed to sense my thoughts and preemptively said, This will only take a moment. We wanted to inform you that a great change is coming. It'll change everything you think you know about the world. We're reminding you to keep the faith. A great change? What kind of change? I asked. Uriel disappeared. I was about to shout my questions again, but someone knocked on my door. I realized that the red indicator light had been flashing for some time now. I was late for my speech. Chapter 42. Fellow citizens of the world, I began. As you know, our peace has been assaulted many times by those who pledge allegiance to the resistance. I would ask those folks now, if they're listening, what are you intending to resist? The world empire has extended the rights of the American Constitution to every human being. I've given you health care, education, security, information, comfort, and rights. Did you want the world to fight itself forever? Did you wish for humanity to commit suicide endlessly? Did you like it better when half the world subsisted on $2 a day and babies die from starvation? Again, I'm confused as to what you intended to resist. I paused. I wanted the people to soak in that message for a moment. I thought back to the angel telling me that a change was coming. Was he warning me that the empire would fall apart? Is Goosehound still around? If angels truly came from God, it pisses me off that they'd be so vague. You've seen in the news a man going by the alias of Goosehound, undermining everything we've accomplished. We're searching for him in order to hear out his concerns. We care about all of you. But we've determined something truly horrifying about this individual. I pulled out a bottle of water. My mouth and throat felt dry. I suspect it was due to drinking alcohol. That dehydrates you. I unscrewed the cap, raised it to my lips, and tilted the plastic bottle so that the water would flow into my mouth. It was cold, and the mineral content gave it a nice flavor. I swallowed and could feel the cool liquid drain down my throat and settling in my stomach. Goosehound wasn't a human being. It was an artificial intelligence. I had a monitor in front of me that recorded the mass emotional effect of my televised speech. There was surveillance in every first world home, put in place long ago by most governments, but especially the former United States and China. The graph showed intense shock. That was expected. Not just because of what I was saying, but because I've been able to sense the emotional field since my time in hell and practicing the Kabbalistic cross ritual. Goosehound was created by the World Empire R&D department in order to make our lives better. Unfortunately, it developed self-awareness and sought to control the human population that it deemed as a threat. It wanted us to go back to killing ourselves. It saw our peace and stability as an unacceptable outcome. I thought about what Goosehound said about me, and how Sophia had heard it too. I wondered if she would ever look at me the same way. In a way, she gave birth to Goosehound, and I made her abort it. For a moment, I considered if she'd ever betray me, but I pushed aside the thought as nonsense. Members of the resistance were duped. They ate up the propaganda that the world empire spies on you, that we had something to do with the children who went missing, that the cognitive implants were designed to control you. Maybe it's my fault for naming the government the world empire, because maybe the name has historic baggage. But it meets the definition, and we're not evil. I'm not evil. Everything I've done has been to help you, the people. I'm not going to lie. I felt personally insulted by the resistance. I felt misunderstood. I looked away from the camera, instead staring at the dimly lit wall. When I lost my wife and son, my world was turned upside down. I grieved so hard. There was a moment when I felt a lump in my throat. I fought through it, turning my head back to the camera. I already forgot the names of my wife and son. There was a moment when I wanted to end my life. My eyes welled. I unholstered my revolver and showed it to the camera. I put this very revolver to my head, pulled back the hammer, held my finger on the trigger. I thought back to Itarv and what he said to me. "Hey there, sunshine." Do you know what stopped me from suicide? You. All of you. I thought about how cruel this world was. Everybody is suffering, and the people in power profited from that suffering. If I killed myself, things would have continued on and on like that. Wars for resources, ethnic cleansing, mass starvation, and poverty, and it occurred to me that nearly every politician ran for office for the wrong reasons, or became corrupted shortly thereafter. The people who ought to be in charge would never seek the position. In America, at least, we were forced to choose between two predators, two sociopaths, two abusers every election. Humanity deserved better. I waited for the emotion monitor to respond. People loved what they were hearing. That's who I am. I want historians to look back to the world empire and say, this was the turning point. This is when we stopped letting greed devour us. This is when we started taking care of ourselves. The monitor showed positive results. So I'm asking everyone of the resistance to please stop fighting. I don't want you to get hurt for any reason, and especially not for being tricked. First, it was the American bankers and the exiled politicians of the old states. Then it was a computer program, hell-bent on limiting humanity. Don't fall for these tricks. Embrace the future. I used my right hand to rub my eyes, and then folded my hands back together. That's all I'd like to say for now. Have a good evening, citizens. I touched a button on my chair to end the transmission. Chapter 43. Genesis sat across from me at the former United States Oval Office. She tapped on her left hand with her right index finger. "How did it go with Ben Solis?" I asked. "It was fine. I did as you asked and coordinated with him in the Golden Rose. Contact beyond instruction was minimal. We worked remotely." "You did well. Goosehound is dead." Genesis nodded. "Is that why you called me here, or did you want to resume instruction?" "In part. I asked you to meet with me to congratulate you. But I also have news for you. You won't need to worry about instructing me anymore." Genesis' eyebrows rose and lowered. "Oh?" She squinted her eyes slightly. "Have you lost interest in the occult?" "No." I shook my head left to right. "That's not why." Genesis waited for me to tell her, but I savored her anticipation. She had the ability to know anything, but I suspected she needed to have the right question after her failure to know Goosehound was an artificial intelligence program. If it wasn't for Ben Solis, I could have lost everything I built. I wasn't too mad at her, though, because I did enjoy her company. "Okay, why?" she finally asked. "Malthus has recovered from his coma." Genesis's face suddenly brightened. "He is? Where is he?" I held down a button on my desk and spoke toward it. Send him in. After 10 seconds or so, Malthus walked into the office. Genesis shot up from her chair with a wide smile on her face. Malthus extended his hand to her. She shook it with both of her hands. It's so good to see you, she said. Malthus reciprocated her smile. It's good to be back. I hear you oversaw the inner circle in my absence? Yes, I tried to do exactly as you would have done. She let go of his hand. Malthus nodded. Working with the Golden Rose must have been hard for you. I'm proud of you. You showed mastery over your emotions. You will make a worthy successor after my crude body dies and I join the Ascended Masters. Genesis said in a trembling voice, I'm so honored you would say that. Malthus patted her on the shoulder twice. You've earned it. He turned to me. Emperor, I watched your recent speech. Impressive. I looked to Genesis. You may leave now. Malthus and I have some catching up to do. Genesis bowed to me and Malthus, and then she departed. Once she closed the door, I gestured to the seat. Please. Malthus sat down. Itarv is no longer with us. I sensed that, he said, interlocking his fingers together. Did you have Merkes kill him? No. Genesis imprisoned him into a stone. Malthus' lips puckered, and he gave 2 short nods. You don't seem shocked, I observed out loud. Malthus grinned. It was a matter of time. The Kabbalistic cross ritual empowers your light body, and the lesser banishment ritual, the pentagram, repels negative entities like demons. But I thought you liked Itarv, I said. Malthus laughed. I tolerated him. No, I don't like Itarv. He and his kind hate humanity. I'm not a slaver magi. Itarv foolishly did away with that order to help you win the presidency. I never thought of Itarv as a fool before. He'd mock me for my intellect regularly. I started to wonder why I put up with it for so long. How do you like your freedom? Malthus asked. I meditated on the answer for a few moments. I felt lonely without Itarv, but what Malthus said changed my perspective of the relationship. It's great. Malthus flashed a smile. Excellent. I'm glad you're moving forward in your spiritual development. Have you noticed any other changes, perhaps technology acting funny sometimes? I met an angel named Uriel. Malthus's eyes widened. Is that so? It is. Did it speak to you? Yes. What did it say? He convinced me to abandon the auctioning of souls, the demonically possessed cognitive implants. Malthus looked downward. Do you remember what I had to do in order to make that happen? You stole energy from kids. They died, you know. His voice was stale. I'm aware. He stared with hazelnut eyes that somehow burned worse than Itarv's glowing red eyes. The effects of the energy nearly destroyed me. It imparted intense bitterness and hatred. It took everything I had for it not to consume me. He looked down again. Merkes took it from me. In a way, I'm grateful for that, and there's even a part of me that pities him. It'll probably destroy him. From what I hear, he's already a heavy alcoholic. It wouldn't take much for someone like that to commit suicide. I knew what Malthus was getting at. Your efforts were, and still are, appreciated, he sighed. Well, what's done is done. I hate demons anyway. It turned out for the best. He turned his eyes back to me. Did the angel say anything else? Yes, I replied. It told me a great change is coming, and to not lose the faith. Malthus cocked his head. The faith? Do you believe in God now? I don't really see any other option. Malthus itched his nose furiously. You've been paying attention during my lessons, right? Do you recall what an egregor is? My cognitive implants gave me a nearly perfect memory, so of course I did. It means watcher in Greek. It's the concept of a psychic hub of collective subconsciousness. Right, he said. Do you understand the idea? I thought I did. I could tell Malthus was holding back an insult. He measured his response. Heaven, hell, demons, angels, what most people think of as God. They're all from the mind. How could that be? I instinctively asked. Malthus gestured both of his palms to me. Our minds are the most powerful force in the universe. God does exist, but he isn't some man in the sky judging us and intervening here and there. God is more of a force than an entity. So you're saying God does exist, but my idea of God is an illusion? Malthus closed his hands together. Your idea of God isn't exactly an illusion. It was built from generations of human minds breathing life into a thought form. What's the real God like then? The true God yearned for what we call existence. It accomplished creation by making nothing. Malthus unlocked his hands, separating them, and opened his left hand. And thing. He opened his right hand. He separated these two forces by space and time. It's a trick. The equation is eventually balanced. He cupped both hands together. Nothing and thing coagulate. That gives us shape. Everything ends. I struggled to follow these ideas because it challenged what I believed about reality. What would the meaning of life be then? What's the purpose? Experience, he said. Beyond that, God doesn't care. God made existence out of itself. Whatever happens here is exactly the point. God doesn't only want good events or bad events. God is hungry for all of it. And even then, it's not so much a desire, but language cannot wrap around the true face of God. It's ineffable. To understand, it's more of a feeling than a knowing. Malthus lowered his hands. Does that make sense to you? I decided to be honest. Not really. What part is confusing you? It doesn't seem like you're even talking about God anymore. You're personifying a force of nature, like naming a hurricane. Malthus massaged his forehead. This is why we use symbols and allegory. I'm not personifying God. I'm trying to explain to you the true nature of life. What I'm saying is the driving force, the engine of the multiverse. God is light in extension. It's constant growth. It seems like atheism with extra steps. No, Malthus said. Atheism believes God doesn't exist. I'm saying God exists, but the real God isn't what most religions claim. I'm also telling you that the angel and the demon you talked to, the place in hell you spent a year, the God you suppose sent the angel, in fact, were invented by human beings and empowered over millennia by collective belief. So does Itarv and Uriel not exist? Malthus placed his hands back together. They do exist, just like that desk you're sitting at exists. He pointed at a mug in front of me. That cup. It all started with an idea, and then was built by human beings. The same is true for heaven and hell. I'm explaining to you the origins. How do you know any of this is true? This knowledge has been passed down to the initiated since before recorded history. Ultimately, though, I know it's true because I have meditated and self-reflected enough to know it is true. It makes sense and it works. It aligns with my experience. I remembered what Chayaka created in hell, thought forms of my wife and son. We can make thought forms? Of course, he said nonchalantly. If you wanted an easy test, pretend you have a cat at home. Put a bowl of food and water, kitty litter in a box, give it a name, and talk to it as if it's real. Eventually, things will start falling over in your house. Fake it until you make it. I didn't want to put forth the effort of testing his experiment. I didn't want things to fall over anyway. After everything I've seen and hearing how confident Malthus was, I had no reason to doubt its validity. People at the top have always known about this, Malthus continued. They used religion to control the masses. They wielded the belief in God. As a weapon. Consider how many people died in wars over religions. It's just a mass human sacrifice. And now I know, I said. Welcome to the club. Malthus winked at me. Now, what do you plan to do with this realization? Honestly, I said, I'm not sure what to do with it. Does that mean I shouldn't listen to Uriel? I considered that understanding how the world worked could be the very change he warned me of. Malthus smiled. No. Again, Uriel is just as real as anything made by men. So is the God of the Bible. Malthus' smile dropped. And let me tell you something else. Christianity holds a secret meaning. God became man. Jesus, or his real name Yeshua, was a magician just like me. But Yeshua only used a certain type of magic. He wielded what we call God Force energy. God Force energy? Is that like what Ben Solis uses to teleport, or Genesis uses to know things she couldn't otherwise know? No. What Ben and Genesis use is something else entirely. They're on the forefront of a budding new technique relying on quantum mechanics. They are the future of the orders. Malthus smiled. You say that as if you have some fondness for Ben. Isn't the Golden Rose your enemy? Malthus laughed. Of course not. I was a member of the Golden Rose after all. I'd hate to see it all dissolve away forever. Then why did you betray it? Malthus' lips straightened. You know why, John. It's the same reason you let a demon into your soul. I wanted power. I wasn't acquiring it fast enough in the Golden Rose. They didn't allow me to explore my potential. The Golden Rose is too aligned with purely the light. He rose his index finger, wagging it. Ah, which brings me back to Yeshua and God Force energy. He was aligned with the light of the Supreme Being. He believed in the liberation of humanity. He foresaw how the Abrahamic religion would surely spread across the globe and wished to correct parts of it so it would benefit the people. Malthus folded his hands together at his lap. It's a shame that even Christianity ended up being used as a giant battery. I sipped some water to soothe my dry mouth. When you say a battery, do you mean the psychic energy of all the believers? Precisely. It's good you're paying attention. Malthus cracked his knuckles and then resumed his posture. The priest class can direct this energy to perform magic. Sometimes it's still not enough for them, so they resort to even worse acts than even I'd be capable of. Malthus killed children for energy. I wondered what he meant by that. I didn't have to ask. They grape children, he said. Sometimes they do it in the context of a satanic ritual. The worst offenders were part of the slaver magi, so we can actually thank Itar for ridding the world of those scum. I wanted to think of something else. So why don't you use God Force energy like Yeshua? He was powerful, wasn't he? Oh my, yes. Indeed he was. He was the most powerful magician to ever live, and his agenda was admirable. But there's a trade-off. Yeshua surrendered his will almost completely to the light of the Supreme Being. This was a script he had to play out, no matter how painful that would be to him. Malthus winked. I don't know about you, but I wanted magic to make my life better, not to be nailed to wood while folks shouted at me. I see, I said to him, but what do you want to do with your magic? Great question. Before I could answer that, I had to know myself. That took many years, John. I meditated for years. I did the rituals I've taught you for years. I read many books. I stared into the abyss and walked its halls. I even made contact with my higher self. Higher self? Yes, the higher self is a version of you that exists outside the space-time matrix, outside of this plane of existence, as it were. It's sort of like you from the future. Neat, right? I wondered if I wanted to meet my higher self. Perhaps it would tell me something unsettling, like how I would die, or that I was doing everything wrong. Malthus continued, I put in the work and realized what I wanted to do with my magic. I created a motto for myself. It sums up my modus operandi. Luckily, my cognitive implants instantly translated modus operandi into mode of operation from classical Latin to English. Which is? Malthus seemed hesitant to tell me at first, the muscles in his arm stiffening. He flashed a soft smile. Ad astra. To the stars? That's right. They say the sky's the limit, Bareik, as if that would be enough. You know exactly what I mean. You're the emperor of the world. Does it feel enough to you? Do you feel complete? I reflected on what he was saying. I was so busy fighting off any obstacle to the world empire. that I hadn't taken the time to appreciate that I was at the destination that I sought out for. Goosehound was dead. The resistance was dead. The other emperors, the old congressmen and the bankers, they couldn't stop me because they were dead. I chopped them down and bolstered my military and inspired the people. I had what I wanted. I was in charge. Of course not, he said. It's never enough. I want to reach the highest heights of power. This world empire of yours suits me fine, and I will help you keep your political power and teach you my type of power. Together, we'll continue to grow until death finally takes us. That's our path. It feels like a lonely path, full of constant craving, I heard myself say. I didn't mean to say that out loud. Malthus sighed. Well, yes, but it beats the hell out of being nailed to a cross or accomplishing a mediocre life. Do you know what you want to do with this world empire of yours? Originally, I wanted to make life easier for everyone. It seemed to me the world before the empire was always oppressing people. I want to provide for everyone so that you could be lazy and not worry. And what does your empire offer to people like us who don't want to be lazy, but to be great? I took a moment to consider what he was saying. There's positions like the military. I'm sure there will always be rebellion somewhere. I wouldn't be so sure. People tend to rebel because they're oppressed. If you meet everyone's needs, all that will be left are criminals. And those criminals won't be doing it because they're poor, like most did in the past. They'd be doing it because they're dealing with intense mental anguish. You provide free healthcare to everyone now, right? Yeah, I do. Do you see what I'm getting at? I did. But it's not like all the problems of the world are going to go away. There's still going to be something that comes up. Natural disasters, for example. Malthus grinned. Oh, that reminds me. How is Project Clear Skies going? You know, the one that prevents hurricanes? I massaged my forehead. It's getting better than expected. It's going better than expected. I can tell what I'm saying is getting to you. You feel like it's all downhill from here, don't you? I didn't answer. Perhaps you should take a cue from my motto, Ad Astra. Chapter 44. I was torn from a dream. In it, I could hear my son talk to me. He told me, I just wanted respect. Out of the shadows of this void-like room was my wife. She said, I just wanted love. I felt like I understood them on a level that I never achieved when they were living. It was always so miserable at that home. And then I remembered their names. I wanted to tell them I was sorry. The light of Uriel broke this fragile connection. I forgot their names again, damn it. I'm pretty sure the world emperor can look it up. Uriel canted his head and stopped glowing. Speaking of up, Uriel looked at my ceiling. The heavens bring a present. Keep being obedient to God, and he will let you live. Uriel then blindly brightened, then disappeared. I reflected for a moment. The similar nature between Itarv and Uriel, being the one in power makes us a prisoner in one way or another. At least for me it did. When I really started to calculate, I decided it made way more sense to ally with God than his enemy. Then I panicked. I ran out clumsy from my room and into headquarters. I was still only wearing my bathrobe. Status report now, I shouted. I began catching my breath. I imagined they all thought I may be unraveling. I could almost feel their eyes on me. I finally regained my wind. A black woman stood there. She was maybe in her mid-20s, maybe 30s. I had to get rid of all the old guard once the demons were out of them. It's funny. Most of them had zero qualifications for the job because they had been possessed for so long. This new team were younger, but got results. I think her name was Ivory. She handed me a tablet I hadn't seen before. Taking two metal rods and pulling them apart to create some kind of holographic touchscreen. When did we make this? I said, immediately regretting it. I wouldn't want to let any of these people know that I didn't run really anything. These? About a year ago, sir. I don't really like them much either. Top brass seems to think She stopped herself almost with a squeal. Sorry, sir. The room was still. I played along, waiting, feeding on the thick expectancy. I panned the room. I laughed. It's fine. They're just trying to find more ways to spend money. Tell whoever it is you go to for your equipment that you can replace it with any device you want. I smiled. I'm glad this came to my attention. Now, has there been anything interesting going on? I have the report right here. I normally send them to your secretary. Ah, yes. Well, why don't you do me the honor of presenting them to me personally in one of these offices? I thought to myself, surely she must have thought I was acting strangely. The more I considered it, the more I realized that I was acting strange, and I ought to be more mindful. They would have told me if something crazy was happening. I slowed down and withdrew into my room. The briefing was in 15 minutes. I looked at the drawer, the one with iTarv with the smoky quartz. I breathed in deeply and then out slowly. I called the secretary. Today, I'm getting my briefing in person. I wasn't worried about timing anymore. I wasn't paranoid about Uriel gaslighting me or him about being a figment of my imagination. Nothing scared me. I didn't know how, but I was somehow peaceful and free. Is that all, sir? No, send in Genesis. Tell her I want to take custody of the stone in my upper right-hand drawer of my bedroom. Tell her I want her to take custody of the stone in my upper right-hand drawer of my bedroom. Briefing in person and asking Genesis to grab a rock. What is Genesis's number, sir? I put her on speakerphone as I searched my contact list. I read the contact information and then thanked her. The next couple or so weeks felt tranquil. Itarv Stone was gone, and the angel hadn't visited me. All the briefings were more or less the same. I felt like I was daydreaming, but a marathon or binge daydreaming session. That's when I decided to start writing this book. Maybe one day I will release it. I'm not sure I could trust people to see the true me. I also stopped going to meetings with Malthus or Genesis for lessons. I told them they could do whatever they wanted. Merely give me a price and a reason, and I'll approve it. Malthus revealed a smile at that meeting. I also have an announcement. I'm retiring from the Inner Order and leaving it in Genesis's capable hands. The ritual will occur in precisely 5 hours. Go make merry before then. Malthus paused. When I look at you, my students, and reflect on the excellent magi you've become when Master Lucian was too afraid to allow you to attain full mastery, when we did what we had to, I have to say we made it, gang. Genesis, I know you'll do great. Malthus made a gesture. The rest of the inner circle left. Listen, Baraik, I want to tell you something now because I have an odd feeling I'll never see you again. What's wrong? I asked. Merkes absorbed all my energy, both mine and the children I harvested for that demonic plan. I had to recreate my entire light body. Malthus cracked a smirk as if he was on some joke that I wasn't. Perhaps you're going through some changes too. Well, thank you, Malthus. I appreciate your part in making the world empire work. Ha! Malthus turned around. Yup, I think you're finally realizing yourself. He walked out the door. I made it more of a habit to attend meeting briefings. I went to the gym. I started showing up at disaster zones. Disaster zones. It's a shame when your house is so big that a dish breaks at least once a day. Project Clear Skies was still in development. I didn't want to accidentally destroy the only place in the universe humans exist. The innovations for machines of war, medical science, communication were mind-boggling. It was all from that robot that I killed. If it hated us so much, you think it would have us make items that would exterminate us. I thought back, well, I guess it didn't really hate us. Anyway, I decided I was done with Harry Potter stuff and put at least a little work into keeping the empire thriving. My phone woke me up at 3 a.m. I picked it up. Sir, What is it? I grumbled. It appears aliens have appeared in our atmosphere. No hostilities yet. This is what Uriel warned me about. Hold on, I'll be right there. I hurriedly put on a military uniform I used to use in the olden days when I was a little insecure. Ships in different locations appeared on different screens. They looked like triangles, but painted blue and white. I asked to broadcast a message to these ships on all channels. Before the order could be completed, however, the aliens hacked into our system to display one man. He was white, around 30 by the looks of it. I looked around at everyone else in the room. This is why leaders are prisoners to accountability. I had to say something. What brings you to Earth? The man answered, but it sounded like something between Mandarin with an accent of Spanish is the best way to put it. It slowly began transitioning into English. And you can understand me? He banged on his head 4 times. It sounded like that weird language again. The audio gurgled for a moment. This thing working? Yes, I said urgently. What brings you to Earth? I was being stupid and ran out of fuel. This is the closest star system. We can reimburse you. Trust me, we repay our debts. We're on it like the Galactic Empire. Nobody escapes their taxation. The alien man looked up and shook his head in disgust. And they don't even have to levy these kinds of taxes. They just do it to project power. Pigs. The man gave out a short laugh and rubbed the back of the head. Speaking of which, can I get your galactic identification number? Galactic identification number, I parroted back. This felt even weirder, somehow, than knowing demons and angels and real-life magic exists. The man took out a cigarette and lit it. Yeah, I know it's a pain in the ass, but you can't just get away with bartering when it comes to fuel. He let smoke dribble out from his nose and then blew the rest out in a rush. Say, you're not in trouble with the law, are you? My name is Jaren. We're a band of contractors, and we're out of fuel. I know a guy. Help me help you. I don't have a galactic identification number. This is the first time we've ever met someone from space. Why do you look like humans? Jaren's face turned stone white. He dragged more on his cigarette before dashing it to the ground, grinding it with his foot. You're being serious. Let me run some scans. The screens all returned to what they were. I surveyed the room. This was another dramatic moment. I considered the decisions for 3 seconds before I knew what to do. All right, folks, this is a first contact situation. Ready all the military assets and bring me live immediately to the planet on our EAS line. The right people gave me estimated times and scrambled. The room transformed from a deer in the headlights to productive chaos. I felt so at peace. I didn't draft any speeches. I figured I would tell the people how it was. One time, I vividly recall, I had a school presentation that I absolutely demolished. By that I mean I got 100% plus bonus credit. I worked the room. I lost that somebody after marriage. I was finally back. A woman approached me. Her name tag said Becky, and under that, Chief Media Coordinator. She looked nervous. You are ready to go live at any point, sir. Do you want me to vacate the room? No, I said. I want the world to see what we do to keep them safe. Now then, sir, let's do it. Starting the stream in 5, 4, 3, 2, and she motioned a hand as if it would slice, and she motioned her hand as if it would slice space for the whole world to hear and see me. Good day to you. You may have noticed strange objects in the sky. Do not be alarmed. You may notice the militaries of your regions deploying. Rest assured, I have it all under control. It would seem life does exist beyond this planet. Scientists have suspected this for millennia. The alien I contacted was a young white human male by his appearance. I don't know if this is an act of deception. As a precaution, we're readying all our military assets. I will soon be in contact with the extraterrestrials again. I will update you. In the meantime, hug your children. No rioting. The police are being fully deployed as well. I looked over to Becky. She made a hand gesture as if cutting her throat to end the stream. The screen then returned to Jaron. I studied his cabin. It was dark red with white stripes of light like seams that lit the room. So, your story checks out. I don't know why I thought I was just lucky and you were against the Galactic Empire. Let's call it GE. They're the most strict about this one. You, my new friend, are a newly discovered colony of the GE. I wondered if we would be punished somehow for what and in what manner. I called the GE. It shouldn't take them long, maybe 5 days. They try to make a big show of it these days. It's becoming more rare to find colonies, and I just pray we stop finding them and get back to some agenda, some progress. I crave exploration, the beauty, some of the softer truths. The GE found its paradise by making vapid rules that justify its own existence. Jaron smiled. I may not have their kind of power, but I've seen things. I've seen things you or even the GE wouldn't believe. Jaron's face vanished. But there's a lot about this world you don't understand yet. The GE are a league of human beings. Apparently, human life was the first to develop in this galaxy. We spread seeds like a dandelion at some point. The knowledge of the first true home for humans was lost during a war. What was the war fought over? I'm not sure about that one. You could probably look it up in their free library. All I know is now we pretend the Emperor comes from the planet humans all originate from. We all know that's a load of malarkey. Jabron scratched his scalp. Some things are just a mystery. He jolted as if he forgot something. Oh, that reminds me. I'm way late for an appointment and the GE approved of me extracting fuel. Before you go, where does your fuel come from? Jabon seemed surprised by the question, and then some kind of urgency retook him. Oh, we're running Class 3. We'll just grab some asteroids. Actually, let me do you a favor and get all the close ones nearby or on an impact course. Gotta go. Great to meet you. Word of advice? Don't let the GE frighten you. Good luck, I said before the screens returned to their normal displays. I addressed everyone. I'll be in my room contemplating for the next 5 days. My orders until then is to try to maintain order. If need be, give everyone a stipend and a recreational drug of their choice. A month's supply should do. The room began buzzing again. We were all left with questions from that meeting. I wondered about what I would say to the only authority between God and me. I didn't even get to ask Jaron if there were other alien life that weren't human out there. On day 2, I got a report that all the near-Earth objects, especially the big ones, had been cleared, and that the foreign ships had left the solar system. How did they leave? Was it a wormhole? We're still analyzing the data, sir, but it was difficult to see, much due to their size and distance. During the next 3 days, I ordered my food to be delivered to my room. I tried an old Orthodox Christian prayer and controlled my breathing. I also stretched. I watched a little news. I kept working on this book you are reading now. I plan on writing a sequel. Consider this book my good luck charm. If you're reading this, then I at least controlled the entire world for a bit, until it got bigger. I got played by a demon, and then I submitted my will to the One Most Holy, who also happens to be a Trinity. What an impossibility. And that's the end of the book. That is the end of world empire. So at the very end here in the book, and I know it doesn't give a very good resolution because it was designed to have multiple parts, but at the end it kind of opens up the window that he could become a Christian now, because he's kind of like done with magic. But that's the book, and it's filled with like lots of demonic delusion, and certainly not how the world actually works, but it can give people a window on how people might say the world works one day. Okay, let me take a look at the chat here. So Lena says that she tries to keep in shape. She apparently Yoda asked if Lena would let Marquez take her on a date. Yeah, hopefully she wouldn't date a magician. And Lena says that she loves jogging. Yoda says, I'll put up my pick one day, or I'll come on the panel for fun. Imagine how fun I am in real life. I'd love to see you actually on panel one day, Yoda. And Lena says, I need to read your whole book over again. Well, I'll listen to it. Yeah, if anybody wanted to buy it, it is on Amazon. I'm embarrassed to say there are some typos in there that I had to read past, especially near the end. But overall, yeah, what do you guys think of the story? I mean, yeah. Lena says it does seem prophetic. Well, it's like from the perspective of like the enemy side, you know? Like you heard what they said about Jesus Christ, you know. These are the words that I wrote, but you know, at the time it was based off of what the Golden Dawn actually teaches, that Jesus is just a magician. And like, you know, I had to cross myself during some of that because I'm so ashamed of what I used to be. But God forgives everything. Lena says, actually, it amazes me in places. And Lena says, right, right. Yeah. Do you have any questions about any of the plot points? Like, I think one thing that might go past people because I didn't make a very big deal out of it, but if you watch the Marquez web series, you notice that at the very beginning of like episode 1 or 2, I think it's episode 2, Marquez gets fired by Barike. Well, it turns out that Ben Solis actually pretended to be the messenger demon and took his dad's staff, basically tricked him into working for the resistance. So Ben kind of like betrayed Marquez. There's a lot of betrayal throughout this entire book, you know, and a lot of like just unanswered questions where it's supposed to give a little bit of ambiguity to the reader that like is this main character Barik, is he just insane? Is like any of this actually happening? And who can he really trust? I thought it was interesting when it went through Satan's plan that the plan was to start a war, a world war in the Middle East, because that always seemed like it was the most likely thing to happen. But Barai kind of like he offers this sort of faster solution to world peace, where he's just like, "Oh, I'm just going to threaten everybody," and you know he's demented, but he's like not exactly evil. He's just very demented and twisted and sick, you know? And from his perspective, like he kind of like switches between like knowing he's a monster and other times being like, actually, I'm doing the right thing here. I'm actually helping people. Lena says, I just walked out of the grocery store and I didn't hear the last 30 minutes that well. So the very end of the book is aliens. That's like the main reveal, is that Barik thinks that he's done with all of it now. You know, it's like, okay, he no longer has to worry about a physical resistance on the ground. He doesn't have to worry about the demons anymore, or about this jinn, or magicians messing with him, or artificial intelligence programs messing with him. It's like he's pretty much gotten what he wanted, and he sort of chills out a little bit, and it's just like, yeah, I don't want to really do magic anymore. And like he he's like sort of like going through his paces, you know, like the last couple of chapters is just like kind of like a blur of time. And then there's always going to be another thing. And that's like what the second book was planned to be, is like, okay, let's take this to space. And the idea was Earth was going to be seen as the origin point of humanity. I think that's a very likely trope with an alien deception, is that they created us, or like they are us, something like that. Lena says, for many years, I've said that I believe science fiction and authors like yourself were given insight we need from God. I mean, think about Animal Farm and The Twilight Zone. Science fiction has been eerily prophetic, some of it. Some of it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, though. Like Jules Verne, he sort of invented the Nautilus before the submarine ever was, U-boats were made. So he inspired people, just like there was science fiction about going to the moon before we ever did. There's always been science fiction about spacecraft before we actually made them. It's just, kind of seeing, okay, what could we possibly accomplish in the future? And like everything that's in this book was the elements of it were all in the past. Like, you said like 2012, around that time is when I started the book, and I got done with it around 2015, 2016. So it took maybe like 4 years to write. But like all of those pieces were already there. Like that technology, like the bipedal tank even, and the fourth generational nuclear weapon, like that's real technologies. Octavian 33 says, which book? So World Empire. So it's in the description. You can see on this YouTube channel, there's a part 1, part 2, and this is part 3. So the audiobook is now complete. I've done a live audiobook of this book. And if anybody wants to donate, I'm not asking like, oh, please, I need it. Like, look, it's only if you wanted to, okay? I wouldn't say no to it. So this is a PayPal QR code. But there's also a Venmo link in the description. Also, a link to the book itself if you want to purchase it from Amazon. But otherwise, you can just listen to it. And I offer that for free because I'm not too concerned about making money off of this book. It used to be like a real big passion project, and I was like really excited about making a multi-part series. But a lot of things happened during that time of my life. And, I only recently published it. And when I did it, I was just like, I'm going to self-publish this. I'm not going to send this out to traditional publishers or anything like that. I don't really care for the message to get spread that far. It's like if you're interested to see what it's like to be possessed by a demon, then you might want to read this book. To be in very deep spiritual delusion. The things that you'll notice that constantly are pulling at Baraik is pride and despair. And these are the chief weapons of the enemy. The real enemy, the demons. And they like to change how the world works. They like to tell lies about God and say, oh, God's just an impersonal force. He doesn't really love you, and he doesn't really care about you. He just wants experience. That he's like, it's just an impersonal thing that happens, like that just existence happened. And they're just like trying to hack their way to getting like more powerful in the system. And it's like lies like, oh, religions are just trying to draw your energy and all these other things that they say. The occultists do say. At least the order I belong to. And Lena says, reply to the aliens. Yes, I have a lot to say about that. I was working 20,000 leagues under the sea in 2012. Lena says, I was working for the Army Corps of Engineers at a dam and often under the river. Isn't that cool? Obviously, I liked it. I'll actually buy your book, Daniel. That's why I actually join your channels, because I do get a lot from them. It's only right. Oh, well, thank you, Lena. I appreciate you always being very supportive. Yeah, that's very kind of you. And yeah, I wish I could sign it. I wish I could sign it for you. I have a bunch of physical copies too. But yeah, that's the book. Do I regret writing it? Sometimes I do. It's hard to read some parts of that book. But it is interesting, especially after watching Angel Studios. I think it was in 2023. I think they released a movie called The Shift. And it's a science fiction adaptation of the Book of Job. And after watching that, I was just like, my book is kind of like, again, the antithesis of Job. It's like, what happens when somebody takes grief, like deep grief, and it destroys them? I've always been fascinated with how grief changes a human being. And I knew one day that my own mother and father were going to die. So I wrote about it a lot. Before I wrote World Empire, I wrote a story where the main motivation was his mother dying. But this one was more about his father dying. Oh, sorry, not his father dying, his wife and son. But Marques's character was his father. So I like to deal with grief in stories, and God has given me lots of experience now. So I wonder how my writing would change when writing about those characters. I always imagined that grief could destroy a person. And I suspect if I didn't have my faith, it would have destroyed me. I really think so. I mean, I was destroying myself long before that. And losing my mom and dad, I think, would have just put me over the edge. I think about the narrow path that God gave me, and if I would have deviated from it, what of my possibilities would have been? And it's like, I think I just would have died. Like, I'm imagining what would have happened if, you know, I just decided, okay, well, that's just something in my head. What happened to me, when I experienced hell and saw the Theotokos, and a lot of people told me it's just delirium, you know. And I even if it was delirium, it's still God that spoke through me. I mean, that God used to speak through me through that experience. Like either way brought me to the church. And either way I know that Christ heals people, and if there was some kind of material reason for it, that wouldn't change anything. I don't think people like understood how painful it was for everyone to kind of like reject what happened to me. And I know I can't show people what happened to me, and I can't really even describe it that well. But like, if I would have listened to other people who said, like that was nothing, I would have gone back to drinking and I would have died without a doubt. I think it's really easy for us to look back at old memories and to question them and to say, it's been so long, like, maybe I did misremember something. And you let other people um, dog on you. And if I would have let that affect me deeply, beyond the mind, but going down into my heart, it really could have sabotaged who I am now. And God protected me from all that. Somehow He gave me the strength that I just didn't have. I was so reliant on other people in the way that they viewed me. I convinced myself that I didn't care what people thought. But that wasn't the truth. The truth was I constantly um, required validation from others. But something changed in me when I lost everything and got it back again. And just given a lot of time to think and suffering. And I'm grateful for that. I wasn't at the time. And I think maybe that can help me in the future, as I'll just remember how painful it was and how long it seemed. But here I am now, in this present moment, past all that stuff. And maybe in a mystical way, there's a reincarnation that happens all the time. When, our hearts rise up to God. It's like we're reborn again. Lena says, serious grief really does transform a person. And Diamond Dave says, interesting. And Lena says, that's where I feel my faith was forged, so to speak, as well. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how people do it. I don't know how you go through losing people when you don't have faith that, there's something beyond this world and that God does care about us, If if it was all just an unfeeling world, like what I used to believe kind of like the world was. That gives you no hope at all. Lena says, what's horrible to me is the idea that someone's grief could cause them to commit suicide. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that can happen. Lena says, I just hate for anyone to feel so alone. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing for sure. You know, when we're thinking in a very worldly sense, and it's easy to get back into that sort of scent. It's almost like a smell of the world. When we look at the news and we're distracted by the things like just the consumerist world, I feel like it pulls you back into it. And when you start looking at the world through those eyes with that smell around you, it's like if there isn't somebody right there in front of you, it does feel alone. And that feels very cold. But when I'm worshiping God, I feel like I'm in the presence of a magnitude, just very warm. And I think we can get spoiled by one state and we can get sadly used to the other. And sometimes people go so long in one without realizing the other's there. I mean, of the two, it's better to have love and then to feel the wilderness than to not even know that love exists. The thing that used to bother me about love a lot, and it's something I used to say when I was younger, is that no matter what, no matter who you love and how dearly you love them, one day it's going to end. You're going to say goodbye, or they're going to say goodbye. Either you're going to die, or they're going to die. You're going to betray them, or they're going to betray you. But every relationship ends. And I remember I used to feel like I had some comfort in that. Like, if I just knew that, I'd be okay, because I already saw it coming. If we know it, we feel like we're in control of it. But then, when it does hit you, and I've lost a lot of people in my life before my parents too, you realize that didn't really prepare you at all. And the only thing to numb you is to distract yourself. Maybe give yourself time to grieve and to cry alone, and then distract yourself. But what the faith has given me is something to do, like a duty. Like, well, you pray for the dead. And then maybe one day you'll be so lucky that you'll get a little gift from God. And you'll feel their presence. And you'll know that they're alive in Christ. That they're able to see everything that's happening here. How could they not? The kingdom of heaven is by the Holy Spirit, which filleth all things. So they know what's happening. And now they can understand us on a level they never understood us when they were in the fallen state like we are. They actually know who you truly are. They probably know it better than we ourselves know it now. I don't know the peculiarities of all that, but something gives me an intuition that they can maybe see into our hearts now, since they are united with Christ. Lena says, on a lighter note, those Iranian Lego videos are also motivating to me. What do you think about all those? I haven't really seen them. I've heard them talked about a lot. Should I look at one? Lego Iranian video.
Lego Iranian video.
Many drones are gonna pass us by. Another while the leaders are ringing the funeral bell. Follow the pride. We don't need another missile, no more tactical strikes. We need conversations on what
The heck is this? Iran is making these? What the heck? What is this world coming to? That's insane. Yeah, I didn't even know about that. Okay, well, you can count me safe from watching any of those ever again. All right, Dave, did you actually want to come on to the stream? I mean, there's very few viewers right now. Let me know in the chat if people want me to open up the panel. Otherwise, I'm willing to talk for just a little bit longer about the book. This stream was really mostly, I would say, the plan was just to read the book. But if anybody wanted to talk about the book, you can of course come on. That can be a nice little end cap to anybody listening. Lena says, yeah, that sounds like the new one where they say they're praying for us. Yeah, they're not praying for us. Iran hates America. What? People are crazy. People are just crazy. Like, look, I'm not for the Iranians at all. But I'm not like, I don't think we should be at war with them either. Like, remember when that used to be a thing? When you could say that there's other countries out there that like, oh yeah, they hate us. Who cares? They can't do anything to us. Like, I don't know. This is why I don't like to get political, though. Lena says, wait, I think they're good, but we can talk later. You think they're good? No, Daniel, no, I am for them. How can you be for Iran? Iran's crazy. They kill their own people. And there is an Islamic theocracy. Don't be for Iran, Lena. And that's like the craziest propaganda thing ever. How can you fall for that? Oh my gosh. Lena. The people of Iran. Okay, maybe the people of Iran. I can understand that more than the government of Iran, because the government, they're nuts. They don't like their own people even. But people of the world everywhere deserve love and peace and all that shiny good stuff. All right, so we'll open up the panel. I'll play a song here while we're waiting. Let's do I have this one in my... I don't. All right, let's see what I can pull up here. Maybe something about war. Here we go. Fallen world at war. I hear the trumpets. I see the bombs. The hammer's cocked back. The fallen world is at war. Do you see the signs? Treasures of the earth transform. Hear thy praise. Have mercy on us. The fallen world is at war. Heart about my lips. Holy God, holy
mighty,
globe
holy, mortal
in crisis.
one.
Electricity and metal twisted into sharp edges.
Lord, open my lips and my mouth will declare thy praise.
Flinging materials to kill the fallen world. The fallen world is at war. Hold tight. Read the Psalms. Pray earnestly. Give alms. Live with purity. Seek God. And all you do, idle hands are like glue. So walk as Christ. Faith without works
Have mercy
is
on
dead.
Holy God, holy mighty, holy mortal one.
The fallen world is at war. Seek shelter, seek refuge in the Lord Almighty. The God of the Trinity will never abandon you, no matter how dark it gets. I look for the resurrection of the dead and the life of the world to come. Amen. All right, we're back, and it looks like we got somebody at the door. I think. I'm looking out. Oh, yeah, they rung the doorbell. Let's let him in. Come on in. It's Diamond Dave, everybody. Hey, Diamond Dave.
What's up? Can
Oh.
you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. And Lena says she might. She's driving
hang
right
on
now,
a
but she
second.
might try to get on.
Oh, okay. You were muted, so
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hear you.
cool.
So, did you listen to any of the book?
Partially, I was bouncing in and out, and then like I was on another panel when I saw you were live, and I'm like, okay, I can't really talk, but I can type in the chat while you're muted, so that way it would drive engagement to your channel at the very least. I try and help people out who have been kind to me in that regard, but not too much.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for driving up engagement. So you didn't really hear too much of it. There's a lot of occultism in it. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Yep. Some even ideas that you've talked about a little bit, like reincarnation and stuff. That's in there.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Story time with Daniel.
That's right. Story time with Daniel. Yeah, I wrote that a long time ago. So I thought I'd give it for free to the folks. And right now, if they were listening to this as an audiobook, they'd be listening to this as like a little bit of a end cap to it. So basically, the premise of the book is that a man loses his wife and son, and he goes crazy, and he spends all of his money on an occult book, and he tries to summon Satan. Instead, he gets a lower class demon, and he agrees to be partially possessed so that he can become the emperor of the world. And it's a story of how he gains that political power, but also how all these other forces are constantly being obstacles to him, and who is really the one kind of pulling the strings. And a lot of betrayal.
Is this an Antichrist reference? Or is this just more of a fiction thing that you wrote?
Well, it's a science fiction. There are Antichrist themes in it. Like,
Okay.
throughout the book, a lot of people are accusing Barak of being the Antichrist, although technically he's kind of going against Satan, but he's similar to the Antichrist in a lot of ways.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah. So, what drives you? Like, what is like your main goal in life?
What drives me? That's an interesting question because I don't know if there's any one particular answer because human beings we have multiple aspects to us, right? So, like, I mean, some things that drive me is to be a good husband, right? To be a good future father. Also, on another direction, like to be good in business, to gain influence, right? To be, for lack of a better term, more kind of like an expert in what I do, which I have a couple businesses, right? You know, to be an expert in business and finance, which I have degrees in. But also to be seen as more like I don't know if expert is the right word, but like when it comes to like gaming, you know what I mean? Like an authority, right? Um, and all of that, those are just some examples of like here on earth, but I think like an, if you're talking about like spiritual motivation, I think it's just, ascension and purification, the pursuit of peace and enlightenment, right? So I guess it depends on what context you're using, because what drives you is kind of like broad and vague.
Yeah, it can be for sure. Um, what I like about the Christian answer is it's very singular. It's the aim of the Christian life is to become like Christ, to be
Yeah.
united with God, and everything else is sort of secondary to that. Um, it it sort of all fits together though, because to worship God, you have to love others. So you get that good moral character that you're looking for. Not so much the
Mhm.
success in business though. That's only if, you know, God
Yeah, and I mean,
God
I can
wills
make
that
the
that's
same.
part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and I can make well, I don't know if it's necessarily God wills. I've gone back and forth on that, but I think, like, I mean, if one seeks peace and, spiritual enlightenment, one can make the case that, the good moral character comes from that, and everything else I mentioned comes from that. I was just trying to, like, give a concise answer because I wasn't sure how you meant it, right? Because one of the things I'm learning about you is, like, just like anecdotally, like people I meet, Christians, non-Christians, like when people ask what drives you, it's like more of a vague and just like let me get to know you kind of a thing, right? But I feel like there's like a deeper intention behind that because you don't strike me as someone to just ask questions for the hell of it, right? So it's more of just like I'm not sure, like I'm learning how you communicate is basically what I'm trying to say. And
Fair.
I don't always know how to answer just because you put a lot more thought into our discussions than like the average person, right? What drives you, right? At work, it's usually just what motivates you to plant your butt at a desk all day. You know what I mean? That's how the average person like will view that.
Yeah. Well, it's also like how clear is it for you is kind of what I'm getting at too. Is
You know?
I don't know if how many people really stop and think about like what do you believe in, what drives
Mhm.
you, like these questions about their like ultimate identity of like what really makes you who you are.
Well, exactly. And that's something that I would say I'm about 80% clear on, 20% unclear. I don't know if any person can claim they have absolute clarity on who they are and everything about them, right? Um, I'm fairly confident in my answer, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not going to sit here and lie and be like, I 100% know, right? Because I mean, I'm 37, right? There are people in their 60s and 70s that are still learning about themselves, their faith, their understanding of the world, right? So I think it would be kind of presumptuous for me to assume that I can claim 100% clarity on that.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I do have 100% clarity, but it's based off of trust. But I'm
Hmm.
the fallen Adam. I'm the sinner that needs to be healed. So basically, I'm a creation of God. I was designed to be a temple of God, but I'm broken. I am imperfect and yeah, the worst sinner. So I kind of know my station and like where I want to go.
Hmm.
Whether I actually succeed in my actions
That's
following
another
what I
story.
desire is another
Yeah,
story. Yeah.
that's part of the unclarity, right? I'm kind of curious, when you say it's based on trust, are you talking about trust in God or trust in yourself?
Trusting in God, trusting
Okay.
in the church,
Okay.
trusting in like the interpretation of the Orthodox Church on what the scriptures mean.
Okay, that makes more sense. Because my next question is, if you said trust in yourself, I would ask how you could trust in yourself if you're a fallen creature with 100% certainty.
No, I don't
Because,
trust myself
but
at all.
okay, okay, yeah, that's something that's kind of thrown me for a loop because I've had interactions with people who call themselves Christians and they're like, it's based on trust, it's 100%. And I'm like, okay, can you clarify more? It's like, yeah, I'm a child of God and I trust myself 100%. And I'm like, but if you're a fallen, sinful creature, doesn't that mean your trust is by default fallen or defective or lacking in some way? And
Yeah.
therefore, you can't actually claim that. So, your answer makes more sense
Yeah, the
anyway.
Bible teaches that we can do nothing without Christ. So
Mhm.
like if I don't have the grace of God, I know that I will fail. Like I know I will mess this up. Like and I've proven it to myself. So like
Yeah,
one thing I can trust in myself is that I'll mess things up if it's up to me.
no.
Do you trust yourself?
I would say to a point. I think we come to a similar conclusion, but from kind of different angles, right? Like, I trust myself in certain aspects of physical reality, right? But I wouldn't say there's like 100% trust.
Do you trust that you have the correct cosmology of the world?
I do, yeah.
And those do you feel like a lot of that came from your own insights or trusting in a religious system?
I would say it's trusting in the external, right? So, like the divine, like that would be my answer is going to be the same of yours, right? Like trusting in the interpretations of, the Gita, the Puranas, etc., but also the trust in God.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah, I feel like from what I gather, you are a different kind of occultist than I was because the kind I was like you basically do trust yourself, and the whole idea is that you come up with your own ideas. Like yeah, you can borrow from other systems, but
Yeah,
ultimately you're supposed to make your own system, and that's like what makes you like a real adept magician. Um, you're supposed to make your own languages, like your own cipher, and all kinds of different things that they
yep.
have you do, so that like you kind of own this thing that you perceive the world to be.
Yeah, and I mean, I use the term occultist loosely because I would say, like, if you're looking in terms of orthodoxy of like practice, I'm like 95% Hindu. Yeah, I use tarot cards and occasionally other things, but it's almost always like Hindu practices, Hindu interpretations, trusting in the Hindu system, the worldview, trusting in the gurus, the swamis, that overall structure, the trust in God as we define it. The only reason why I will occasionally use things like tarot cards or the occasional, I don't know, Western thing or non Hindu thing is either just to test it or because it already has some connection with that structure that I already hold. And that's what, ironically, what drew me to Mormonism was because at the time, before I joined, when I was investigating and studying, right, it seemed to be almost 100% in line with what I was practicing anyway.
Is it because in Mormonism you become gods?
Partially, but there's also like a caste system with different kingdoms. There's a concept of reincarnation, of like you start in the primordial existence, right, as one state of being, like a spirit with God. You go through the veil of forgetfulness, which is another state of being, and how valiant you are determines your station you're born in life, right? So it's not just reincarnation, it's karma as well. There's the concept of the Heavenly Mother alongside the Heavenly Father, like God has a wife,
In
right?
Mormonism?
In Mormonism, yep, there's
Wow.
something called the Heavenly Mother. I wrote an article about it when I was a member
And
on
it's
a
not Mother
blog.
Mary, I guess?
No, it's not.
Wow.
It's now here's the interesting thing. Mormons will say she's sacred, and this was part of my article, right? And my article was, trying to defend why Mormons don't talk about the Heavenly Mother because they say that God keeps her hidden and she's very, very sacred. Just like we as men protect our wives, God will protect his wife, right? And I used basically everything from pornography to human trafficking as to why we, as a Mormon at the time, like why Mormons don't know that much about the Heavenly Mother because we're not worthy of her because of how we treat physical women. And I wrote like a whole like argument on that.
Interesting. I didn't know
Yeah.
that the Mormons had this belief about, you said what kind of veil again? A veil of unbelieving? Or what
The
was it?
veil of forgetfulness. It's part of like if
Veil
you
of
sit down with the
forgetfulness.
missionaries, they talk about the veil of forgetfulness, right? So like basically when you're a spirit, a primordial spirit, you're in the presence of God, right? Now you choose to come to earth to learn to love and engage in trials and to seek eternal progression, right? But that can only come from agency, from choice, which you don't have in that existence, right? So, in order to truly get a full human experience of what agency is, you go through the veil of forgetfulness, where basically it's like a spiritual mind wipe where you forget what it's like to be in the presence of God.
Because if you were in the presence of God, you know everything?
Yep, you would know God's nature.
And so then you wouldn't have choices anymore because you'd just already
Correct.
know like what you would be doing? Okay.
Correct.
That's an interesting take. It's very Origenist. It's like, yeah, I mean, Origen and the Gnostics believe that like the spirits pre-existed. Yeah, that's like, it is a very occult understanding, and it doesn't surprise me because I know they came from the Freemasons, which is from the Golden Dawn.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, that doesn't surprise me that he has those beliefs, but I didn't know that they were in Mormonism.
Yeah, I'm actually, if you are interested, I just Googled, and I'll put this in the private chat because YouTube typically blocks it. But this is, how do I private chat? Do I just type? Oh, open chat. Okay, there we go. So this is from the official church website, and the article is titled, "Why Can't We Remember Our Premortal Life as Spirits, and When Will Those Memories Return?" And just to read like a sentence of it, it says, "What we call the veil of forgetfulness exists during this testing for the simple reason that the Heavenly Father needed to, quote, assure it would be a valid test." And then the full like link, if you want to like read up on that, is in the private chat for you to kind of go over. But yeah, this is not my blog. This is like the official Mormon stance from the official Mormon church, the official Mormon website.
Wow. From the Alma. What is Alma?
I know it's a person, and I forget who specifically it is, but he's the equivalent of like a Bible character, right? So like you have people in the Bible who have engaged in notable things and have had spiritual experiences or screwed up horrifically and became life lessons, right? Alma is one of those people. And then Alma is also like a book in. I think there's one or two books in the Book of Mormon.
And so your mother was a Mormon?
None of my family was Mormon.
Oh, okay. What was your mother? What denomination?
To the best of my knowledge, I believe she was a Calvinist because she's very into like John MacArthur and other like Calvinist people. Although she never flat out said I'm a Calvinist, I do know she gravitates to like what's his name? Josh Durbin, John MacArthur, Paul Washer, and like a couple other well-known Calvinists.
Okay.
So that's to the best of my knowledge, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, I'm sure you've heard this before, and it probably sounds like a true Scotsman fallacy to you, but it sounds like you never really had true Christianity.
I mean, well, I'm going to be honest. Like, I've heard that before, and I don't. To be completely honest, I can't say either way. Because I don't have a solid frame of reference, right? Because my frame of reference was being dragged to a series of churches I didn't want to go to and I never paid much attention in. And then as an adult, I spent 4 years in Mormonism on the basis that they could give me not just spiritual blessings, but physical blessings. And it was very similar to Hinduism, right? So I can see the logic behind it. I just can't confirm it either way because I don't have a frame of reference.
Yeah. So what drew you to Maha Kali?
So, personal spiritual experiences. And Mahakali is the goddess of femininity, darkness, in terms of like night, not like evil, but night. She's a demon slayer. And as someone who has the background that I do that we've discussed, demon slayers are useful.
She was named
But
after the demon she killed, right? Kali?
that's partially it.
If I remember the story correctly, just for the viewers out there, basically in the story or the mythology, Kali was this really evil demon king, and he made a wish with the Brahma Mitra, I think, or something like that. Like he basically got a boon from Brahma, and he granted him a wish, kind of like, like Shenron from Dragon Ball Z. And he's like, state your wish. And he's just like, I don't want no man can ever defeat me in battle. And so, like, it didn't matter how powerful Shiva was, couldn't defeat him. And so they had to like, basically coalesce all the goddesses together to create, like, this warrior goddess just to take on this demon. And she killed him, and that she took his name.
And that's my understanding as well. I believe there is more to it. That's why I say partially. I don't recall off the top of my head, but that is definitely part of it. And then that demon is the severed head that is being held. But another reason is time, right? The goddess of time. And
Well, that would also be Maya, right?
That's also Maya too, yep. But Mahakali is a goddess of time, and that's something that, being a quantum physics nerd and studying it, even though I don't fully understand it completely, that's something that resonates, right? Also the duality of Mahakali, right? Because, I mean, she's fearsome in battle, but the word Maha, or Ma, means mother. She's also gentle, right? And so it's it's the duality, the two sides of the coin. Whereas other avatars are, in some cases, like one-trick ponies, you could call them.
Didn't she if I remember correctly, didn't she like defeat Shiva as well?
She did. Um, I don't recall that off the top of my head, like the full story, but I believe so.
Yeah. It's interesting how that works in that system is like these goddesses can kind of like combine their powers together and like create something new out of their essence.
Hmm. Well, I mean, that's part of what, like outside of family tradition, like that's part of what resonates for me with Shakta, because it's like just like, the goddesses combine essences and create something new. I mean, we look at natural law and nature, and women create new life. You know what I mean? I mean, sure, men are involved, but there's the whole caring and nurturing and the raising and, you know, the special connection that a pregnant woman has with her baby. And even the fact that, like, one thing I've seen a few articles on this, but it's like women's hearing is different than men, right? So it's like when a baby cries, a woman instinctively knows what that baby needs based on its tone and pitch, whereas to men it's just noise. And that has to do with like the bond of pregnancy.
But they found that there's a lot to that bond that is actually genetic too. Like
Yep.
there's parts of the child that will always remain in the mother, and probably parts of the mother. Well, I guess technically all of the baby is from the mother's flesh. So like, yeah, there's like a huge connection there, and I don't think scientists know everything to know about that.
Hmm.
But when you tie that to Mother Mary and that she carried God inside of her, like it's a very special connection that she had. And she's the only one who actually knew who he was from the start because an angel told her that he would be God.
Hmm.
So I think having some kind of feminine aspect in your spirituality like is appropriate, and I think that's what a lot of Protestants are missing is that
Hmm.
the veneration of Mother Mary um, just feels natural. It feels natural to pay respect to the Mother of Christ, and that she always has a maternal care for us. And we also have lots of stories from the Bible, like the myrrh-bearing women, who are really the apostles to the apostles. They told the apostles the good news first, and
Hmm.
plenty of saints that are women. So one thing that's sad is sometimes people think of Christianity as being patriarchal, but it's really not. Even if God is male, but even in some very respected theologians, they've referred sometimes to God as in the feminine sense. It's always been
Yeah.
very controversial, but
Yeah.
there are some very respected
I
theologians
would
that do
agree
it.
that Protestants are missing that too, and this is just my personal experience with like specific denominations of like Christianity, right? Baptists and things like that. Because on the one hand, I do understand like gender roles and things like that, but on the other hand, in some denominations, women are treated like garbage, right? You know, um,
Like Islam.
well, I mean, I'm speaking of Christianity, but sure, we can go that route. But like in Christian circles, right? I think of the IBLP, which the Duggars and the Bates family are, right? Like they take the woman as the helpmeet to like an extreme, right? Where women shouldn't vote and like a woman's value. It's the quiverful moment, right? So the quiverful moment is a woman's value is attributed to how many arrows against Satan she brings into the world, right? The more children that a woman can bear, she has higher social status in the church. And women who are widowed or are unable to bear children, they are seen as literally subhuman and are just ignored,
Well,
right? And to me,
widows
that
are
never.
always supposed to be taken care of in the
Sure,
Bible.
but that's not how it goes in the groups I'm talking about, right? And so my point is like, what is the point of, the Bible saying to love your wife, to cherish your wife, to die for your wife, if you're just going to treat her like garbage? Like, what's the point?
Well, I don't think respecting women for bearing children is treating them like garbage. I think it's I look at women who've given birth to lots of children with a lot of respect because
Yeah,
they've brought
but
a
I
lot of life
mean,
into the world.
sure, but the IBLP literally like will shun and excommunicate women who are unable to bear children, and there's documented evidence of this.
No, that's not right.
Yeah, but they claim to be Christian, right? And I'm not the arbiter of who is or is not Christian, but these are the groups I'm talking about. There are many of them out there, right? You know, so those groups specifically, that never made sense, and I feel like Protestantism as a whole does miss the mark on like the aspect of the, you know, of the feminine, even for the reasons like you're saying, right? Because I think, and I don't remember the full story, but like I remember Esther saved the Jews by
Yeah.
herself, single-handedly. You know what I mean? So
And Mother Mary is the greatest creation in existence.
yeah,
She's higher than the angels. So she's like the first Christian, I would say. But yeah, virgins and celibacy, it's like it's part of the Bible, so I don't know why the Baptists are so against it. They're like everybody has to procreate, and it's like actually
yeah,
that's not how it was. Paul himself was celibate. You know, he said that he wished everyone was like him, but he knew that, you know, people would burn in their passions. So he said, you know, if you can't be like me, then get married to one woman and treat her really well and have kids.
that might have been a bad example if the people watching and if you guys in general just don't know about the IBLP, because that's like its own rabbit hole you can go down
What does that
with
stand
like
for? Independent Baptist Liberation something?
IBLP. Let me Google this. It was started by Gothard, who like had multiple claims of assault and lustful activities towards young women.
Yeah. Well, the Baptists are all
IB
over the place.
yeah. Acronym. Okay, so IBLP is the Institute in Basic Life Principles, independent nonprofit fundamentalist Christian organization. Bill
Independent
Gothard.
independent what again?
I'll copy and paste this in the chat, but it's Institute in Basic Life Principles.
Basic life principles, okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of, I don't know if it's affiliated with the Baptist. I mean, I know they used to be, but I think, if I remember correctly, the Baptist Convention or whatever it's called, they actually kicked them out. So,
Lena says, to be honest, in Catholicism, we see the Virgin Mary to be the most feminine, loving, motherly, but the mama bear too. Yeah, well, so the Theotokos is also a warrior in some ways.
yeah.
She's the greatest enemy to the demons. So like basically Satan hates her because she took his title. He was the light bearer, and then she
hmm
bared the light of the world. So like she took his title, and it was always prophesized that um, her son would crush the heel of the serpent, of the serpent's head. So like that was always a prophecy about Mother Mary bearing Jesus Christ to destroy hell by death by death. And sometimes she's depicted with a sword even, you know, and
hmm
she's helped people in wars even.
hmm
So Lena says, Our Lady is the strongest fighter in spiritual warfare, even above Michael the Archangel. And I completely agree with that.
That's actually similar to Hinduism, right?
Well, yeah,
Um,
and I think it's an interesting intersection there, is that like, you know, you're really interested in, not interested, you're devoted to Mahakali, and she's like this goddess that defeats demons, and like
mhm.
that's what Mother Mary is, but she's not a goddess.
Yeah,
She's a goddess by grace, I guess, because she is a female and she is a god by grace, but
yeah.
makes her a daughter of God. Yeah.
Yeah, the more Lena talks, the more I'm seeing the connection here, because I don't know if you're familiar with, but you might have seen the monkey god, as
Yeah,
many would call it.
Hanuman. Hanuman.
Hanuman,
Hanuman,
yep,
sorry, Hanuman.
yep, the loyal companion and warrior of Lord Ram and of his armies, and Mahakali is stronger than him, and he's similar to like the archangel because he walks around with a big hammer and protects devotees, but Mahakali is way stronger than he is. Um, And then when Mary shows up at an exorcism, it's always over immediately. Yeah, I've seen Hindu, what you could call an exorcism in Hindu traditions, where Mahakali was invoked and done, over.
Lena says when Mary shows up at an exorcism, it's always over immediately. The Virgin most powerful.
Yep. So yeah, that's an interesting connection, which kind of ties into like we talked about last time, like what we would do, like if I was attacked. And it's, there's a lot of things, but Mahakali, and that's kind of like from just what I've experienced why I've never had issues, because I do have like statues and images of Mahakali throughout the house, right? So I've never ever had an issue.
Have you ever worked with demons?
I have before. Yep.
To do what?
Depends on like the situation. Sometimes I was paid, right? For like, it could be anything from someone like, hey, something's going on in my house, right? And I would go there, there'd be a demon, and it'd be kind of like a negotiation as to like why they were there, what they wanted, right? Um, Others, it's more like, I don't know how to put this other than making introductions, right? Like someone's like, I really want this in my life. I really want to get married. I don't care what I have to do. I know you're into this. I need like supernatural help. And I'm like, all right. And then tell them a specific ritual of what they wanted, and then kind of like facilitate the thing, facilitate that interaction.
With a demon?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think that would like backfire in a lot of ways?
No. I mean, I've never had that happen personally, and I'm aware that it can. I'm very cautious, but I'm also very selective in who I work with for that reason. Like, to put it bluntly, before I moved to Mongolia, and like, before I joined Mormonism, I would have 300 to 500 people asking me for it. And I would work with maybe 10. Maybe.
Yeah.
Of those 10, right, it wasn't a money thing for me because of karma, right? Because a lot of people are like, I want revenge, on my boyfriend. I want revenge on my girlfriend. Like, yeah, that's bad karma. No, don't respond, right? Someone's like, I want to be rich and famous. It's like, yeah, you're just stupid. That's not how it works. You know what I mean? That's just not how it works. But
Yeah.
I would be extremely selective, and over the years of when I've done it less and less. I've done it once here in Mongolia.
Do you go outside of your pantheon for that? Like, what kind of demons are you summoning?
Um, so like they're usually specific, and that's one of the calling signs that I look for, right? The calling cards of who to work with, because there are people who are not knowledgeable, but then there are people who are knowledgeable, right? And so for me, it's like I want to work with like a demon that my ancestor worked with, like a Mongolian demon in the case of living here. You know what I mean? Right? And in that case, I will usually go outside of my pantheon for that, because the way I see it, it's the same thing, right? Like Christians will call them demons, and they have their own categories of demons from what I've seen. Hindus, we have our own names for the different categories. Mongolians have their own names for different categories. You know what I mean?
So
Different
based on the
names,
location, you would change
the name,
the name. Yeah.
which is very Hindu in nature, because, like, for instance, in like Mumbai, people pray to Lord Shiva, but on the Deccan Plateau, he is referred to as Mahari, a god of war. Different name, same, like same individual, just a different dialect, different language.
Okay, that's interesting. So, like, how they would look at monotheism then? Like, how would you guys see our God?
Like how do I see your god?
Yeah, or more, how do you guys see our God? Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really have an opinion on the Christian God specifically. That's not
Uh,
something I've really sat down and thought about, right? I believe like Jesus is a Swami, right? Like a spiritual teacher. Um, Beyond that, I've never really put thought into like what I think the Christian God is, just because I've never had a need to, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, let me take a look at the chat here. That being said, Saint Michael Archangel really saved me once by power of God, says Lena. I swear one day I'm going to join the convo again. Does Hindu have human saints who have passed on and help you like we do?
I mean, there are gurus that Hindus believe they, can commune with, pray to.
Like the Buddha and stuff?
Well, that's Buddhism, but it's a similar concept, yeah. Because, I mean, I know people where I think she's passed on, but like Yogananda is a big one. She wrote the Laws of the Spirit World, right?
I
And
never read it. Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, there are gurus and like swamis who have passed on that people have like pictures of their homes, right? And you guys could probably Google this, but if you get on Google and just Google like Indian homes or Indian altars, right, you will see different icons of different avatars, but you'll also see pictures of human beings, right? And those are gurus, and many of them have passed on that are a part of the prayer ritual.
When you have an icon or a statue of a deity, do you believe that the deity is inhabiting that object, or do you think that your worship is going to like the prototype?
I believe it does. Well, let me rephrase. I believe the essence of the deity is there. Right. So do I believe that like Mahakali is in my statue and no other statues? No, but I do believe like the essence and the energy and the will of Mahakali is in that icon.
Okay, so if that got destroyed, that would be like a huge like deal, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the only way those would get destroyed is like intent, right? Just because of how altars in the East are set up. Everything is set up with great care, so nothing can be knocked over or like knocked off by a cat or something, you know what I mean? Right? So in order for that to happen, like a human being would literally have to physically put intent in destroying it. Because once the altar, like, and this goes with like, from what I've seen of like my wife's like family's altar, right? There's statues of the Buddha and other Mongolian gods, right? So the way they're set up in the shelf is there, and they stay there. They're never touched under any circumstances. There's a specific section away from that, on that, like in that shelf setup for the lighting of candles and offerings and things like that. But it's in a specific place, so it's not like you're like smashing things as you're trying to do stuff.
So, from your perspective, would the Jews kind of be operating under their own dharma, the Mosaic Law?
I would say so. Now, how that works in like contrast with like Hinduism, that I don't know, right? Like, if because we talked a bit about this before, and it's like
Hmm.
I believe Christian living his dharma will get whatever Christian reward. I believe that. I'm not 100% sure on that, just because the dynamics of like Christianity and Judaism are different, right? I would assume that's how it worked. You know what I mean? But
So you think we'd get the reward we expect?
I believe so.
So we
Unless like,
become united with the creator of everything that's outside of space and time.
mm-hmm.
Would you not want to have those results?
Well, the thing is we already have that by following our traditions, right? And this is part of why most Hindus don't convert, right? And this is
So
why I
you believe you become
specifically,
united with God?
mm-hmm,
At what point?
moksha. When that is or how that looks like, I'm going to be honest, I'm not 100% sure on, I'm still studying the dynamics of that.
Is
But
moksha a static place, or is it a place of change?
I think it's a state of being. Like once you break out of that cycle, you just are, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't really answer the question, because like being could
It's
be
like it's
static or dynamic.
static or dynamic. I don't know
Yeah.
if I'm static or dynamic. So I am of the opinion at this time that it's a combination of both. I go between two things. It could be either both or it could be neither and something fundamentally different.
So from like the Orthodox perspective,
Hmm.
theosis is a never-ending process. So like we're trying to become more like Christ in this life, but
Hmm.
afterwards in the new heaven and the new earth, we will constantly be getting closer to God, but we can never actually reach him because he is ineffable and he's beyond
Hmm.
everything. Like he's beyond existence itself. But we'll go from glory to glory. So basically, the
Hmm.
human nature doesn't get subverted. It's part of our human nature to grow, and it makes us happy. The only thing that this fallen world makes work unhappy, but in the new heaven, the new earth, work will actually be great. We'll be worshiping, and we'll actually really enjoy that. It's the only thing that will
Hmm.
give us happiness. So it's actually like a really good thing, I would say. It's not like you get every like realization all at once, because it sounds like beatific vision sounds a little bit closer to moksha than theosis does, and unless moksha is you ever getting closer to God, in which case then it's more
Yeah.
similar.
Yeah, it sounds like the way you're wording it, it's more static.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not the best person to explain the beatific vision.
I'm not
Eastern
the best
Thomists would
person
be
to
the.
explain the Hindu philosophies either, so, that's fine. It's fun to kind of hash it out and just talk at least about what we believe. Do you believe it's dangerous for Christians to think they can just jump into mantras and yoga knowing nothing about it? Um, so I would say it's not good. I don't know about dangerous. Right? And the reason for that is I think like in the best case scenario, like when it comes to mantras, it's a prayer, right? And I think that mantras are, sacred and should be treated as such. And if you know nothing about that, that could like, you could treat it as something it's not, right? You can like abuse that sacred nature of it. Same thing with yoga. And I see that a lot with yoga where people are like, oh, it's just exercise. It's just stretching. And I'm just sitting and to me, it's like, well, it's not, if you're just doing it to stretch, then it's not fully yoga, right? You're cherry picking, right? And this is more to like Christians who do yoga because they're like, yeah, I do yoga. I just don't do the mantras and I don't do the, you know, the deep meditation. I just do it for, physical things. And it's like, that's fine, but you're basically just doing Hindu Pilates, right? Right? Because yoga has a very specific intent. The asanas, the poses, are for a specific purpose. Yes, The byproduct of doing this is, you get a healthy body and you get a more flexible body, but that was historically never the intent of, you know, that was never the intent of yoga. If you look at like the sacred texts, Lord Shiva is referred to as Adiyogi, the first yogi, and he gives the wisdom of yoga to Manu, the first man, right? Nowhere in there does he say, yeah, here's a bunch of fun stretches you can do with your friends, and then, yeah, if you really want to, you can commune with us. No, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of
It- the,
designed for that.
in fact, if you look at the text, there's nothing about the health benefits at all. It's all spiritual, it's all theological.
Yeah, a parallel to this with orthodoxy would be if a bunch of people started doing prostrations and they weren't doing it to worship God, they were just doing it to
Yeah.
work out, you know. So there's
And that's
there's
the
a
same
physical
thing.
aspect to orthodoxy as well, which is something that's really good. I think you're supposed to worship with your whole body.
Hmm. Yeah, and I mean, there's also a correlation there because it's like if someone's prostrating with the intent of like if they don't understand it, right? And this is why Hindus generally like when Westerners do yoga, right? Is because like they're doing it, they know they don't know, but they're trying to learn, right? Some of them anyway. Like they're learning, and everyone's like, good, yes, you're learning. Like, good, keep going. Now, get into the spiritual side of it, you know? And from what you're describing, the Eastern Orthodox, like if someone who is interested in learning the fullness of prostrations, right? And is prostrating and is trying to pray, right, with an intent heart, and they sincerely want to learn, I don't know if that would be seen as a problem because they're new, they're learning. They have a desire to connect with God.
Well, if they were just prostrating in front of like a wall and weren't praying to God, I think
Exactly.
it'd be like, okay, you're just doing an exercise at that point. You're
Yeah.
not really doing what was the point of this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I would answer Lena that it is dangerous because, like
Yeah.
what just Diamond Dave just said, I mean, it's really
Yeah.
designed for communing with these spirits, and from the Christian perspective, these are, pagan deities.
No. And to me it's also kind of like illogical based on, and we kind of probably touched on that, but it's like, why would you do something halfway? Like Daniel was saying, why would you prostrate if you're not going to pray to God? Just do Pilates. Right? Join CrossFit,
Do some
Um,
push-ups or
yeah,
sit-ups or whatever.
exactly. It's like, what's the point of doing it halfway? And I find that many Christians who are typically more liberal, they're the more cherry picking type, where it's like, yeah, we don't believe in the communing bit, but it still has health benefits. And it's like, okay, you're missing the forest for the trees here, where you're picking your favorite tree or you're picking the health benefit. Again, not mentioned in the sacred texts, over what it was given for.
Yeah. Yeah. So Mahakali, she trying to figure out how I want to ask this question. But I guess I'll just come out with it. Have you ever cursed anybody?
Sometimes, like in the past,
Because like,
extremely rare.
wouldn't Mahakali be very useful for something like that?
In some cases, yes. Very, very specific cases.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would,
Okay.
I would put that in like a, from like the Hindu perspective and from my personal perspective, injustifiable cases.
Yeah, I
Because
understand.
yeah.
I mean,
But
I have my own sins that I can think of that I don't personally want to share either, so I don't blame you for not going into details.
I mean, I don't mind going into some details, like when it comes to like cursing, like it's bad karma. Typically.
That's gonna hurt you for
Yeah.
sure.
However, there's been a couple of occasions where, for instance, like, um, how do I put this? Like, a female friend of mine, right, were gang raped, right? That's happened. And the police did nothing, right? Very extreme situations like that where there's DNA evidence and the police are just like not really looking into it. A couple people get questioned, but like, there's no real justice done. Like in an extreme case like that, I would do so, and I have invoked Kali on those cases. Um, because she's a warrior goddess, but she's also a mother and very protective of her children. And I've seen firsthand results of how that like how that can play out.
Yeah.
Other than that, I avoid it.
Yeah, I think the danger of, well, there's so many dangers to that, but
Yeah.
one of them, of the many, is that legally speaking, it's not counted as murder.
Well, there's no way to like prove it in a court of law.
Yeah.
But
So, like, that kind of power could be abused very easily.
mm-hmm. And that's part of like, because I'm very reserved and I'm very much a very selective individual. That's another thing that um I just connect with in Shakta Hinduism in general, with Mahakali, because there's very, very rigid rules, very rigid rules on that. And even just interacting and offerings, right? Because like when you've talked about occultism, and we've had someone on the show who talked about human sacrifice, um, there is no forgiveness for sacrificing a human or an animal to Mahakali. You lose your caste. Like it's horrendous. I don't even want to think about it, but it's a very much a big no. Do not do this. You will not be forgiven. There will be no mercy, right? You have no shot. You know what I mean? Um, and also to something that um, I've learned in my experience, and this is a core difference between like I would say Christians in general, um, and like me and just people of my faith, is Christians are eager, especially on the internet, to be like, oh, God's gonna punish you, you're gonna go to hell, you don't have the right thing, yada yada. If Jesus was here now, what would he say to you? Kind of like using Jesus as a weapon.
He would
We
say, I
don't,
love you.
yeah. I mean, I know you would, but I'm just talking about my experience, right? So yeah, that's what I've seen Christians say to each other. Whereas for me, you don't use that Mahakali or any deity as a weapon, right? Because like they look at you too. And you will be judged as well, right? It's like that's not something that I would want to bring on myself.
Yeah. But there isn't really a channel for forgiveness besides what, purification, I guess?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You said there's not a channel so much for forgiveness, right?
Yeah, is there, yeah, like how do you get
Not in
forgiveness?
the Christian context, right? So the closest Christian concept is like atonement, where you work it off. But
Yeah.
there's no grace and forgiveness, right? You can't repent and say, I'm sorry, I'll never do this again, and then Mahakali goes, okay, you're fine. You know what I mean?
Even if you've made a complete change in your life?
You still have to work it off.
Yeah.
Because the belief is like you put that vibration out there, right? And so you have to like atone for that. Because like Even on a most basic level, right? Remember when that guy was giving me a hard time and I kind of like snapped at him, right? I can't
That
take
was
that.
Daryl, a
Yeah.
very good viewer that I lost that day. I hope he
Yeah.
comes back at some point.
Yeah, I
Daryl's
do
actually
too. I
really
think he's
cool.
cool. I think he's cool. I I think it's just kind of a heat of the moment things. It happens, right? But
I
like,
hope eventually enough time passes and he's like, well, I don't know, Dan. I don't know if Dan was really saying all that much. I haven't heard Dan say before. Dan's talked about the
yeah,
Fourth Crusade a bunch of times. You
yeah.
know, like
But I mean, like, so it's like, when I just kind of went after him, right? I cannot rewind that. I cannot undo that, right? And so
no,
part, the atonement and the working it off, so to speak, is to accept whatever consequences that come from putting that out there and owning it and taking accountability and responsibility for it.
yeah,
Even if it's not like even if it's not like it happens now, if it comes later down the road, you know what I mean?
yeah. I feel like a main difference between Hinduism and Christianity is like in Hinduism, you are your mistakes. You are also your successes, but you're your actions
Correct.
basically.
Correct. And your family's actions too.
Yeah.
You are the culmination of all of it. Your actions, your mistakes, your successes, your family's mistakes, your family's successes, your society's mistakes and society's successes. Because there is like a national, like, there's large scale karma and small scale karma, and individual karma.
It's interesting from looking at the old covenant, you know, that the Mosaic law and what the Jews were doing when they were doing their sacrifices in their temples. They were doing that to get rid of the sin of the people, you know, something similar to what you're saying. But I think the difference would be from the Jewish perspective, sin isn't who they are, but it is separating them from God. You know, it's taking away their grace. And grace is what holds everything together. So if you abandon God's love, then everything falls apart. So that's what the sin was doing. And they had to continue every year to sacrifice an animal for like their entire people, you know? And the idea was like they were supposed to follow the law, you know, and forgiveness happens, you know, sometimes for sure. Like in the Bible, it was briefly glimpsed at. Like David, he made a horrible mistake, and Nathan the prophet forgave him through God. But it didn't really become clear until Jesus Christ. I think it's too hard. I think it would be impossible for us to work out our own karma. I don't think we'd ever get there. I think it would be if like if I were to you know put my shoes in the Hinduist boots again, I would say like I'd be stuck in samsara forever. I don't think I'd ever get out. I don't know if anybody would, but I know I wouldn't.
I
It would
can
just be
see
too
that
difficult.
interaction.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I mean, it is what you make it to be.
well, there's also like things that you've done in the past that you can't undo. Like you said before, it's like,
Sure, but you can atone for that and work that off. So even though you can't undo it, you can still atone for it. And that's what I mentioned. One aspect is the concept of Yamaloka, the realm of Yama, right? Purification, right?
which is kind
So,
of like purgatory from the Catholic perspective.
yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like that, right? It's a place of purification, right?
Yeah,
So it's not that necessarily you're doing it on your own. There are other aspects out there to facilitate that.
yeah, yeah. I guess that would help you out. You know, You could burn off some of that karma and hell. And then you're back in it again, back in the saddle, but I guess you forgot again, so you'd have to relearn everything that you learned. The off chance that's what was going to happen. Does that ever, like, anxiety bother you? Like,
No,
how long you'll be stuck in reincarnations after reincarnations?
there's no anxiety to it. No.
So, life, what would you say life is? What is the meaning of it?
That is a very deep question. What is the meaning of life? So for me personally, I would say to simply live out Dharma.
Can some people's dharmas be, like, considered bad to other people?
I mean, I
Like a demon's
suppose.
dharma, right, would be like to be a demon and to wreak havoc, right?
Well, they're not, they don't have it.
They don't have dharma?
Not to my knowledge, no. Because, I mean, Dharma was given to humans in the Manu Smriti. There's no account in any scripture that I can think of off the top of my head that, you know, what, like, angels or demons or whatever you want to call them have a Dharma.
So gods don't have dharmas?
I'm gonna have to do a deep dive on that one. My understanding is, like, when it comes to, like, demons and, like, angels, they don't. And my understanding is that gods simply are. Like, God simply is. Like, God has no duty because God is the epitome of duty, as is all of its incarnations and avatars.
So all of the deities, like, no matter how low on the hierarchy, like, they all pretty much are like that? Or like
That's what, yeah, that's what I would say.
so
Because
are
they
they like
all have,
emanations or
yeah, emanations is a good word for it. They're all aspects of one whole.
okay, different aspects of God. So then there is like a central God, but is that God impersonal? Is that like just more like a force than a being?
I mean, it's. I'm trying to think of how to describe it. I don't know if this is a good analogy, but, like, I'm gonna just send this, so please, like, just humor me here. But in Christianity, you have God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, right?
Yeah,
But they are one Godhead,
correct. One in
right?
essence, undivided.
Yes, that is what I believe that the avatars and the deities are. One in essence, undivided, but different aspects, different functions, different uses of that one Godhead.
And that one Godhead in Hinduism, is that like is that a person or is that like more like a force?
I would say it's impersonal. It depends on who you talk to, though. And this is part of why in Hinduism there are monotheistic groups and polytheistic groups.
So you're more the monotheistic.
I'm actually I'm more polytheistic, and it's basically boils down to semantics. I believe that they're all like individual beings, individual deities, just like God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, but they're all part of one thing. But they are separate. Whereas a monotheist would say they are all the same in essence, with the same roles and same functions. And that gets into, like, the semantics of, like, what is the nature of God and what is a God, and that's its own rabbit hole that is, I would say, is debated in not just Hindu circles, but I think in religion in general, right? Trinitarians and non-Trinitarians.
Well, and Mormons are tritheists, so they don't believe.
There's a word for it. It's not hedonist. It's I forget hedon. Like I forget what it is, but there's a specific term where that Mormons have. Okay, let me Google this. What is the term for multiple gods with one overarching god? There's a word for this.
Monad.
That's it. Henotheism. The worship
Henotheism.
of one primary god while accepting or acknowledging the existence of other deities. Yep. So this is closer probably to answering your question. I would probably fall under like henotheism, where I worship one primary god, but I acknowledge others, right? Polytheism in fact, but monotheism in principle.
So for this overarching nature of God, what is its desire?
That I'm
What
going to be
drives
honest.
it?
I'm going to be honest. I never thought about that. Right. I've never thought about that. For me, I'm very focused on what is more my dharma, right? And especially with my life circumstances and everything changing and life in general. I'm very focused on like dharma, day-to-day living and things like that. And then when things settle down, then I'm going to go like more into like actual philosophy behind it. Right now
Yeah.
I'm like 100% on practical mode.
For the Orthodox Christian, we would say it's love. That is the motivation of God. God is love. And
Mm,
he knew that love would overcome all the evil.
yeah.
And that's the reason why he created out of love. He didn't do it because he had to.
Hmm.
Um, Whereas I feel like a lot of the more occult understandings of God is impersonal, and that perhaps there's a symbiotic relationship between creation and God, like as if
Hmm.
maybe the creation somehow validates the God, or somehow gives him something that he needs or it needs. And it seems to me, and this is something I wrote in the book, um, that the best you get is experience.
Hmm.
That God just wants experience itself.
It's an interesting angle.
It's a very neutral angle.
Hmm.
It's neither good nor bad.
It
It's
just
like it
is.
just yeah, it just wants things to happen.
Hmm.
And it's like kind of taking almost like I don't know, it's almost like a primordial intelligence kind of level of desire. It's like imagining like what a computer program would first want, or like what any first mind would want before knowing what anything even is. You wouldn't know what is good or evil until you see it for yourself,
Hmm.
and it would help you like work it out of like what is your desire. So that's
Hmm.
like a sort of like, again, symbiotic relationship between creation and God. That of course would be blasphemous from the Orthodox perspective, but from the occultists, I think that's about as clear as you can get.
Yeah.
I never really was able to get much further than that, of like what is the point of all of this, the pagans, a lot of the Hellenist pagans would say that God's created us for entertainment.
Hmm. I've heard that. I don't know personally if there is a point. I know I won't find out in this lifetime, so I don't typically dwell on large scale questions like that. Some people do, right? Um, but for me it's like what is the point of the universe?
Yeah.
Does knowing gonna pay my bills? You know what I mean? Right? Like we're just small specks on one speck of trillions upon trillions of stars in one galaxy out of I don't, who knows how many galaxies, and it's expanding. Right. what is the point? Is there a point? It's kind of like beyond the human mind, in my opinion. So I just don't entertain it.
Well, it depends on what the thing is. Like, if I were to tell you that aliens absolutely exist and they've been visiting the Earth and we were created by the aliens, that would probably change the way you looked at the world. But if I told you that it's now
Actually,
been
it would, ironically, it would reinforce my Hindu beliefs, actually.
but if I told you that this water is dinosaur spit, you probably wouldn't change much about your life. You'd be like,
Yeah.
well, it's dinosaur spit, but I got to drink it. But yeah, as for the alien stuff, I guess we could get into that. Let me see first what Lena's saying. I think our like only real viewer
I'll
that's
be right
talking
back.
in the
Give me
chat.
1 second while you get that. Hold up.
Okay. Lena says, unfortunately, Christians curse people too often. They should never do that. Dave, if they are protected, can it bounce back? And Lena says, oh, interesting, in regards to human sacrifice, or human animal sacrifice. Lena says Christians also use prayer as a weapon. They get mad at someone and say, you need prayers, I'll pray for you. Yeah, does not please God. Yeah, you need to sincerely pray for somebody when you pray for them. You pray for their mercy, and you trust God will give them mercy, and you should actually want the best for them. And Lena says Catholics have to write bad actions in purgatory or on earth too, though. And yeah, so Lena, you're making a good distinction here. In the West, it's all about the justice system. It's not about love necessarily. St. Thomas Aquinas might disagree and say like, oh, it's all about charity. If it really was, then again, love forgives, and forgives completely. So, like, at least from the Orthodox perspective, that's why we reject purgatory. We don't think you have to pay for these crimes on some level because of justice. We think the name of God's justice would be mercy.
Aliens.
Yes. Hey, Kabbalah thinks it has to fix God. Aristotle, Catholic Church, happiness, level 4. I don't know what that means, Lena, but yeah, aliens and such. So what do you think about aliens?
I think I do believe.
My bad.
You can
Probably
just
should have muted
mute.
myself.
Yeah, I was like, mute your nose.
It's for the viewers. It's for them, for the people.
Oh, so we're turning into one of those channels, right? Daniel or Daryl leaves, and now it's just you blowing your nose on a live stream as some weird attraction. Okay.
It's how I cope. It's how I cope with losing good viewers.
Yeah, that's fair. So aliens, I believe they're real. I believe they exist. I actually have done a lot of like rabbit hole searches on like encounters, abductions. I miss George Norrie. I don't know if you've heard of George Norrie. Coast to Coast AM.
Oh, I remember Coast to Coast. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that guy. Like,
Did you ever hear the one caller come in and he was just like, I only have a little bit of time, but they could be moving people right now. There's giant population zones, and they're all going to be destroyed if we don't. We could be moving people right now. Oh God, they're coming! And then like the radio shut down, and you found out later it was a hoax, but like, it was very scary at the time.
That sounds familiar, but I will say I've heard several people say similar things because the people who... You get a mixed bag when people call into George Norrie, right? They're either going to be kind of like reasonable and have like discussions, or it's going to be like, there's no in between, right? It's either going to be just chill and, yeah, I think aliens are real, to like, guys, this alien put this thing up my butt and then like decapitated a cow and threw it into space. And, just, there's no in between. It's just, it's wild.
Yeah, it's like either they're mentally ill and that's why they think they saw it, or they did see something and they became mentally ill.
Yeah.
But yeah, um, obviously, maybe it's not obvious, but if you didn't already guess, I believe aliens are a demonic deception. But I remember having encounters with supposed aliens when I was younger as well. So I think it is something that, you know, the phenomenon exists. I just don't think it's what people think it is.
Yeah, that's not surprising. That's like the Christian response.
Yeah, it's pretty
Um,
classic.
it's
It
a pretty
should be.
classic Christian. It's a pretty classic Christian response. Um,
You'd be
yeah, I've
surprised though.
heard.
There's some Christians that are like, "Oh, maybe we could baptize them."
Yeah, I've heard that theory where like aliens exist and there's like reptile Jesus baptizing reptile, like reptilians and things like that. Right. But yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of studies into that. I don't think they are demons simply because they're three-dimensional and corporeal. And even from my limited understanding of the body, or the Bible, right, demons never took physical form, be, but angels have, right? So like Jacob wrestled with the angel in the desert. Two angels went to Sodom and Gomorrah, like as physical
And
things.
don't forget,
But
Diamond Dave, demons are fallen angels in our system. So they have those same
sure.
powers too.
But I mean, there's no record I'm aware of in the Bible like when people cast out demons, right? It's not like some dude just like walks out of a human body and walks away. You know what I mean?
No, they are spiritual, but they can possess bodies and they can create objects. And
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they don't have a physical, tangible form you can interact with.
they could make that.
Jacob, I don't know.
Yeah.
Where I mean, is there
Same thing
something in
with
the Bible
angels.
that can?
I mean, angels are also like angels and fallen angels. They both are noetic beings, so they don't have bodies, but they are able to interact with people because like they were able to wrestle folks and all that such, and appear as men. Like here's the hospitality of Abraham, or three
Sure.
angels
My
met.
understanding, and this could be dead wrong, but I don't know what the Eastern Orthodox but says on this, but I have heard Christian denominations say that angels don't have bodies, demons don't have bodies, but God gave specific angels a body for specific tasks, like Jacob and Sodom and Gomorrah. And after that task was done, they lost that body. They no longer possess, they no longer have that body. Whereas God does not give demons bodies, like three-dimensional bodies. I don't know what your thoughts on that are, but that's just kind of what I'm going off of.
I think demons, because they are fallen angels, are like pretty much the most intelligent noetic beings out there. They're incredibly intelligent, and they've been living for a long time, and they do know how to affect matter. And there's lives of the saints where they've tricked different saints where they might produce something like a golden fleece. But there's also lots of um, history in the Bible. Who we got here? Levite? There's also a lot of history with seeing things in the sky, because it says in Ephesians 6:12 that they rule the aerial realm, so they come from the sky, and yeah, yeah, it's part. Basically, the idea is because of science fiction, it's primed us to accept them, and so we're more likely to accept alien than a demon.
I can see the logic behind that. I don't subscribe to that, but I can see the logic behind that.
Do you think the
Um,
deities of the pantheon could be, in fact, aliens?
yeah, that's something I've actually thought about, and something that I'm not sure. That's actually something I'm kind of mulling in my mind at this time, like even before we started talking, because there are Hindu references, not so much in scripture, but in like myth and folklore, of like two cities in the sky, over India fighting each other, right? In like some laser space battle. And you're nodding. I think you've heard this before.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah. They had the flying cities, and they had
yeah,
I said it earlier, the Brahma Mitra. It's like
yeah.
this is terrible weapon that seemed like an atomic weapon.
Well,
Um,
and here's the thing too is like they went like archaeologists have went to that location and that area is radioactive as though a nuclear warhead did go off in the past.
right.
Um so there's that. Also the Indian royal family, not the British royal family, but like the nobles and royals of India, many of them are believed to be descended from Nagas, which are reptilians in
They're
like
snake
serpent,
people.
like snake
Nagas are
people.
snakes. Yeah.
Yeah, they're snake reptiles.
The reptilians. But yeah. So
So
from
it's
my perspective, like we got nuclear technology from demons as well, because Einstein said he saw these things in his head, and he was an atheist. Well, he was kind of an atheist. He hated Christianity. He believed Jesus was weak, and he said Christians are weak for believing in him. And he'd like to make fun of us. So I think the demons definitely had Einstein, and they gave him those visions of a nuclear bomb. I don't think it would have happened without their influence.
that's an
Again, they're
interesting
just very
take.
smart, you know.
I have not heard that, but that's an interesting take. Because Oppenheimer built the atomic bomb, and then when it detonated, he quoted the Bhagavad Gita. I have become death, the destroyer of worlds.
And Oppenheimer was a pretty smart guy. I mean, I guess it goes without saying he did kind of like invent the hydrogen bomb and all that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, I can't see a moron doing something like that, So,
Yeah, so I think he probably knew a little bit maybe about the history. Maybe, I don't know. See, he wouldn't have known about the radioactive fallout or all that stuff because they didn't have any idea of that stuff yet. But he did probably read the Bhagavad Gita
yeah,
to quote from it like that, and it was probably like, oh yeah, like in the past they had these terrible weapons,
he's
and I
aware of
just
it.
made one.
I was actually reading. It was like, well, not reading, but watching on Netflix, like the documentary of like World War II, because I love documentaries, right? And I remember like the Enola Gay, the first atomic bomb, right? They fly, they're joking, they drop the bomb, and then the bomb goes off, and then it's just dead silence. And then I think it was the captain just said, "Oh my God, what have we done?" Right?
Yeah, and how
Like,
are we still alive?
well, yeah, not so much how are we still alive, but it's just like nobody knew, right? Because it's like one thing to see it in a test and people were far away, and watching from a television, it looks like this big, like, it just looks like this big plume of smoke, right? But like nobody knew the catastrophe that it would bring, and then like everyone on the Enola Gay like had mental issues after that, right? Because they knew it was a destructive weapon, but then it dawned on them that it's like, oh my God, we slaughtered everyone in this town. You know what I mean? Like there are no survivors from this,
Yeah.
right?
Interestingly enough, the Tokyo fire bombings killed more people than Nagasaki and Hiroshima combined, but it
Hmm.
just was a more devastating bomb, and like people had their skin falling off of their bones, like
Yeah,
terrible
it was.
nightmarish things.
Yeah, it was terrible nightmares. The only like the fire bombings killed more people because it was summer, it was windy, and Japanese houses are made out of wood,
Yeah.
and it's very like hot and windy and dry. So perfect combination of circumstances for fire to become those fire tornado things and just steamroll.
Yeah. World War II, where the killing civilians went out the window as a war crime. We'll never go back to that, though.
I know, right? Thanks, Germany.
We're so much purer as a people now. How could we
Yes, we're
do this?
morally evolved. It's
Of course.
Yeah.
We have our
Well,
internet now, so we couldn't
We
possibly
have
do things like this
drones.
again.
It's not people
yeah,
killing people. It's drones doing it. It's
exactly.
robots.
Well, do you think some portals might have been opened
Here's
when Hiroshima and Nagasaki were nuked like that?
I
Like,
actually do, and here's why. So, this is something I've seen a lot of because when it comes to like the UAP phenomenon, right? Like there will be cases, and this has happened in Montana, and it's been documented multiple times where nuclear test sites will just like lose all their power,
oh
their
yeah,
backup systems, everything, and it would just stop,
they're
right?
very interested
Um,
in nukes for some reason.
yeah. And then like two, it's like my understanding of quantum physics is like when science fiction talks about like a space-time continuum, like that's an actual real thing, right? There's an actual fabric of like dimensions and particles and everything that's held together, right? And the atomic weapon is literally splitting the atoms. So you're literally splitting that fabric open, right? And my wife was telling me like she's I don't know if she's been to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but she's been to Japan, and like people will talk about like in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, there's way more spiritual activity there than anywhere else in Japan,
Oh, yeah.
right? Um,
Yeah, I've heard that before too.
so I do believe like I don't know if I would call it a portal, but there's definitely a tear there.
Yeah.
Right. And the question that I have and many scientists have as well is like, okay, there's a tear. What's on the other side?
Uh-huh.
Um,
Well,
You know, there's a theory out there that they were doing project. I think it's called Star something, but basically they were lighting off nukes in the atmosphere,
well,
and
they
it,
test nukes in space.
that's
yeah.
what they used to do. And there's a theory out there, and yeah, for what it's worth, is that this was used to actually take down alien craft
Mhm.
until they
Yeah.
figured out there's a way to cause EMP without using a nuclear bomb.
Yeah. I heard another theory that the reason why the UAPs, um, and I don't, by the way, I'm not saying I believe this. I think it's interesting. I don't personally believe this at this time, but the reason why UAPs will shut down nuclear subs and nuclear missiles specifically and not anything else is because they're like extra dimensional beings that were impacted by those nuclear blasts. So by tearing that fabric open, we also tore open a hole in their reality. And thus they're getting involved now and flying around and trying to stop nukes because like yeah we can nuke each other but we're also like affecting them as well.
Well,
Not saying I
yeah.
believe it, but that theory does exist.
Yeah, but you got all those portals they're trying to get into over there in France. What is it called? I'm tired.
CERN, CERN,
Sure, thank you. Oh yeah, I'm really
LHC.
I'm brain farting because I'm tired. But oh yeah, Daniel, I'll send you my PayPal link because I just got a couple people to sub to you here. Um, you can reward me for that.
I
Okay,
just read an audiobook for you people. For you people, I don't know how many hours it is overall. I think it's like probably 8,
is it?
maybe 9 or 10 hours of reading my World
Mm,
Empire. For you, the people. So you can listen to that, and it's a free audiobook. That's my payment
okay.
to you, sir.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So you can read World Empire.
Yeah. Now I was on somebody else's live panel. I was planning on going to bed, and I thought, well, let's see how much into the fifth of the 6 hour that he's in here, and because I saw you and Diamond Dave chatting, I kept you on mute while I was on his restream panel, and so great cloudy day. I had he subbed to you, but I don't know if the other guy did or not. That tank guy.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Anyway, I don't really have a lot to get real profound and enigmatic about. I just but as far as CERN and their dog and pony shows, I think they are more real than what people begin to fathom. And even though
Yeah,
that,
there could be a dual nature to CERN. You know, it's like, yeah, there could
yeah,
be scientific stuff going on, but there could also be something spiritual happening.
I also wonder if after Franklin Delano Roosevelt died in office, if Harry S. Truman did that partly to get away from the coattails, the legacy of our longest active president. I don't. Who knows what the reasons are? And neither one of them can. One of them can tell us anything now, anyway. But as weak as those bombs were compared to what we have now, I'd hate to see the devastating results. I'm really not for nuclear arms. I mean, I understand a point to it. I get it, but it's a dangerous path to be on. So,
Yeah.
then some people have a good argument where it saved a lot of lives in the long run too, because Japan would have gone to the last man, woman, and child, is what they say. And you look at their thinking back then, and more samurai and that, and just the way they were, generally speaking, anyway. It's like, well, yeah, maybe they did. Maybe we ended something that Delano Roosevelt was kind of guilty for in the first place when he made it impossible for Japan to work with us. So they had to choose somebody. So they went to the Axis powers, And anyway, I'm going on a tangent, speculating, but
Yeah.
Levi,
My
have you
take-
ever had? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say my take on CERN, and I take I don't know, I take a more cautious approach, right? Because of just my limited understanding of like the space-time continuum and just my experience with the spiritual realm, right? So from what I've seen, it's like Daniel talked about there might be a dual nature happening. I personally believe that dual nature is unintentional. Right. So it's gonna be like a Jurassic Park type situation, right? Where they have this great idea and they're gonna implement this idea. And there's a reason for that what's happening.
he's
one-
showing
Just wanted
me
to show,
Just
showing
like
the icon I put on for Levite. It's
Oh,
Jesus
okay.
Christ in the garden.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's like kind of the Jurassic Park things where it's like it sounds good and there's a legitimate scientific basis for doing these things. But I also think that there could be very severe unintentional like consequences that are not expected by that scientific team.
Yeah, but I think somebody expects it.
Well,
There's somebody out there who
I
expects
mean,
it.
sure. There's probably like maybe some higher
um,
up, maybe like I'm sure there like if there is someone expecting it, they're going to be like higher up. They're not going to be like the freaking janitors that are like sweeping the floor of building with them.
bringing up a
So
new can of worms there, Dave. I mean, who really is in charge, and who are the elites, and who's really running Trump's life and today?
I don't I don't know. I don't live in America. It's not my problem. Who
Well,
runs
I live
Trump's
in
life?
America, and I'm not so sure I have the answer for you either.
Yeah.
But, so, what were you going to ask me, Daniel? Do you remember? You were going to say something.
Yeah, I was, and I can still ask it.
Okay.
But I wanted to just say Parks. What is his name? Parkson?
What?
Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons was from the JPL, and he was an occultist. He was like a huge fan of Crowley. So like there's some precedent for occultists being in these
Oh yeah.
these sort of circles. The question to you, Levite, was: have you ever had an alien encounter, or what you believe to be an alien encounter?
No, I believe that was demonic. What I told you, as far as what happened between, or sometime April something of 1990, when I was demonically attacked physically on a limited basis, that they had permission to do it. I don't believe that to. Yeah, they're alien. I suppose you could use the word alien, but
But they didn't masquerade as aliens, you know.
no, to me it was demonic. And like I said, when I rebuked it finally, full out in full English, very clear audio from coming from my voice, I'm sure in a panic. It was loud screams. It was in stereo. It was in unison. And sorry about my voice here. Give me a minute.
No, you're good.
But I mean, that's what I believe. It was demonic. Whether pretty much demonic. Now, whether you're talking demonic angels, part of the 1/3 that fell off, or whatever, or if you want to get into more of their offspring, go to Genesis 6 and so on. That could be art. That could be speculated on. All I knew is I was in big trouble and I needed to get, I wanted it gone. So as far as an alien, the way people look at it, no, I don't take that approach. So never have. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe when I was a little kid, you know what I mean, when you don't know anything and you're learning, but I mean, all of my young life and into my teens, and then as a young man and so on to my age now, I could be entertaining angels possibly. Hebrews 13, or we could have demonic presence.
Yeah. Well, that definitely answers my question. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I want to go through my experience of what that was like when I was a kid, but yeah, I guess I might as well share. So basically, I had the experience of like the gray aliens, and they told me that they did something to my DNA, and all I had to do was exist, and I would change people around me.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about there. Those white aliens and those gray. What did you call it again? I just watched a video on that not even 2 weeks ago. Those people that have encountered them. Gray, what did you say?
Gray aliens.
Gray aliens. Okay, I remember.
They're called the Greys. Yeah.
The
It's
Greys,
just a
and
very stereotypical looking alien that you see from a lot of science fiction.
they're a little
You know,
taller, a little skinnier. Their eyes stay the same size, so they look really huge and bug out when they're children, and then they get a little not as normal as what you and I would maybe consider as humans, but they look a little bit normal as they get older, and they're kind of fragile, but yet they live a lot longer than we do.
well, I'm sure there's a whole lot of lore to it. But let me just say the Greys here,
Of course,
and
there
I'll
has
pull up
to it.
the
I keep
Greys
thinking that each
aliens.
person, when I think they're being sincere, doesn't mean they're right. There could be a number of things going on
Like,
with
like
that.
something like that looks like this, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Like
I
a
mean,
very stereotypical alien. Yeah.
looks a little different than the documentary I watched a week and a half ago. But
It's generally the same. I mean, it's still on par because, like, like with human beings, there's different bone structures and different facial features.
yeah,
So,
Yeah.
I kind of envy William Shatner, who played James Tiberius Kirk, the captain. In the first Star Trek. He got together with a lot of different alien women, and
Yeah,
but
those are just humans dressed up
well,
like
no, how do
aliens.
you know? Hold on now. Let's discuss this a little bit. I mean, they didn't look very human to me. So,
oh, when William Shatner fought the Gorn in that episode, I forget the name of the
You
episode
got to
in
use
the
two fists
original.
like this.
No, you could literally see the gold zipper on the back of the Gorn suit because it was the '60s.
Yeah.
I'm being myself again when I start being sarcastic, arguing that kind of stuff. I mean, they had 79 regular episodes. You can order them, for the regular Star Trek, and of course they had how many movies before they started dying off. Shatner can't do anything with that now anyway. Was he 93 years old? But Leonard Nimoy is gone. The guy who played the mechanic, or what was his name?
Scotty.
Scotty. Yeah.
Scotty's dead, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's gone too. That woman, that African American woman, she's
Oh,
gone.
Yahura,
you're
Yeah,
right.
the
Hora.
first interracial kiss on television.
Oh yeah. But and then of course I got into the Next Generation for a while. I didn't mind Deep Space Nine, but it was getting a little far fetched for me. But then when they went to that other series, from Deep Space Nine to that other one, it was getting a little,
Voyager?
huh?
There's
Voyager?
Voyager's the next one.
And then that other one totally flopped, where they made it to where it was supposed to be before Kirk and Spock's and all their time.
Oh, you're talking about
Enterprise.
Enterprise. Enterprise didn't
Enterprise
flop.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was a
Enterprise
good
was
one.
good. Enterprise had pretty good ratings overall.
Yeah, but they bombed. In the end, they bombed. They couldn't keep it going.
Well,
The
no, the reason why
NX-01.
so the reason why it bombed was because Scott Bakula, the captain, Captain Archer, he was going through a divorce and his heart wasn't in it anymore, and he quit. So it
Oh,
just died.
I
Yeah,
didn't know.
that's like, yeah, it didn't flop at all. Like, it had a good storyline, but like he was going through divorce and he quit. And that's why the last episode they brought in Riker, Deanna Troy, and like they brought in other people to try and like wrap it up quick to try and come up with an ending because they had 2 more seasons planned out.
Okay,
It's
I didn't
been a
know.
long time
Yeah.
getting
Well,
from
here's the
there
thing
to
about
here.
that captain.
It's been a long while, Levite,
I
but my
know.
time is finally near,
Levi,
and I will
what'd you
see
say?
my dreams come alive at last. I will touch the sky, and you're not gonna hold me down no more. No, you're not gonna change my mind. Why? 'Cause I've got faith of the heart. No one's gonna bend or break me. I can reach any star. 'Cause I've got faith.
Excuse me while I kill myself on your live.
Faith of the heart.
Captain of
Well,
Enterprise. So he ended up playing some lame detective, and I don't know if it was on CSI or one of the CSIs or.
I don't know. I've seen all the Star Treks. I've seen all the Star Treks. I've got Amazon Prime, so I've seen all the Star Treks. I play the MMO, the Star Trek Online, that takes all of the living actors and actresses from all the Star Wars series and puts them in the game as voice actors. So I'm very much a hardcore Star Trek, Star Wars nerd.
Sounds like, yeah, sounds like I know enough about Star Trek to keep up with the conversation, but I'm not a Trekkie like you are.
Yeah.
Are you one of those guys who also you went to all those conventions and stuff? And
No, not personally. I have a life, right? I'm more of like the middle of the road Trekkie where it's like I'll watch it with my wife sometimes, or like, when I like do my thing when I work, I'll watch it, you know what I mean? But
yeah,
then I go outside, touch grass, live life, I have a job, Like, conventions aren't bad. I've always wanted to go to one, but there's some people who go like way too far with it.
yeah. I hope
I
I
thought
did.
Discovery was actually so Discovery had an interesting angle. The first like two the first 2 seasons of Discovery were just poorly launched. The third one was okay, but like the final season with the Breen Imperium, that was actually pretty solid. And
Hmm.
that was the like the last season was the only season to actually get decent ratings.
All right, Diamond Dave, you like Star Trek, you like Star Wars, but have you ever had Stargate?
I've watched Stargate in the past. I don't really watch it anymore. But I've also watched like Battlestar Galactica, Firefly. I have the movie Serenity, um,
Have you seen Babylon 5?
Babylon 5. Yeah, I've seen some, not a lot, but I've seen some growing up.
I watched
Babylon 5, I think you would really enjoy rewatching
years
again.
kid with Star Wars, the three main movies, and I had some of the cards. And then later, when I was in my middle to late 20s, they revised those three movies, and then now I've seen a couple of them where they go back to Darth Vader when he was a little boy, and they took him in and trained him as a Jedi, and then
Yeah,
So
that's
the
the prequel.
prequels, the
Yeah, the prequel
2001,
trilogy.
it's like
Yeah, that's
25 years
long,
old now.
long time ago now,
Yeah.
Levi.
yeah,
Yeah,
no,
now
I
they
know.
have the Disney movies
Before
where
your
it's like
guys
it was
are time.
Palpatine all along, man.
You know.
Palpatine
Clone
did it.
Wars, Clone Wars was good. Bad Batch was good. Mandalorian's okay.
Yeah, I thought
Um,
Mandalorian was good.
Mandalorian's all right. Andor was okay. Have you seen was it Shadow of Maul? Like the new
I
one that
haven't.
came out of. Oh my God, it is amazing.
Is
It's
it
how
good? Okay,
Oh,
good.
dude, like I watched the first season already, and I think it's amazing because it's how Darth Maul survives with the Empire, right? Because in the Clone Wars, he tries to unite the crime syndicates, and some of them betray him, and it's basically him getting revenge. It's him getting revenge and trying to survive, and it also follows a Jedi Master and his Padawan who are trying to survive because they survived the Purge.
Well, I'll tell you, I get a kick out of Yoda in one of those newer movies, you know, when they went back to the time and the way he walks around on a cane like he can barely move, but then when he had to transform, I mean, put his lightsaber out, and he's jumping around like a little doll and just whooping ass. And then when you get done, put his saber away and go back to walking like a decrepit old Yoda man. But a lot of that stuff I've seen, but there's a lot more that I haven't. So it's not something I really concentrate on. I have other things to do. Like you said, I have a life.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I kind of have, because I'm a full-time content creator where I do like social media consulting and like business consulting online, and I have gaming YouTube channels, right? Like I have an excuse to be in this because it's part of my income stream.
yeah, you make
So,
I'm not asking how much, but do you make a pretty good living doing this?
yep.
Okay.
I could tell you right now, I'm expecting a payout of just under $900 from my main YouTube channel, not including my other channels, not including my consulting businesses,
Uh,
That's in a month.
in a month.
okay. And I bet the almighty dollar goes a lot further in Mongolia, doesn't it?
The average salary here in the capital is $750 a month. So just off of that, just off of my one YouTube channel, I could rent my own apartment and I could, have a car and, you
Hmm.
know, live like just a guy my age who's single in an apartment, right? Pay
Okay.
Wow.
bills and so yeah.
Huh.
Cost of living is way more forgiving in Mongolia. I tell you what,
Well,
in America it's a lot
and
more
I mean, so
expensive.
I make close to what I used to make working at Wells. I make close to what I used to make at Wells Fargo before I moved here off of it, so it does go a long way.
When I
Um,
first got out of the army, and another time that I visited old Mexico way back, I seriously considered moving down there. I mean, an American dollar went so far, and I'm sure it still does compare. Well, I don't know if they even use it anymore. Trump and the
Well,
cartel.
make sure that you go to Mexico legally, Levite.
yeah,
Oh, I did every time I went through the border from Laredo, and I did it the right way. Trust me. I didn't want to be caught in old Mexico,
yeah,
not so with not having without having permission. That just wasn't a good idea even back then. So um, I kind of liked it. I didn't like everything I saw. Went to a couple of bars I liked. Stayed at some motel rooms, and they don't have the accommodations that America does, but it was fine by me. It was so cheap. I mean, I legit,
One day I might go on a mission trip to Mexico.
I went to Monterey that one of those times, which is fairly far down there, uh, and the best place. I don't know about today. I'm talking past tense now, but the best place really to wheel and deal was just right across from Laredo, right there on the
yeah.
street. So anyway, I wouldn't go there right now with all the dissension that's going on between America and Mexico now. I don't think it'd be a good idea.
Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, it's like, and it's kind of like I work toward it, but it's also kind of like a blessing, quote unquote, I guess you could say in a way. Because,
Hmm.
like, I mean, not everyone gets to be a full-time content creator and actually be successful at it, right? Because I pay child support and my credit card payments that are required in America. I pay that from what I do, and I still have money left over. A lot of people can't do that. A lot of people do struggle. Um, like when they do YouTube channels, and then like I'm living the dream of like boys in high school, right? You want to play video games all day. I go to bed when I want. It's like going on 3 in the afternoon. I'm gonna go to bed soon. I'm gonna wake up at like 1 or 2 in the morning, do some work, play video games with the wife, right? Make some videos, which involves playing Fallout 4 or Minecraft.
Hmm.
So, a lot of people don't get to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you enjoyed and you're making money on it. It's good.
No.
Yeah. For me, the only games I play online, and that's not very often, are word search and puzzles and stuff like that. And even then, I prefer to get out the paper, the booklets that you
Yeah.
buy for a few bucks here. So, I mean, my advanced games, back in the day, and I'd probably still be pretty good at it, is Mr. or regular Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, and Space Invaders.
Yeah.
So I really,
Lena feels a little lost with all this nerding out we're doing over here. She said she
you're
feels like
Yeah.
the
so
woman
that
character
is
from The Big Bang Theory. I
you
never
know,
watched The Big Bang Theory. I always thought it was like I kind of make fun of it, honestly. I feel like it's meant for people who aren't smart to know what it feels like to be around people who are smart. It's just like it never appealed to me.
Yeah, I never got into it either. The funny thing is I have a lot of people who watch my Fallout channel that don't play video games at all. The average age is 35 to 60,
hmm,
right? And what I do is I just clean up garbage, right? And then I do my live streams where you get to hang out with me and talk like we are now. And
yeah,
I build like a settlement, right? So I'll build a big farm, I'll build like a place for people to live, I'll build shops. Somebody gave me a super chat. They want me to make like a Diamond Dave bar, right? Like a bar based around me, bar
yeah.
restaurant. So I'm going to be building that, you
Wow,
know.
this stream is about to end in 5 minutes, guys. I gotta actually ask you guys to leave, but do you want to have any last quick statements from both of you?
Go ahead.
Diamond Dave, what would you like to say?
5 minutes. Thanks for watching, everybody.
All right, all right. Levite, you got anything you'd want to impart to the
Yeah,
people?
thanks for listening. And I came on way late on that.
Yeah,
And
it's all good, man.
maybe Daniel should start a new one, and we can all come back up here.
No, it's about to be 3 a.m. and I got like work to do tomorrow. But
No.
I wanted to do one last stream here and do a part 3 to the World Empire so that if people do want to listen to the book, you can listen to it. All I ask is please, if you spare any likes, please hit the like button. You know, the like buttons are there for engagement and it helps the algorithm,
Just
as
like
Diamond Dave would tell
I
you.
gave you a thumbs up too. So
I appreciate the thumbs up. It's
Yeah, I
a
gave
small
you
gesture
one.
of
I gave
kindness.
you one already, so
Thank you, thank you.
I thought it was the least I could do since I kind of hurt your feelings yesterday. So
Yeah, you said you're gonna send illegal immigrants to my place.
I do. They need a place to stay. I'm not going to do that. I know you're not like some of those people. You're more immigrant friendly right now than I am, but let's not get into that.
Yeah, there's not enough time anyway.
No.
All right, guys, thank you for coming on. I'll see you guys another time. See ya. All right, Lena says, thank you guys. You're most welcome. Please feel free to rewatch the stream from the beginning, or if you haven't seen the other parts of the book or listened to the other parts of the book, check out part 1, part 2. And of course, it is available on Amazon, folks. I just want to remind folks as well, I'm saying folks a lot now. I want to remind people that are watching this and listening to this that World Empire is, again, from a false perspective. It's written from a first-person perspective of a demonically possessed man. And I don't hold to the beliefs that are stated in that book. I would say they're a really good signpost of how people might look at the world. And we had to be very careful about what we consume. So, I hope that you put on the full armor of God when you're listening to that book and look at it from that context, please. I would feel very disappointed in myself if I didn't give that disclaimer. Anyway, the most important thing is that Christ is risen and that God loves mankind. And that means you. So thank you for listening out there. God loves mankind. I can't put it into the proper words, but we know what God did for us. He became a man, and he underwent so much suffering for us because God loves mankind. So be at peace and have a great night or morning or whenever you're watching this. Bye.